The thumping bass beat vibrated through Dominic's chest as he slid outside the neon-lit club. Cool night air washed over his sweat-slick skin, welcome relief from the pulsing heat and writhing bodies packed inside. He took a grateful lungful, leaning against the graffiti-tagged wall. Fishing in his pocket, Dominic drew out a cigarette and lit it with a flick of his lighter. The first acrid drag flooded his senses, chasing away the one too many drinks clouding his head. The nicotine buzz added an edge to the pleasant hysteria of a night out. Dominic started walking, exhaling a plume of smoke that twisted up towards the few stars visible past the city glare. He moved silently, the scuff of his boots lost beneath the heavy thrum of music fading behind him. The neighborhood surrounding the club was desolate, all crumbling warehouses and decaying factories. Dominic's wandering route took him through alleys layered with trash and dark side streets. He walked with purpose, unbothered by his lonely surroundings. The urban decay was almost comforting in its bleak familiarity. Nearing the end of a particularly grim alley, the cigarette dangling from Dominic's lips and wisps of smoke curling up into the night, a shape stepped out of the shadows. Dominic halted, squinting to make out the figure as his heartbeat quickened instinctively. A woman, he realized after a moment, tall and pale as a spectre. She was garbed in dark flowing fabrics that obscured the contours of her body. Inky strands of hair fell across her face, concealing her features. Only the flash of her eyes was visible as she turned her head towards Dominic. They reflected the faint moonlight like shards of blue ice. "Got a light?" she asked, her voice unexpectedly low and sultry. It echoed through the close alley walls. Dominic paused, plucking the cigarette from his mouth. "Sorry, last one," he said with an apologetic half-smile. His shoulders relaxed slightly despite the unsettling interruption. She was just another lost soul wandering the streets at night. "That's all right," the woman purred in response. She drifted closer and Dominic glimpsed the dangerous grace inherent in her movements, her limbs bending further than they should. The smile faded from his face. Unease skated down Dominic's spine as she approached. He took an unconscious step backward, shifting his weight into a guarded stance. The cigarette smoldered forgotten between his fingers. "I should get going," he muttered, pulse racing as he sought some escape from the confinement of the alley. In a blink the woman closed the remaining distance between them. Dominic stumbled back, hitting the wall behind him, as her hand seized his shoulders with serpent-quick speed and vice-like strength. Up close, her beauty was cruel and predatory. The rich scent of her perfume could not hide the graveyard chill of her skin. Nails like talons tore through Dominic's shirt to scrape at the vulnerable flesh of his throat. "Don't be frightened," she murmured, cold breath brushing his cheek. Dominic shuddered, unable to wrench himself free of that iron grip. Fear flooded his veins with electric urgency. "Stop," he gasped, "what are you? Let me go." The woman tilted her head slowly, assessing her captive. A predator toying with helpless prey. Lips curled back to reveal elongated canine fangs slick with saliva. Dominic's breath left him in a strangled cry. He thrashed violently, but her hold was unbreakable. Those fangs flashed in the darkness, then she struck. They pierced his throat with searing pain, sharp as daggers. Agony blazed through Dominic as she fed. His struggles weakened, one hand clawing feebly at her arm while the other went slack, cigarette falling to sizzle out against the filth-strewn pavement. Blood, hot and slick, streamed down his heaving chest. Finally, after an eternity, she tore her fangs free. They glistened wetly crimson in the dim light. Dominic collapsed in a heap at her feet, darkness encroaching at the edges of his vision. His head lolled back, exposing the gory mess she had made of his ravaged throat. The woman gazed down at him, terrible and beautiful, her lips stained red. A twisted angel of death. "Welcome to the night," she purred. Then the shadow swallowed her, and she was gone. Dominic clung desperately to consciousness, aware of the cooling blood still seeping from his wound. Each shallow breath was agony. He could feel his sluggish pulse weakening further with every labored beat of his heart. Some primal instinct forced him to move. To crawl from that damned alley on trembling limbs before the blackness took him. Dominic made it as far as the sheltering doorway of a nearby abandoned building before collapsing. He leaned there against boarded-up windows smeared with graffiti, grasping his tattered throat. No amount of pressure could stop the bleeding. I'm dying. The thought drifted through Dominic's fading mind. He should be terrified, instead an almost peaceful numbness settled over him. His senses were dimming, the alley and the sidewalk beneath him losing substance. The far-off sounds of the city faded to silence. Darkness beckoned Dominic down into its tranquil embrace, promising an end to the wet rattling struggle for air, the fire in his veins. He embraced it willingly, too spent to fight anymore. But instead of the expected oblivion, there was only pain. It erupted through Dominic's body just as awareness was slipping away, jolting him cruelly back. Fire kindled in the marrow of his bones, licking along every nerve and fiber. An inferno raging beneath his skin. A scream tore from Dominic's throat, primal and anguished, echoing through the empty street. No relief came, no respite from the agony. He thrashed and spasmed against the steps where he lay, the concrete tearing clothes and flesh alike. But the pain within drowned out all else. Some remote part of Dominic's mind clung desperately to sanity as wave after wave of torment racked him. This was no ordinary death, that creature had poisoned him, changed him. The thought flickered and faded beneath the onslaught. Nothing existed except the fire burning him alive from within. Time lost meaning in a haze of suffering. The night stretched on interminably around Dominic's prone, tortured form. But finally, little by little, the scalding intensity began to ebb. The hoarse screams gave way to whimpering gasps. Slowly he uncurled, lying spent and trembling on the cold step. The fire had drained away, leaving no aftermath of aches or injuries behind, only a strange hollow sense of renewal, like a forge fire tempering hardened steel. Dominic sat up gingerly, leaning his shoulder against the concrete doorway. The movement triggered no pain. In fact, he felt stronger, his exhaustion replaced by coiled energy, muscle and sinew humming with vigor. Warily, Dominic shifted to stand. Again, no pain. In its absence, his senses sprang into preternatural focus. Sight, sound, scent all heightened to supernatural sharpness. He could see every crack and stain on the sidewalk in minute detail, hear the rumble of a truck passing streets away. The reek of garbage and piss assaulted his nose. Too much sensory input flooded his mind for coherent thought. What's happening to me? Beneath the chaotic swirl of Dominic's new perceptions, an insistent thirst made itself known. It clawed up his raw throat, beyond anything he'd experienced. This was no mundane desire for water, it was a bone-deep, visceral craving. A hunger that demanded satiation. Dominic doubled over, shaking hands braced against his knees as a fresh wave of pain knifed through his core. He knew with sudden, sick certainty what his body hungered for with this unnatural thirst. Blood. Revulsion warred with instinct. He could feel his canine teeth extending into wicked fangs that pierced his lower lip, eager to rend flesh. The predator within was rising, breaking free of its fragile human constraints. Because whatever he was now, Dominic knew with cold certainty that he was no longer human. That woman creature had warped his very nature. Turned him into a demon like herself. A vampire. The word sent ice through Dominic's veins. Monsters like her existed only in nightmares, not prowling alleyways in search of prey. And yet this curse now raged inside him, violent urges barely contained beneath his skin. The predator recognizing one of its own. No! He slammed a clenched fist against the brick wall, relishing the burst of pain. He wouldn't allow the thirst to consume him, force him to steal away life to sustain his own mutated existence. But he already sensed his restraint fraying as the craving intensified, instinct warring with morality. Dominic turned from the alley's bloody law and stumbled away into the night. He didn't know where he was going, only that it must be away from any living soul he could endanger. As he slipped through the shadows, the sense of the sleeping city taunted him, kindling visions of pulsing veins and frantic heartbeats just under fragile membranes of skin. He quickened his pace, nearly staggering. Focus. He had to get somewhere isolated, remote. Try to handle the beast now struggling to claw free. But the tempting scent of life was everywhere, and growing stronger with every step. Dominic's inner battle raged as he desperately forged onward through night-cloaked streets. He could feel his will fraying before the onslaught of vampiric appetite. Then a stray breeze carried a scent that made everything else fade. Warm, rich blood. So close. Before he was conscious of moving, Dominic found himself crouched beneath a partially open window. A basement apartment. Inside, the steady pulse of a sleeping human called to him. Dominic's fangs sharpened until they pinched his bottom lip, blood pooling in his mouth from the shallow wounds. He trembled with restraint, even as his predatory instincts whispered that he could slip inside so easily. Take what he needed to slake this consuming thirst. Just a taste. With a ferocious effort of will, Dominic wrenched himself away from temptation. He fled into the night, the scent of warm blood receding but its memory remaining burned into his thoughts. His will had won out, but it had been dangerously close. Too close. He couldn't stay here, nearby such plentiful, tempting prey. Not yet, not with his restraint so tenuous, the merest provocation liable to break it. He had to get somewhere remote, isolate himself until he could gain control over the fiend inside him. The city eventually gave way to sparse outskirts and then to true wilderness. Dominic slowed, then finally stopped as the night's blackness faded towards pre-dawn grey. He could run no further, the sun's rise was too near. Up ahead loomed an abandoned barn, its sagging roof line dark against the lightening sky. It would have to provide shelter for the day. Dominic slipped inside just as the first rays of sunlight pierced the night, retreating into the small pool of shadow cast by the entrance. He pressed back against an old wooden stool, its lingering traces of hay and horse scent oddly comforting. Dominic sank down to sit on the earthen floor. Safe, for now, as the sun crept higher outside to sear the unprotected flesh of vampires. But he knew this haven could only last a day. Come nightfall, the thirst would return. And he would again become a threat not just to any human prey, but to the very fabric of his own sanity. Dominic looked down with loathing at his blood-stained shirt, the torn jeans still reeking of alley filth. What was he to do now? He couldn't outrun this curse forever. He needed help or it would consume him utterly. Or perhaps it already had. Perhaps this was what he was now. A monster damned to stalk the darkness. Dominic looked out the cracked door at the morning sun climbing across the sky. He thought of the beautiful and terrible creature that had damned him with her kiss and felt only bleak resignation. However long his existence on this earth had left, he would spend it battling the demon within. That was the only choice left to him if he wished to cling to whatever shards of humanity remained. With that dismal resolution, Dominic settled in to wait out the long hours of daylight, conserving his strength for the trial yet to come. The darkness would return, and with it the hunger. He could only pray his will would endure. Because if he gave in to the bloodlust, the world would see the birth of a true monster. Chapter 2. The sun sank below the horizon, bleeding out its last crimson light. Shadows crept from their daylight banishment, retaking the land. Dominic awoke to darkness. For a moment he lay still, savoring the earthen scents of the barn. The thirst was already stirring deep inside, but without the sun's harsh glare he could almost pretend the last day hadn't happened. That he was still human. But the sharpened clarity of his vision and the faint pulse of blood through the mice skittering under the floorboards shattered that fantasy. Dominic rose, bones cracking as he unfolded himself. It was time to hunt. He slipped from the decrepit barn like a spectre, letting his senses guide him. His hearing caught the whisper of feathers cutting air. An owl, silent assassin of the night. Dominic tracked it through the moonlit forest, moving from shadow to shadow. There, perched on a branch ahead, broad wings spread as it waited for prey. He blurred forward and snapped its neck before it could even turn. Hot blood gushed over his hands as he drank desperately. Not sating, but soothing the razor's edge of his thirst. Dominic dropped the drained carcass with a grimace. Animals would help keep him alive, but their blood was meager fare compared to the richness of human prey. Prey. He shuddered at the word's predatory implications. No, he could never view thinking souls as something to feed upon. He had to find a way to rise above the urges pressing at his frayed restraint. Dominic continued roaming the lonely woods that night, learning the landscape that would be his refuge. Venturing near a farmstead, he discovered an old tool shed, half collapsed with disuse. But its 4 walls and roof would provide shelter from daylight. Over the next week he fell into a pattern of hunting the scattered wildlife by night, taking refuge by day. The blood sustained Dominic, but provided no sense of fulfillment. And the constant lurking isolation wore at his nerves, leaving too much time for brooding. His thoughts often wandered to the nameless vampire who had created him. She remained a mystery. Why choose him as her victim? Curiosity, or something more sinister? He doubted their paths would cross again, but questions lingered. And, unbidden, Dominic's thoughts would stray to fantasies of warm human blood, so easily taken. He imagined how it must taste, richer and more potent than animal fare. How it would feel to take a life and make it his own. These visions left him shaken, and angry at his own weakness. But he could not deny the temptation they presented. Nearly 2 weeks after his turning, Dominic decided he could withstand the isolation and poor hunting no longer. He had to venture into the nearby town, find better shelter and clothing, assess whether any people might provide the companionship he reluctantly craved. That night he made his way slowly from the familiar woods. With each step the smells and sounds of civilization encroached. The scent trails of humans, of blood, grew sharper. Dominic kept tight rein on his instincts, pushing down the vice-like pressure of thirst. He waited until an hour past midnight, when only night owls and prowlers were likely to be stirring. A void night for a creature who no longer belonged to the light. The back alleys and side streets provided easy avenues, avoiding heavy foot traffic. Dominic snatched clothes drying on a line, keeping to the shadows as he changed out of his filthy rags. A hood and hunched posture hid his changed features. Despite his attempts at stealth, the few people Dominic encountered on his furtive skulk reacted warily to his presence. One man blanched and quickened his pace, clutching a crucifix beneath his coat. Another hand strayed toward a holstered gun. Their heartbeats hammered from a mix of fear and suspicion. It was becoming clear this town had been visited by vampires before. People here would not react well to learning his true nature. Dominic berated himself for not considering that. He would find no companionship here, only torches and pitchforks if exposed. He turned back toward the lonely safety of the woods. But the night still stretched before him, and with it the chance to seek better shelter than his dilapidated shed. Dominic continued creeping through the unfamiliar streets, tamping down his disappointment. Rounding a corner, he spotted an old cellar door set into the sidewalk outside an empty shop front. It would be the perfect lair, if he could find a way in. Dominic managed to jimmy open the aged lock after several frustrating attempts. He slipped inside, pulling the doors closed behind him. Total darkness enveloped him, but his vampiric vision adjusted quickly. The cellar looked to have once been used for storage. Dominic cleared out the wood-rotted boxes and debris. It was cramped, but secure and windowless, an ideal refuge. Here he could safely wait out the days without fear of discovery. Over the next few nights Dominic furnished his new den with necessities scavenged from town. Candles and matches. A bucket of clean water. Simple tools and clothes. It was a far cry from any human life, but it would serve. He even caught rats lurking in the corners to supplement his blood intake. Their beady eyes and naked tails unnerved him, but he choked the vermin down. During the long days, when the sun banished him below ground, Dominic exercised his mental faculties as best he could. He took to meditation, that helps strengthen focus and self-control. Studied books on hypnotism, psychology, anything to understand the powers vampirism granted over weaker minds. If he could learn to control himself, then controlling others would prove simple. But inevitably, idle moments brought cravings to the surface. Dominic would pace the confines of his cellar like a caged beast until exhaustion forced stillness. He took to cutting himself for distraction, licking away the beads of blood welling up along shallow self-inflicted gashes. Even his own tainted blood seemed heavenly. Dominic knew this meager existence slowly eroded his humanity. But the alternative was unthinkable. Better to endure this hell than unleash one upon innocent souls. Nearly a month after his turning, Dominic finally dared to venture outside in the early evening rather than full night. He kept to himself at first, only watching and listening. Trying to remember how to interact, how to pretend to belong. The ache for companionship still lingered, an almost physical pang beneath his breastbone. Most people out and about hurried along their way, too caught up in errands to notice one lonely figure. A few shot Dominic wary glances and gave him wide berth. Strangers were uncommon here. But none cried vampire or brandished crosses at him. For now, his facade was working. Emboldened, Dominic risked entering the local tavern one night, taking a table tucked in the shadows. He ordered water and claimed a vow of sobriety when offered alcohol. It was a simple excuse, but the patrons accepted it readily enough. They were here for their own vices, not to judge his. Dominic sat nursing his water, deliberately keeping his posture hunched and unthreatening. He soaked in the warm buzz of conversation and clink of glasses. The scents of beer and stale food barely masked the mouth-watering aroma of pulsing vitae. Being among people again awakened startlingly intense hunger. But it also eased the gnawing loneliness. An older man approached Dominic's table and gestured to the empty chair, asking with a friendly smile if he could sit. Dominic nodded warily. He had planned to remain unnoticed, but supposed some casual interaction was innocent enough. They made stilted small talk. Jacob, the man introduced himself as a farmer eking out a living beyond the town's borders. Dominic gave vague answers about his own history, trying to behave naturally, quelling the ever-present thirst. But conversation with Jacob came surprisingly easy, and did not require deceit. Over the next few nights they built an unlikely companionship. Jacob seemed to recognize a fellow outcast finding solace off the beaten path. He never pried beyond what Dominic offered. In return, Dominic provided an attentive ear, savoring these moments of humanity. But he remained constantly on guard, hypervigilant. Doing his best to blend in among people who must never know his true self. Because if they did, torches would burn for him the way they had for vampires before. Whether from fear or justice, innocence would fall if he was discovered. Their suspicions were not unfounded. The demon stirred restless within his shackles, gnawing at Dominic's restraint whenever prey drew near. If he was not extremely careful, their nightmares of monsters would become reality. Jacob arrived at the tavern one night looking distraught, his weathered face creased with fresh lines. He hesitated at Dominic's table, clearly hesitant to confide whatever troubled him. But at last he leaned in and began recounting that his cattle had gone missing overnight, torn apart or drained of blood. There were rumors that a vampire roamed the outskirts again. Ice threaded Dominic's veins at the words. Another of his kind. Had the vampire who turned him created more spawn to do her bidding? He pressed Jacob subtly for details, but learned little beyond hearsay about mangled animals and superstitious fears. Still, if others of his kind did stalk these lands, they could expose what he was. Or worse, draw him back into the seductive darkness of their own life. He would have to investigate this himself, and if necessary eliminate the threat. Dominic descended into the cellar the next day restless and alert. Had he sealed off all possible entryways? Could some vampire creep in while he lay vulnerable? But the room remained undisturbed. Unease gnawed at him as he paced the confines, waiting for night. Once the sun set, Dominic slipped from the cellar and retraced familiar paths out of town. But instead of returning to the woods, he set out for Jacob's farm. Perhaps clues to this other vampire's existence lingered there. The faintest trail led through crushed grasses that spring back upright behind Dominic's stealthy feet. Then brambles, also disturbed, their sharp thorns splattered with flecks of blood too small for human prey. Dominic tracked the sporadic signs of passage, a flicker of movement here or broken branch. But no footprints marked the soft soil. This creature knew how to move like mist, untraceable. Frustration mounted as the long night wore on with no further clues revealed. As moonlight faded towards dawn, he was about to abandon the hunt when a faint shift in air currents brought a scent that chilled his blood. Vampire. Somewhere up ahead, its essence of cold stone and ashes under the more alluring notes of raw carnage. Every predatory instinct fled to life in response. Dominic tracked the scent to the mouth of a half-concealed cave etched into a hillside. Scratches on the stone showed this was indeed where the other vampire laired. A growl rumbled in his chest. How dare this intruder overstep the bounds of Dominic's chosen territory? He slid into the cave, silent as shadow. His vision pierced the blackness easily, detecting signs of habitation. Stolen trinkets, gnawed small bones, crude drawings scratched into the walls. Then, in a dust-filled crevice, the vampire itself. Feral red eyes reflected back his own. Dominic snarled, bracing for attack. But as he stared into the creature's gaunt bestial face, traced its crouched defensive posture, understanding dawned. This was no calculating killer. Just an abandoned fledgling, half mad with isolation and starvation. It likely barely recalled its human existence. They stared at each other, two predators from the same cursed brood. He could end this misery. With a snarl, Dominic turned his back on the encounter. He would not destroy one of his own kind. Come daylight, the creature would seek a safer lair. But it must be taught that humans were off limits. Over the next nights, Dominic made it his task to herd the feral vampire away from civilization. He left marked trees and threatening displays of dominance. And when it strayed too near the town, he would run the youngling off with teeth bared, not yet ready to deliver the killing stroke. Like wolf packs enforcing territory, they struck a tenuous balance. Meanwhile, his own isolation and thirst continued. Venturing into town held too much temptation now. Only Jacob's occasional visits kept him going, staving off total desolation. The old farmer would come to Dominic's cellar bearing simple food he claimed a need to share, sensing perhaps his companion's worsening deprivation. Their talks lingered long into the night, a lifeline to sanity. But Jacob's companionship could only temporarily sustain Dominic's frail humanity. The ever-present hunger inevitably consumed every thought, driving him half-mad with want. His self-inflicted penance of bloodletting did little but tease his appetite. Soon Dominic spent every night roaming farther under the moon, no longer content to curl in his refuge come daylight. He sought more isolated hunting grounds, to hide the savagery in his eyes. A monster slowly being unleashed. It was on such a night he stumbled across the gypsy camp. A dozen wagons and tents, horses tethered and grazing, firelight flickering hypnotically. The tang of human life filled the air. Rich blood pulsing so close, men, women, children even. Easy prey. Dominic's claws cut into his palms as he dug deep for restraint. He should run before the monster inside took hold. But some other emotion kept him transfixed. Even from the shadows, the vibrant community drew him like a moth to flames. He had been so long without any true semblance of family or home. Hunters, always moving on. Perhaps, just to watch. Hardly daring to breathe, Dominic crept nearer the camp. He kept to the darkness, an unseen observer. Despite the late hour, many gypsies were still awake, singing raucously around the bonfires. Their voices reminded him of the tavern's simple camaraderie, so missed. Lost in memory, Dominic did not notice the hush rippling outwards as one by one, they sensed a predator among them. Bleary drunken singing trailed off, wide eyes peered out into the night seeking the intruder. Mothers drew children close. The leader stood, silver knife glinting in his hand. His gaze met Dominic's with unnerving accuracy. "We know you are there, vampire," he called. "Leave this place." The words broke Dominic's reverie, his fantasy of belonging. He narrowed his eyes, pride stung. They would reject him, just like all the rest. The beast stirred, ready to take by force. Then a woman stepped forward carrying a torch. "Please," she said softly. "Spare my children." Her quiet courage and sacrifice shone brighter than the flames. It pierced Dominic's gathering bloodlust, draining his rage away. After a long moment, he inclined his head in acquiescence and turned to go. But as he faded into the trees, the leader called out once more. "If you come in peace, we will not turn you away." Surprised, Dominic glanced back. But hesitation could be lethal, and dawn approached. He left them to their fires and music. Over the next weeks he gradually ventured closer to the gypsy camp, drawn by their cheerful community. They treated his presence not with fear, but cautious welcome. The children giggled and played tricks to lure him into firelight. The women shared simple dishes, waving off his polite refusals. Their easy acceptance tempted Dominic to let down his defenses. But he took only small steps, still uncertain. He would not risk their lives by lowering his guard completely. The beast always lurked within, ravenous for one moment of weakness. The gypsy leader in particular, Vasile, engaged him in long conversations on philosophy and morality that left Dominic thoughtful. He sensed beneath this seeming hospitality the man was still testing him, assessing the risk of allowing a vampire to remain. Their tribe had encountered such creatures before in far lands. Some could control their nature, existing peacefully with humans. Others reveled in darkness, leaving only carnage. Time would tell to which type Dominic belonged. The gypsies provided respite from Dominic's constant isolation and mistrust of himself. But they could not seal the hollowness inside, the gnawing wrongness of his bloodied existence. Only one gift remained that could grant him some measure of redemption. Release through true death. If he found the courage to embrace it. But as autumn came, an even greater threat arose. Rumors of murder spread from nearby villages. Bodies drained of blood, throats savaged. The killings bore the hallmarks of vampires unleashed. Dominic's unease grew. These killings were too brazen for his nameless fledgling, who had become an uneasy ally. And he himself had abstained from human prey entirely. Which meant another of his kind now encroached. Fearing what havoc this unknown vampire might wreak, Dominic set out to investigate. He followed the scent trails and grisly clues from one massacre to the next. Until the night he arrived at a village too late, still burning with the stench of blood and death. Bodies littered the dirt streets, throats torn open in a frenzy. Not just killed, but desecrated. Dominic's gut twisted with recognition. This had the mark of the one who made him. Her sadistic games and wanton slaughter. She had returned. Rage kindled in Dominic's heart. He had forbidden himself from taking human life. Yet the cursed progenitor who engineered his torment showed no such restraint. She would turn this entire countryside into a graveyard if left unchecked. He would hunt her down and end this, Dominic vowed. Even if it meant destroying the vampire that sired him. No one else would fall prey to her twisted desires. The trail of carnage led deep into the Carpathian Mountains. Icy winds knifed through Dominic's cloak, but he was heedless of the cold. All that mattered was his quarry ahead. She would not evade him this time. The mountain path ended at the mouth of a vast cavern. Dominic could sense the vampire's presence from within, like a blood-scented shadow. He steeled himself and entered the lair. Icy stalactites hung from the high ceilings, fragments crunching under his feet. The diffuse light revealed crude furnishings, remnants of past victims, and disturbing artwork etched into the walls. Dominic's target awaited him here somewhere, ready to pounce from the gloom. A feminine laugh echoed through the darkness, both sensual and mocking. "My wayward progeny returns," the vampire purred. "Have you enjoyed the gift I gave you?" Dominic scanned the cavern, muscles coiled. "I've come to end your miserable existence," he snarled. She laughed again. "Such ingratitude. And after all I did for you." Her voice circled him teasingly, impossible to pinpoint. Dominic forced himself to stand utterly still, relying on his senses. There a hint of movement to his left. He struck with viper speed, claws slashing. They cut only air as she danced away. "You cannot match me, young one. I have centuries of slaughter to my credit." She flashed in and raked burning lines down his cheek before dissolving again into the dark. Dominic tightened his focus. She was toying with him, but he must not allow anger or pain to break his concentration. When she struck again, he grabbed her wrist, using her momentum to flip her against the cavern wall. She grunted from the impact and he pressed his advantage, fangs lunging for her exposed throat. With serpentine flexibility she writhed free, her own knife-like nails leaving bloody furrows across Dominic's chest. They exchanged a series of blisteringly fast blows and slashes, blocking and pivoting at inhuman speed. "You have learned quickly," she admitted, her smile hungry and mad. "But it will not save you." She moved in a blur, hurtling shards of debris to distract him. One massive stalactite tore through Dominic's shoulder in a burst of agony. As he staggered, she seized him by the throat and slammed him down, her fangs poised above him. "Perhaps I will keep you chained here for my amusement," she mused. "I so miss our games." Dominic's claws scraped helplessly against the stone floor. As she bent to deliver the killing strike, he desperately twisted aside and sank his own fangs into her corded neck. Her shriek of rage and pain reverberated deafeningly in the cavern. Wrenching himself from her grip, Dominic drove her back against the wall, his teeth still embedded in her throat. She battered viciously at him, nails gouging out chunks of flesh, but he only bit down harder, shaking her like a wolf with prey. Her struggles weakened, then slowly ceased. With a final twist, Dominic tore free, taking much of her throat with him. Arterial blood jetted, coating them both as it drained her unnatural life. Her eyes bulged, more enraged than afraid. With her last shuddering breath she hissed a bloody promise. "You are mine forever. You will never escape what you truly are." Her body crumbled to ash before him, leaving behind only her incriminating words. Dominic sank down, his own wounds knitting back together slowly. It was finished. But the gnawing hollowness inside him remained, forcefully reminding him she spoke the truth. He had embraced the monster he despised in order to destroy her. By saving so many innocents, he had damned himself further. There could be no return from the deeds committed here tonight. His humanity was now just a tattered veil over the darkness. Dominic staggered from the cavern just as dawn broke, leaving behind the gruesome remains. As sunlight seared his skin, he made no effort to cover himself or flee to shelter. Part of him yearned to let it blister him to cinders, ending his cursed existence. But the newly roused predator in his core forced him to seek refuge under the trees. Torn and bleeding, he curled up on the forest floor. Perhaps death would mercifully find him before night's return. If not, he truly was lost. The vampire was destroyed, but the evil she awakened in him remained. He was her creation, after all, murder and malice given form. There could be no redemption for one such as him. So be it, Dominic thought as darkness claimed him. What I am cannot be changed. I will carry this curse, and keep the beast within its cage. It is all that remains to me now. He surrendered himself to dreamless rest, while the shadows lengthened around his silent form. When full darkness fell again, he would rise, and resume the endless hunt. No longer a man, but a monster damned. Such was his burden to bear. Chapter 3. The overpowering scent of blood permeated the cellar, dragging Dominic from his day sleep into a haze of hunger. He jolted upright, fangs extending reflexively, throat burning. Every sense fixated on that tempting siren call, drowning conscious thought. It took long seconds before Dominic regained control, shaking off the blood thrall with effort. He slowly registered his surroundings as rationality returned. He was back in the cellar sanctuary beneath the empty shop, having retreated here after destroying the vampire who turned him. But this was not the refuge he remembered. Blood soaked the earthen floor and cinderblock walls in dark spatters. Dominic inhaled, sorting through the cloying metallic aroma. Not animal blood, human. Recently spilled by the smell of it. Dread sank like a stone in his gut. Dominic had not taken a human life since his turning. Which meant another vampire had breached this cellar while Dominic lay helpless against the daylight. Invaded his most secure sanctuary and brutally fed right beneath his resting place. A soft whimper sounded from the shadowed corner. Dominic rushed over and gently turned the body slumped there. His chest clenched in anguish. It was Jacob, his one human friend. The old man's throat had been savagely torn, eyes glazed and bloodless. Murdered mere hours ago. Dominic gathered Jacob's limp form in his arms, bereft with grief and rage. He had learned the truth of Dominic's cursed existence, but still offered companionship and trust. That tentative bond had been severed by the one creature Dominic failed to destroy. He recalled the feral young vampire he had spared weeks ago, unable to condemn another of his lost breed to death. It must have crept down to the cellar and slaughtered Jacob while Dominic lay vulnerable to daylight. His foolish mercy had allowed this. Gently laying Jacob's ravaged body down, Dominic stormed up into the night, vengeance scorching his veins. The rogue vampire's scent trail was easy to detect, the fata of fresh carnage unmistakable as a beacon through the streets. It led towards the outskirts of town, then the woods beyond. Dominic pursued that bloody lure recklessly, bile and anger rising as the full scale of the creature's atrocity became clear. The scattered corpses of late-night drivers, torn from vehicles and savaged. Homes invaded, throats ripped out in beds and living rooms. No discrimination or restraint, just a trail of wanton violence. The steam still rising from fresh entrails drove Dominic into greater fury. He would tear the rabid beast apart, unhinge its jaw and force it to drown in its victim's blood before burning it alive, remorseless punishments that in his rage seemed too lenient and quick. It would suffer dearly before he granted the release of final death. The vampire's winding path of carnage ended at a rock crevice, its darkness beckoning like an open maw from the surrounding woodlands. Dominic approached warily, senses straining for his quarry. No sounds or scents betrayed occupancy within, but it was an ideal den for ambush. Wary of attack, Dominic circled the crevice looking for hidden side exits the vampire may use. As he crouched to inspect a patch of freshly turned dirt, a faint whistle was his only warning. Agony erupted through his shoulders, driving Dominic to his knees with an agonized scream as the blessed crossbow bolt punched clean through him from behind. He grasped at the skewering shaft slick with his own blood, trying vainly to wrench it free of his flesh. Glancing back towards the trees, Dominic saw two hunters step from the forest's edge, armed with more of the cruciform bolts that now paralyzed him. He hissed in recognition the young vampire had led him straight into this ambush. Well well, what manner of hellspawn do we have here, taunted the first hunter in sadistic amusement, yanking Dominic's head back viciously by the hair. His partner ruthlessly kicked Dominic's legs out from under him, driving the bolt deeper through sinew and muscle. A bloodsucker, by the looks of it, replied the second hunter in a gruff baritone, placing a heavy boot between Dominic's shoulders to pin him prone. Dominic felt the tip of a stake poised directly over his heart. A young one at that. It'll break easy. Their words cut deeper than Dominic's wounds. They knew just how to execute his kind, immobilize with blessed weapons, then apply stake through the heart for extermination. He thrashed against their hold, desperate to break free, but the hunters had him at their mercy. The first hunter grinned coldly down at Dominic's struggles, savoring the power they held over his helplessness. Go on then, fight us, beast. Try and stop what's coming. He raised a hammer, anticipation glinting in his eyes for the killing blow. Dominic met the fanatic's pitiless gaze unflinchingly. Perhaps he was damned, but he realized in that moment these men were no less monstrous, finding justification in cruelly destroying what they deemed unholy. In this bloody hunt, morality held no meaning, just destroyer and destroyed. Both sides blindly perpetuating hatred and fear. When the hammer swung down, Dominic moved with preternatural speed, his survival instinct overriding the bolt's burning venom. Lashing out with his claws, he sliced the leader's Achilles tendons before the hammer could connect. As the hunter fell screaming, Dominic wrenched the crossbow shaft from his own chest and rammed it through the man's eye socket, pinning his thrashing body to the earth. The second hunter bellowed in rage, swinging his hatchet towards Dominic's exposed neck with lethal intent. Dominic rolled aside just in time, the blade biting deep into the dirt where he had lain paralyzed moments before. In a blur of motion he swept the legs of the remaining zealot out from under him and ended the hunter's cries with one savage wrench of his neck. Panting, Dominic shoved the mangled corpses aside and staggered away, the dead hunter's spilled blood taking the raw edge off his thirst and pain. But there was no satisfaction in the brutality he had answered with. Only bitter acknowledgement of the abyss between them, one that retribution could never bridge, only widen. Theirs was an endless cycle with no redemption. Dominic shuddered with that horrific epiphany as he slowly made his way back to the cellar, wounds gradually closing. He could have shown mercy, as difficult as it was. Instead he had fully embraced the role of monster they expected, ruthless executioner rather than protector. It was what hunters and vampires alike craved, to simplify their bloody war as destroyer and destroyed, righteous killer and unholy prey. Both sides blind to the ravages left behind. Back in the violated sanctuary of his cellar, Dominic gently wrapped Jacob's remains in a makeshift shroud. He would see to it his friend received proper burial, small comfort though it was. This unending wheel of bloodshed and vengeance served no just cause, only bred more loss. There was only one path left to break free. Forgiveness, for himself, for those lost in hatred, and for the hunters as blind as he had been. Protecting whatever fragile sparks of light remained against encroaching darkness. Sheltering innocence and teaching compassion's quiet truth. Those glimmers were all that gave meaning beyond survival. With grim purpose, Dominic lifted Jacob's body and ascended into the night. Lessons waited on the road ahead, harsh, but necessary for what he now understood must be done. The weapons used against the darkness must be surrendered if there was to be any hope of prevailing. Only then could Dominic shield the girl's fragile innocence as they watched fires claim all she had known, kindled by his mistakes. He would guide her through the shadowed wilds ahead, wherever this uneasy redemption lay waiting. Her hand curled trusting in his offered grasp. They left the flames behind and journeyed towards distant refuge. She needed stories where hope could still prevail against gathering darkness. He sought absolution in her chance for life. Broken things, finding meaning together. Somewhere ahead, dawn's glow promised sanctuary. Dominic glanced down at the child slumbering in his arms as they descended the misty valley. Her peaceful face ignited a glimmer of purpose beyond primal cravings, the gnawing emptiness inside him. They had survived, both monster and innocent. It was enough for now. They would take the first steps together. The road was uncertain, but she trusted him unflinchingly to guide her. And in that small grace, Dominic found the will to continue on, away from the bloody traps of past hatreds. Step by step, they progressed towards forgiveness. Chapter 4. The first rays of dawn crested the mountains, banishing the night's shadows. Dominic quickened his pace, glancing back to ensure the child still followed close behind. She struggled over the uneven forest floor, one small hand clinging to his coat. He offered what encouragement he could, but they had to reach shelter soon. A rocky overhang lay just ahead, partially shielded by thick vegetation. Dominic ducked inside the cramped space, pulling the girl in after him. She whimpered as the cave's cold stone leached what little warmth their flight had generated. Just a little longer. Dominic soothed, settling her onto his lap. He tucked his cloak around them both, warding off the chill. "Then we can rest." She nestled into his protective embrace without protest. Dominic listened as her rapid heartbeat slowed to a steady rhythm. Soon she slept soundly, the horrific memories of flame and death banished for now. He kept silent vigil as dawn progressed, staring out at the patches of sunlight creeping across the forest floor. So near, yet cannot touch. The girl, he realized with a pang, he did not even know her name yet. There had been scarcely any words between them since he pulled her from the blaze consuming her village. She seemed to comprehend he was linked to the destructive forces that shattered her world, but was either too traumatized or trusting to show fear. As though she sensed some fundamental difference in him from the ravening demons. "I will not fail this child." The fervent promise felt necessary, even if only whispered inwardly. She represented a chance at redemption Dominic thought lost forever. A flickering candle in hands cursed to extinguish light. But he would protect this fragile innocence with everything left to him. As the girl slumbered on, Dominic carefully assessed their situation. Clearly they could not remain in these exposed woods. Even if the villagers had been content to see his kind destroyed, others would come investigating the fire. They needed a proper shelter. Somewhere he could secure them safely when the sun forced him into vulnerable sleep. There were remote places in the mountains where they could disappear for a time. Abandoned farmsteads, hunters' cabins. But Dominic hesitated, reluctant to steal refuge even from the dead or long gone. Old morality warred with primal instinct provide for his wounded young, no matter the cost. You are ready to rip apart your own kind for far less cause, the ruthless thought came unbidden. Will you fail her now over such trifles? Dominic closed his eyes, disturbed. Was his will so quickly fraying he would try justifying theft? Or worse? His vow to protect the girl's innocence felt truly tested for the first time. How long could such moral absolutes survive when balanced against her survival? No. He refused to compromise whatever fragile soul he had reclaimed. There had to be another way than further sacrificing decency for their sake. Dominic racked his thoughts as the girl slumbered on, trusting him to safeguard her world. There were still places in these lands untarnished by darkness and death, if he was willing to seek them out. As the sun finally sank below the ridgeline, Dominic gently roused the girl. "We should move on while there's still light," he murmured. She clutched his hand wordlessly, following as they picked their way toward lower elevations. He set a meandering course, avoiding any signs of habitation. The smell of wood smoke on the wind brought them up short hours later. Lights flickered ahead through the trees. Not electric, but warm dancing candle flames. The girl gasped softly at Dominic's side. He stroked her hair, both reassuring and restraining. "Wait here a moment," he whispered. "I'll go look." Leaving her hidden in the brush, Dominic crept forward using the forest's shadows as cover. He circled the source of the lights, probing cautiously with his senses. No thoughts or heartbeats betrayed human occupants. But a purer ancient power thrummed through the stones and earth. It was a small ruined monastery tucked against a hillside, long abandoned by its mortal caretakers. Now only night creatures prowled between broken archways tangled with vines and moss-eaten walls. At the center, a handful of candles still burned untended before the cracked altar. As though waiting for lost faithful. Dominic hesitated, inhaling the lingering trails of incense and decay. Then he turned and called softly. The girl emerged slowly, eyes brightening in wonder as she took in the time-worn remains. Some of her fear seemed to abate in this tranquil place. "We'll stay here tonight," Dominic decided. Sanctified ground would deter those meaning them harm, at least. He led the way into the monastery's central chapel, settling the girl onto a relatively dry stone bench. With the pooling candlelight, he could finally see her properly. Her hair was raven dark, eyes equally black and fathomless. Sharp cheekbones and a willowy frame still showed signs of malnourishment. But there was an ethereal grace to her features, highlighted by firelight. She watched him in return with unsettling intensity. "What's your name?" Dominic asked gently. She blinked as if the question confused her. He waited patiently until she found the words. "Ivoire," she replied, so softly he nearly missed it. Her next question came louder, with typical bluntness. "Are you going to eat me?" Dominic recoiled in startled dismay. "No. I won't harm you, I promise." Ivoire considered him a moment longer. "The others said you were bad. But you're not like them." She spoke with chilling certainty. "You won't let me burn." "Never." The fervent vow came reflexively. She nodded, seeming to trust his answer. Her faith felt far beyond what Dominic deserved, but he could not betray it. They passed a week inhabiting the ruined chapel and grounds, Dominic venturing out occasionally to find sustenance. Though he still avoided human prey, his control felt strengthened with Ivoire depending on him. She took quickly to exploring the rambling monastery, content in this small world. Her dark eyes now shined with curiosity rather than trauma when watching Dominic. She peppered him with questions in her soft lilting voice. About his abilities, limitations, origins. So much he could not explain even to himself, but she listened intently to every halting answer. Ivoire proved mature beyond her few years, and compassionate despite everything brutally stripped away. She helped Dominic carefully harvest a wild herb garden and clear debris from the chapel, taking pride in their shared refuge. Whatever nightmares still haunted her, the days brought some childlike joy. But they could not remain here forever, nor fully restore what had crumbled through long neglect. Dominic knew they must eventually move on to safer territory. But each mile would take them farther from the only another living soul who accepted what he was. The thought tightened his chest with surprising pain. Their idyllic interlude ended abruptly one moonless night when Dominic returned from hunting to find Ivoire gone. She had wandered off before, but panic seized him as he searched desperately for her scent. Had the villagers tracked them here? Or something more sinister snatched her away? At last he caught the faded trail leading away from the monastery, into a portion of the ruins long collapsed. Dominic scrambled over the buckled stones. If she had fallen and lay injured somewhere in this maze. He found her sitting calmly in a small clearing encircled by decaying walls. Relief crashed over Dominic. But it became dismay as he took in the makeshift pyre of kindling and herbs Ivoire had constructed, a crude torch held ready. "What are you doing?" he asked carefully, fighting to keep accusation from his voice. She blinked up at him. "You need to burn. Then we can stay." Her faith in the twisted solution was plain and terrible. "I'll light it for you." Horror constricted Dominic's throat, words dying unspoken. Had she finally realized the full extent of what he was? Of the blood on his hands and teeth, his stolen existence? Did she mean to purge the darkness, cleanse them both in flames? Ivoire approached him hesitantly. Dominic forced himself to meet her fathomless eyes. There was no judgment there, only child's simple clarity. "We have to burn the sickness away so we can be whole." She touched his hand where claws had reflexively emerged. "Then you won't have to leave." Understanding broke through Dominic's dread. She was not seeking to destroy him. Only to cure what she saw as an affliction keeping them from their unlikely happiness here. However terribly misguided, it had been an act of love. Dominic folded her small hand in his, gently moving the torch aside. "Fire can't fix this, little one," he said sadly. "Nor can we remain." Her hopeful expression faltered. Dominic continued as gently as he could, "This life, what I am, it's part of me now. No ritual can lift the shadows, no matter how pure the intent." He cradled her face, brushing away tears. "But we will have each other. Always." Ivoire pressed into him, her thin frame trembling with quiet sobs. Dominic held her close, rocking slowly under the open sky. Such innocence wrestled so dearly with his curse, unable to accept it fully. But she had not turned away. And for now, that was enough. They left the monastery that same night, their refuge tainted by remembered fear. Ivoire clung to Dominic as he carried her towards whatever future lay waiting. He mourned too, but did not look back. All that mattered was the small precious girl who clung to him. For her, he would stay strong. Many empty miles later they came across an abandoned shepherd's cottage tucked high into the hillsides. Dominic cautiously approached, wary of those who may still call this place home. But the scent trails were old, and no heartbeat stirred within. The single small room was crude yet intact, with a soot-stained hearth and bed frame of rough-hewn wood. Dominic swept away the cobwebs and bolstered the missing door. It would shelter them from sun and rain. "Is this our new home?" Ivoire asked with tentative hope. Dominic managed an encouraging smile. "Not home, but haven. For now." They cleaned and tidied the derelict cottage as best they could over the next few days. Dominic patched gaps in the roof and stacked firewood in the hearth to fight the night's chill. Ivoire carefully arranged small wildflowers in cracked mugs and bowed her head each dusk the way she had learned for evening prayers. Their arrangement settled into new rhythm. Dominic hunted the surrounding valley and forests under cover of darkness to provide food and fuel. During daylight, Ivoire kept herself occupied tending plants she seeded along the cottage path, or reading through Dominic's small collection of salvaged books. At night, they would share the day's events and a simple meal. Dominic would brush Ivoire's hair by the hearthlight as she leaned contentedly into him. Then he would tuck her into the musty but cozy bed before retreating to the corner pallet himself, guarding her rest until dawn crept through cracks in the shutters. Weeks passed this way, distant human settlements unaware of the strange tenant in the hills. To Dominic's relief, Ivoire showed no more inclination to cure him through fire or other extreme means. She seemed to have accepted what he was, even if her faith in his inner goodness remained far more steadfast than his own. But Dominic sensed this idyllic interlude was fleeting. Even high in these remote hills, darkness both within and beyond was creeping back over the horizon towards their fragile peace. He heard distant echoes of hunters' suspicions. And the ever-present hunger never fully abated, only grew more insistent. And now as autumn deepened, a far greater threat ascended from the lowlands. Reports reached even these remote parts of demonic attacks, massacres stalking town after town. The rumors left no doubt vampires had come to feed. Such brazen carnage could draw mortal retaliation down on all his kind. But it also presented Dominic with an unsettling opportunity. The chaos would let him walk among men unnoticed again, blending into the bloodless and bereaved throngs. No. Dominic vehemently silenced the traitorous thoughts. He would not sacrifice principles for convenience or advantage. What mattered lay resting safely behind this stout wooden door, innocent of the spreading horror. He would not fail her by chasing old temptations, whatever dark roads they led down. When the thirst and isolation clawed at Dominic's restraint, he focused on the precious gift circumstance had left in his charge. On dreams still untainted by death and difficult choices. As long as she believed him capable of redemption, he could withstand the gathering dark. So they continued on in their lonely cottage as winter approached, isolated from the world unraveling below. Dominic kept them far from the deadly games of hunters and vampires that would surely scorch all gentler things. But he knew their limbo could not hold forever. Chapter 5. Night descended slowly over the remote mountain valley. Dominic stood at the cottage door, peering out into the swirling snow. It was early for such a bitter winter storm, but he had smelled its approach for days on the harsh wind. Now they were snowbound, the path down to valley villages obscured. Not that Dominic had ventured near those potentially hostile human settlements for weeks. But desperation could force risky choices. Their food stores were meager, hunting treacherous on icy slopes. Even chopped wood for the hearth was running low. The howling storm seemed almost sentient in its malice, determined to batter them into exposed misery. If Dominic did not think of some solution before supplies dwindled further, the choice might become seeking aid closer to human hearths, or else slow starvation while endlessly snowed in. Neither fate held much appeal. With a last glance out into the blizzard's teeth, Dominic barred the cottage door. Ivoire glanced up from stoking the struggling fire, reading his grim expression easily. "It's getting worse, isn't it?" He nodded, shaking snow from his cloak before sitting beside her. "I'll have to try reaching the lower valley on foot tomorrow. We're running low on everything." Ivoire bit her lip, clearly imagining the risks of him venturing from shelter into the storm's fury. But they had no better options. She leaned into his side silently, taking what solace she could. Dominic put his arm around her, holding the frail ward fate had entrusted him to protect. No matter how the world raged outside these walls, she gave purpose to his lost existence. Her innocent trust tethered him when the monster within cried out for blood. He would brave far worse than this storm to keep her spirit's kindled flame from being extinguished. "Tell me about when the snows melt," Ivoire asked softly. "Where will we go?" It was a ritual request when darkness closed in, taking refuge in imagined futures beyond their simple day-to-day. Dominic rubbed her shoulder idly, calling up details to spin a portrait of warmer seasons to come. "We'll find a meadow filled with wildflowers and sunlight. I'll build you a treehouse nestled high in the branches, hidden from the world below. At night fireflies will fill the air like drifting stars." Ivoire smiled, envisioning their secret hideaway. "And we can read books up there all day, with no chores or bad dreams." "Exactly right, little one." Her fanciful descriptions and questions helped expand his own narrow view. Through her eyes, Dominic could briefly believe life might offer more than endless winter and Spartan subsistence. That beauty and light still waited somewhere ahead to be rediscovered. When Ivoire had finally drifted off to sleep, Dominic added a few logs to the dying embers. He watched the flames intently, brow creased in thought. There must be some way to secure them more food, fuel and shelter. But his mind kept returning to the same unwelcome solution. The storm provided ideal cover to slip down the mountain unseen by mortal eyes. He could access the valley homesteads and storage cellars, take some of their preserved food and firewood, just enough to offset impending scarcity. It was stealing, of course, and dangerous. But not harming, Dominic reasoned, shifting uneasily. Only borrowing from those who could spare it, to protect the innocent dependent on him. Surely such a small sin was forgivable when weighed against their survival. But this was the first step onto that slippery slope, whispered an insidious thought. How long before such excuses allowed worse transgressions in their name? Until he became the very evil he had sworn to shield Ivoire from. Dominic shuddered, recoiling from the seductive rationale. No. He could never again compromise principle, give predatory impulse any foothold. They would endure on their own merits or not at all. Some paths led too far into darkness to be risked. He spent a restless night wrestling with temptation, while the wind howled mockingly outside. But when pale grey light seeped between the shutters, Dominic's resolve remained firm. They would brave the storm without stooping to theft or deception. Any provisions would come through his wool and labor alone, or not come at all. As he prepared to depart, Ivoire helped Dominic into his warmest garments, then stood studying him seriously for a long moment. Before he could question what troubled her, something small and metal was pressed into his gloved hand. A silver pendant necklace carved with a saint's visage. Dominic froze, staring at the hated substance that burned cursed flesh. But the pendant was wrapped securely in leather, its blessings shielded. He looked at Ivoire questioningly. "So the lost souls can't follow you," she explained. Of course, the wild tales and charms to repel demons she had grown up hearing. In truth, Dominic feared no spirits, but her earnest gift touched him deeply. She wanted to keep him safe, as he did her. He slid the necklace into his pocket. "I'll return before dark," he promised. Ivoire nodded, seeming to take comfort in the ritual words. With a last quick embrace, Dominic stepped outside into the maelstrom of ice and wind. The blizzard clawed at him maliciously, threatening to rip his very footing away. Dominic bent low against the needling gusts, relying on senses and memory to navigate the path down. If he could just make it below the worst of the storm to thicker tree cover. Time blurred as he trudged onward through deepening snow. Finally the slope began to level out. The unchanged white landscape revealed little, but Dominic guessed he must be nearing the foot of the mountain. Close to potential shelter and danger. He moved cautiously through the frozen woods until a scent on the wind brought him up short. Wood smoke. Which meant a dwelling, and humans taking refuge from this punishing winter. Dominic considered carefully. Any interaction risked revealing his cursed nature. But with luck he might still pilfer enough supplies to replenish their stores without being discovered. Dominic tracked the smell until the source emerged ahead. A remote logger's cabin and workshop, tool sheds dark behind drifts of snow. It seemed unoccupied, the owners perhaps snowed in further down valley. Meaning their homestead stood full of provisions for the taking. An opportunity. No. With grim effort Dominic turned away from the tempting shelters. He would not steal, he reminded himself harshly. Their need did not entitle them to pick these good people clean. He forced himself onward through the frozen forest, away from temptation. They would endure the winter as fate deemed fit. The faint hope of aid drew Dominic toward a wider thoroughfare wending its way up from the valley. Surely some travelers might still brave the pass, even in this storm. If he offered his labor in exchange for provisions, without revealing what he was, they could strike an honest bargain. Of course approaching the road also raised risks. But Dominic chose to have faith in the essential goodness of men, if he presented no threat. He clung to that fragile hope as he trudged back up the sloped path from the forest toward potential salvation or ruin. Snow swirled thicker the higher he climbed, blinding him fully. Voices sounded suddenly ahead on the road, guttural and harsh. Dominic froze, probing cautiously with his senses through the blizzard. Several men, the stench of unwashed bodies and cruelty. No innocent traders, these. Bandits doubtless hoping to prey on blizzard-stranded travelers. He should withdraw swiftly and silently, avoid their notice. But their words reached Dominic on the wind, stopping him cold. Burn it all down with the brat inside. Then she'll never talk again. Rage and panic surged in tandem. He knew with sudden certainty these degenerates plotted attacking the cottage, destroying his precious ward. Never. Ivoire's face flashed in Dominic's mind, her gentle voice pleading not to let the flames return. He would tear these monsters apart first. With a roar Dominic charged, burying his claws in the first bandit's throat before they even realized death had found them. He snapped another's neck with vicious force. But there were nearly a dozen, too many. The bandits quickly surrounded him, crude weapons brandished. Dominic stood panting amidst the blooded snow. Run now, while you still can, he warned, a deadly edge in his snarl. They laughed, wicked anticipation in their narrowed eyes. These men would not flee their sport. He struck first at the apparent ringleader with preternatural speed. Dominic's fist plunged deep into the bandit's chest, shattering bone and muscle alike. He ripped it back, clutching the man's heart, hurling the still pulsing organ into the shocked face of another attacker. They converged with outraged cries, knives and axes and knotted rope finding their marks as Dominic whirled to confront each. He felt no pain, only icy rage. Two more died gurgling before they could land their blows. But Dominic was flagging, movement slowing, hideous wounds taking toll. Too many opponents still remained. Through the red haze clouding his mind, he glimpsed a sneering bandit lifting a torch, evil promise in his glare. Fire would end this. A dark shape hurtled from the side with a hair-raising screech, knocking the torch away. It was the feral vampire youth, Dominic realized with detached awe. The creature must have tracked him, seeking guidance or companionship. Now it flung itself at the bandits with mindless ferocity, all teeth and claws. Together they massacred the remainder of the brigands until the churned snow became a slush of gore. Others would doubtless follow eventually when this group failed to return. But Dominic could not stem the bloody tide now flowing from him, his remaining strength fading. The young vampire bounded over curiously, pupils dilating at the rich scent. It leaned in, starting to lap experimentally at the spreading crimson stains. Dominic wanted to push it away, but the simple movement was beyond him. Darkness encroached on his vision, cold creeping deep into his bones. So this was how it ended. With the last of his wool, Dominic whispered hoarsely, "Protect her." The girl. Whether it understood, he did not know. Through the pounding in his ears came the crunch of retreating footsteps over frozen snow. Then oblivion mercifully claimed him. Light. Blinding and scorching even through closed eyelids. A tortured groan escaped Dominic's ravaged throat. He forced his eyes open just enough to glimpse sheltering trees looming overhead. It had only been a single dawn, then. Somehow he still clung to cursed existence. Memory crashed back, the bandits, the feral vampire intervening. Where was it now? Dominic tried to sit up, but sharp agony flared through every fiber. He collapsed back with a choked gasp. Glancing down, nausea spiked at the ruin of his body. Savage wounds still oozed thick dark blood, flesh sloughing off in strips. Entrails glistened wetly through shredded skin. He had been torn nearly in half. Even vampiric healing could not quickly mend such trauma. Dominic spat out a mouthful of blood, shuddering waves of weakness threatening to pull him under again. He could not lay here helpless, not with those murderous men still seeking Ivoire. He had to try reaching her, warn her. Agonizing minutes passed as he dragged himself inch by bloody inch through mud and dragging snow. Sheer determination kept him moving forward. But Dominic finally collapsed in a ravine, pulse thready and faint. His ruined body could endure no more. Through the ringing in his ears came the crunch of footsteps. Ivoire's face appeared overhead, regarding him somberly. No, just another hallucination. Dominic tried to force words past his crusted lips, to warn her somehow, but only managed a pained rasp. Her illusion gazed back sadly, then turned away. The footsteps returned dragging something heavy. Dominic struggled to cling to consciousness, to will himself to keep fighting. But merciful dark rushed up to claim him once more. At least she was safe, he hoped desperately as oblivion descended. He had kept his vow. Cold. Such piercing cold, deeper than winter's chill. Dominic woke again to all-consuming agony, unable to contain a ragged scream. He thrashed weakly, pain and panic overruling reason. The same small hands grasped his shoulders, pressing him back down. "You're hurt." Ivoire's voice, frightened but firm. "Don't move, you're bleeding." Not an illusion. But how could she be here, unless... No time to ponder now. "You have to run," he gasped urgently. "Hush." Her tiny fingers smoothed back his matted hair. "Drink. It will help you heal." Dominic turned his face away from the scent of blood she offered. "You shouldn't. See this. See him for the monster he was, ravaged and ravenous." Another guttural cry escaped as he inadvertently shifted, sending fresh anguish through his ruined body. "Drink," Ivoire insisted. "Please." Her small wrist pressed to his clenched teeth, blood welling. Despite himself, Dominic found his tongue lapping desperately at the flowing vitae until she pulled away. He lay back, racked with revulsion and self-loathing even as her blood worked to accelerate his healing. But Ivoire showed no disgust or fear at seeing his ghastly wounds up close, only continuing her ministrations. The small silver pendant rested above his heart, keeping darker forces at bay. However Dominic wished to shield her from the ugliness surrounding them, she gave no indication of leaving. Her faith and courage shamed him. Hours passed in haze of fragmented consciousness and simmering pain. Ivoire stayed steadfast as she could mend torn flesh and wrap protective poultices around him. The minor miracles her clumsy hands achieved helped staunch bleeding and restore ravaged tissue just enough. Little by little, Dominic regained lucidity and movement. Enough to choke down mouthfuls of snow to replace lost fluids, and rasp warnings about the bandits. Though fierce protectiveness burned in her eyes at the mention of those who sought to destroy their sanctuary. As moonrise neared, Dominic managed to push himself upright with Ivoire's aid. He leaned heavily against her slight frame, every movement still raw torture. But the exhausted triumph on her young face as they limped the first steps fueled him to keep struggling onward. She had defied this storm and his expectations. Now he must do the same. The miles passed in a grueling haze of agony. But finally, miraculously, the cottage's rough wooden walls came into view. Shelter, warmth, a chance to recover. They practically fell through the blessed door, Dominic barely retaining presence of mind to reveal it behind them against the night's evil roaming outside. He all but collapsed before the hearth, shaking with relief and spent effort. But they had made it, somehow. Ivoire stirred up the banked embers, her own movements betraying deep weariness. But Dominic could already feel strength gradually returning, wounds continuing to knit together. He would live for her another day. Later, after they had shared a small meal, Dominic haltingly described the attack by the bandits and the other vampires' unlikely intervention. Ivoire listened solemnly, showing no surprise or doubt. "We helped each other, just like you said we must," she reflected when he had finished the tale. It was not the lesson Dominic would have chosen for one so young, but she was not wrong. They could only face darkness together, not divided. Her hand found his, transmitting silent understanding. In that moment Dominic realized just how much she had grown in their time together. No longer the traumatized child he had carried from flames, but a spirit of quiet wisdom. She continued gently stroking his healing wounds without disgust, seeing only someone who needed her comfort. A small light against the gathering night. Perhaps that was the only answer left, Dominic acknowledged wearily. Not struggle alone until darkness consumed him, or try shielding this girl from the grim necessities of survival. But help each other withstand the elements, continue maintaining what fragile sparks of light remained. Stay side by side keeping the shadows at bay, for as long as fates allowed. With that resolution laying his turmoil to rest, Dominic finally let exhaustion overtake his ravaged body. Tomorrow would bring its own demands. But tonight they were sheltered, the fire slowly recovering its brilliance. He had kept her safe, and she in turn had pulled him back from the brink when he faltered. That was enough meaning to sustain them through this long winter. They would endure. The days that followed were lean ones. The blizzard continued to rage outside, sealing them in. Dominic focused on regaining his strength while Ivoire carefully rationed their scarce provisions. She prepared the simple meals, resisting Dominic's insistence that he should take on the more strenuous tasks. "You need to finish healing," she'd stubbornly reply. And so Dominic consoled his restlessness by carving fresh steaks and teaching Ivoire the weaknesses to strike at should attackers come. She did not flinch from handling the makeshift weapons, smiling proudly when she landed strikes true. A small warrior tempering her steel. When they ran out of firewood, Dominic broke apart furniture to feed the hungry flames. Anything to keep them warm and fed, however meagerly. The gnawing cold and hollowness of hunger were familiar old enemies. Far worse was the thought of her young hope being extinguished if Dominic faltered. So they endured, taking comfort in shared stories and songs. And in time the storm's rage lessened. Dominic was finally able to dig them out and venture forth in search of fresh provisions. Ivoire walked with him, insisting she was old enough to help carry supplies. Together they gathered pine boughs for fuel, chopped wood abandoned by traders who had turned back, and broke hidden ice floes to fish. The melted snow revealed winter-shriveled but edible roots and herbs. They foraged every scrap, returning cold and muddy but successful. The cottage was far too precarious, but stocking it as best they could was worthwhile. Chapter 6. Pale dawn light filtered into the cottage, rousing Dominic from restless dreams. He lay still, listening to the sounds of morning birdsong and Ivoire's steady breathing where she slept curled on the rough bed. Today was her birthday. She had tried shrugging it off as just another day when Dominic asked. But passing years mattered, fleeting as they were. He would make this one special. Rising soundlessly, Dominic added a few logs to the embers and set water to boil. Ivoire stirred, blinking up at him sleepily as he set a crude breakfast tray across her lap. Hard biscuits and foraged berries with rosehip tea, humble fare, but she beamed as if he had laid out a royal feast. They ate together by the hearth, Dominic telling stories of ages past and faraway lands, embellishing details that made Ivoire laugh. Simple pleasure, but it eased the ever-present hunger pangs and lingering chill. Outside, the valley remained blanketed in snow, keeping them isolated. But inside this borrowed shelter, they had each other. That was enough. After breakfast, Dominic bundled Ivoire up warmly and led her outside. She glanced around in confusion. Their surroundings remained desolate woods and slumbering mountains. Then her gaze lifted up, and she gasped. While she slept, Dominic had traversed up into the hillside forests. Now the trees were adorned with hundreds of paper lanterns he had crafted and carefully hung, a guiding light through the dormant woods. Ivoire turned slowly, marveling at each lantern as it swayed and flickered in the gentle breeze. Her astonishment turned to delight as sunlight filtered through the colored paper, dappling the snow. Together they walked a winding path up toward higher vistas, the forest around them transformed into something whimsical, otherworldly. At last they crested the final ridge overlooking the valley, an intricate circlet of lanterns glittering like a crown upon the hilltop. Ivoire hugged Dominic tightly, at a loss for words. Then she simply grasped his hand, sharing with him the wonder of this living stained glass forest that glowed against winter's desolation. They shared a humble meal on the overlook, enjoying the novel splendor. Below them, tendrils of smoke rose from distant homesteads rendered miniature by the height. The world seemed peaceful from up here. Easy to forget its harsh realities, if just for a short time. As the pale sun dipped behind veiled clouds, a delicate snowfall began. Dominic and Ivoire turned back toward home, laughter drifting up as they danced between the trees. Each snowflake shimmered in fleeting technicolor as it passed through the lantern light. Magic lost come nightfall, but theirs to revel in for now. Nearing the cottage once more, music and voices reached them on the wind. Ivoire glanced apprehensively at Dominic. They had stayed far from other people thus far, uncertain of the welcome they would find. But curiosity won out. They followed the lively song through the woods until firelight shone welcomingly between the trunks. A vibrantly painted caravan of wagons and tents was pulled off the road, weary travelers and beasts alike finding rest. Ivoire's eyes shone as she took in the scene. Far-wandering folk often passed by good tales. Before Dominic could voice caution, a screech rang out as two children burst from the trees, nearly barreling into them. They scarcely seemed to note Dominic's hooded visage, immediately bombarding Ivoire with questions about her lantern-adorned home nearby. Their mother called them back over hurried apologies, drawing the bemused pair toward the central bonfires. Ivoire glanced back hesitantly, but Dominic nodded. If these people would have them, it could do no harm to trade stories for a night. He would ensure no betrayals took place to jeopardize their sanctuary. Side by side they joined the gathering, offered places of warmth and simple stew. There was laughter and music here, those who saw life's humor and joy even on dark roads. The rover folk shared happily, expecting nothing in return. Ivoire showed them her careful ledger of bird sightings and wildflowers pressed between pages. When she spoke wistfully of places she had only imagined, never seen, they spun tales to bring those lands to life. Of verdant jungles, parched desert kingdoms, towering foreign castles, sparkling archipelagos. Her eyes shone with reflected firelight, drinking in vistas far beyond this remote valley. Only once did suspicion seem to take the strangers, when Dominic declined drink or food. But Ivoire distracted them cleverly, saying he had made a pilgrim's vow that night. The superstition resonated, attention sliding away. Still, he was relieved when weariness sent the little ones off to bedrolls and wagons. There was only so long he could hide his true nature if eyes studied too closely. But for one evening, pretense had been enough. The caravan leader beckoned them closer to the central fire, offering a wrapped gift to Ivoire with a kindly wink. She unfolded the scrap of worn velvet reverently, revealing a doll with yellow wool hair and delicate porcelain face. Ivoire cradled it like something infinitely precious, at a loss for words. "Thank you for reminding us that light can be found, even in dark seasons," the woman said gently. Ivoire hugged her, blinking sudden tears away. These strangers had recognized a kindred spirit, sharing their meager wealth. Walking back to the cottage later beneath a star-strewn sky, Dominic felt Ivoire's small hand slip into his. "Not all are cruel," she whispered, as though reading his thoughts. "We only need stay hidden from some." It was not the whole truth perhaps, but wisdom nonetheless from one who had seen villages burn. He gave her hand a grateful squeeze. The rest of that birthday week passed with gentle snowfalls and quiet contentment. Ivoire attended the cottage, carefully fixing shutters swollen with moisture and mending tattered linens. She kept her treasured doll always close, giving it a place of pride. Dominic ventured out just far enough to check snares and gather sparse winter fare. Each day was much the same, but therein lay the beauty, calm and companionship unmarred by blood or loss. Their own world entire unto itself. But such interludes could never last. Ominous news reached them from a trapper passing back down the mountain in search of civilization. There had been attacks alarmingly close to their valley refuge. More missing livestock, and now people too. The tenuous peace Dominic had built for Ivoire was crumbling. He avoided voicing his concerns that very night, not wanting to spoil the birthday cheer. But the next evening Dominic cautiously broached his fear that another of his kind may be encroaching, one lacking his restraint. Ivoire nodded solemnly, having already reached the same conclusion from the fragmented stories they overheard. "We should go," she said without hesitation. "Lead it away." Ever selfless, she wished to protect the valley people despite the sanctuary, however humble, they had built there together. Dominic could not argue, though the thought of leaving pained him. Over the next nights they carefully cleansed all evidence of habitation from the little cottage that had sheltered them from winter's savagery. On a clear evening beneath the waxing moon, they set off together into the mountains. Dominic carried everything deemed essential in a small pack. Ivoire brought her doll wrapped carefully inside his cloak, their only concession to sentimentality. Putting painful distance between themselves and the surrogate home they had shared was necessary for the valley's safety. But Dominic saw the grief Ivoire tried to hide as she glanced back each time they crested a ridge, gazing at their abandoned sanctuary dwindling in the distance. He knew that sorrow himself too well. To distract her, he pointed out the shy mountain hares darting under bushes, the tracks of deer and elk, the high-circling raptors riding warm-up drafts. Ivoire dutifully noted them all down in the little book where she recorded each small discovery that crossed their wandering path. But melancholy remained heavy in her voice when she asked that evening by the campfire if they might return again someday. "Someday, if fate allows," Dominic promised, pulling her close as they sat gazing at the emerging stars, brighter and more plentiful here than down in the sheltered valleys. She was undaunted by the vast untamed peaks and valleys still awaiting them. Despite all hardship, Ivoire's spirit remained curious about the hidden beauty waiting over each horizon. Her quiet courage would guide them through this exile. Weeks passed largely in solitude as they traversed the chilly grey stone slopes, threaded high mountain passes and crossed raging ice-melt streams. They avoided the scattered herding villages and isolated cabins clinging to what arable land could be carved out. Better not to draw undue attention, benign or otherwise. Dominic sought signs of deadly games, vampire spores that might endanger innocence, but found none. Perhaps their ruse had worked and the bloodthirsty intruder had abandoned more difficult terrain to prowl easier hunting lower down. Dominic dared hope their self-imposed exile had been for the greater peace. When he could, he taught Ivoire survival skills, how to catch fish in her skirt, which plants offered nourishment or medicine, reading tracks and weather signs. She absorbed every lesson with quiet focus, hands moving deftly as she took over cleaning catches, foraging, setting snares. Finding her own capabilities in their raw elemental world. They slept in caves and make shelters from bark and limbs, bathing in frigid alpine streams and drinking from ice-melt springs. Dominic no longer feared the exposure damaging her irrevocably. She was hardy, and seemed to relish this simplistic existence free of society and its complex fears. Out here there was only the two of them, the elements, an endless sky. Wilderness had claimed Ivoire for its own. But Dominic knew even her resilient spirit would need more than endless roaming someday. She was still young, and would come to crave community, a sense of permanence. Their fragile haven had been lost, but he silently vowed to someday build another she could truly call home. Where Ivoire could feel roots and nurture her kind heart without fear of reprisal when villagers learned her companion's nature. For now, they had the freedom of open roads and untouched mountains. But Dominic carried the remembered joy of celebration in a valley lantern forest, and travelers who shared songs around a fire. Not this time, but someday. As he glanced over at Ivoire sleeping peacefully beside the campfire, her precious doll cradled close, Dominic allowed himself a small smile. They would make this wilderness living, not just surviving. And when she was ready, find a new refuge where both could unveil their full heart's truth without dread of what darkness might be roused in answer. For now, the stars stretched bright and beckoning overhead. They would follow where the road led. Together. Chapter 7 Crimson light bathed the mountain peaks as the sun sank below the distant horizon. Dominic paused on the forested slope, waiting for Ivoire to catch up. She clambered over lichen-slick boulders to join him, gazing out at the burning sky. "It's beautiful," she murmured. He nodded, letting the stillness linger as dusk's glow faded to velvet night. They had survived another day. Weeks had passed since their flight from the valley, seeking to draw danger away. But even in this wilderness, darkness continued creeping over the edges of their small world. Livestock slaughtered, remote cabins put to torch. The sporadic carnage dogged their wandering path like a phantom, always one step behind. Dominic knew with grim certainty that it was the young vampire he had spared once, now fully given over to savagery. Perhaps it was vain to think he could have prevented its fall. Or callous to mourn his own loneliness when the creature chose bloodshed over mercy. But regret tinged his thoughts nonetheless as they traveled steadily north into ever higher peaks. The increasing cold barely registered to Dominic, but Ivoire grew lean and shivered in her tattered cloak as sleet stabbed through. She resisted his suggestions of detouring to lower elevations, unwilling to risk leading their stalker back towards inhabited places. Her selflessness ignited both pride and frustration in Dominic. But he could not force Ivoire to abandon people in danger, any more than he could. So they persisted through the worsening alpine winter, finding meager shelter where they were able. Ivoire curled into Dominic's warmth each frigid night, doll clutched to her chest beneath the furs. He was careful not to speak promises he could not keep anymore, about returning someday to kinder seasons. There was only the ice, the wind, and the long nights waiting to see if they would prevail come dawn. Rare mountain goats and birds provided scant blood for Dominic to sustain himself on. Ivoire's cheeks grew hollow, frame whittled down to bare hardy bone. But she did not complain, or suggest turning back. Just wrote her sparse notes on flora and fauna by firelight in stiffening fingers, fixed her doll's worn clothes with neat stitches, and offered her ration of food to Dominic first. He could not help but marvel at her resilience. She had learned so young that life held darkness, but chose to nurture what kindness she could, rather than let loss harden her. Out here on the roof of the world, she remained unbroken. And she trusted Dominic to safeguard the goodness in her. He would not fail that sacred duty, whatever the cost. The edge of true winter finally drove them to shelter in a series of shallow caves tucked behind a frozen waterfall. Dominic sealed the narrow entrance against wind with packed snow. In this small haven they consolidated resources, resting their road-weary bodies next to piles of firewood he had carried up from lower altitude. They would wait out the worst cold before resuming their aimless trek. Ivoire smiled more as harsh weather raged outside their sheltered cave. She took pleasure in simple tasks, carefully darning clothes, roasting strips of meat or tubers over the fire, shaping flakes of shed snow into delicate shapes that gleamed in firelight. Safe from wind and starvation, her playful spirit emerged again. Dominic found himself smiling softly too, watching her invent small games and artworks, opening his scarred palm for snowflakes to melt against. In rare quiet moments, Dominic shaped tales of the southlands they had left behind, of green valleys that would bloom again, lantern-lit woods and wandering minstrels. The half-imagined past and possibilities soothed her to sleep, doll tucked safely under his cloak. He guarded the cave entrance through each long night, listening to her steady breaths. This brief respite was precious, their own world entire. Worth protecting. But such interludes could never last. No fire or woven tales could hold back the dark entirely. Dominic returned from checking snares one grey evening to find the cave deserted, Ivoire's tracks leading away through the snow. Foreboding prickled his skin. She should not be wandering alone with night coming on, too many dangers roamed these peaks. Dominic followed her trail up the frozen river to a high overlook. There he found Ivoire sitting with her back to him, looking down the mountainside. Her shoulders were hunched against the cold, but she did not turn at his approach. Unease growing, Dominic slowly sat beside her. "What troubles you, little one?" She did not answer for a long moment. Then in a small voice, she said, "You can't stay with me forever, can you?" Dominic froze, words failing. They had not directly spoken what lay between them. She was mortal, would grow and someday leave this wandering life. He walked a different lonely path, unchanging. Of course Ivoire would realize that truth, observant as she was. But the reminder lanced deep nonetheless. "Not forever, no," he admitted softly. "But I will stay by your side as long as I'm able." She nodded, unshed tears gleaming. "I don't want to slow you down, when you have forever and I just don't." Dominic's still heart clenched. Even now she thought only of letting him go, this child he had found kindredship with when lost in darkness. But the bonds woven in their journey were not so easily unraveled. He drew her close as she finally let the tears fall, his own voice unsteady. "You give me purpose, Ivoire. I will remain with you until you wish me gone." He brushed a wind-whipped strand of hair from her face. "We have many more roads to walk together before you'll be rid of me." That elicited a watery chuckle. She relaxed into him, reassured for now. They sat in silence watching the sun sink fiery and fast at these dizzying heights, bleeding its last light across the icebound ranges. Mortality weighed on them both, but Dominic swore to savor whatever time they had. That was all anyone could ask. Slowly the persistent cold retreated down the mountainside under spring's gentle harrying. Rivulets of meltwater sang day and night, carving veins through hard-packed snow. Edelweiss and ghostly pale lichen emerged on sun-warmed slopes. Life crept back even to these remote heights. Dominic and Ivoire descended gradually, following game trails to lower valleys. Spring greens and herbs made foraging possible again, birds and animals emerging from their winter seclusion. They lingered anywhere that offered fish from thawing rivers, taking time to mend gear and dry their sodden clothes before moving on. No more nightmares of fire-scorched villagers pursued them here. The young vampire seemed to have abandoned these inhospitable peaks along with its prey. But Dominic knew their reprieve was only temporary. Even now some new black tide could be rising in this savage land. He remained alert for any murmur of butchery, though Ivoire walked with lighter heart. Her mood turned solemn again when they crested a hill that revealed a sprawling town in the valley below. It was the first real sign of civilization since their flight months before. Grass-thatched roofs clustered around a steepled church, fields and pastures radiating out from the nucleus. They both stood for a long moment, considering their next path. Ivoire glanced between Dominic and the distant smoke trails hesitantly. He could see the longing for warmth and society in her eyes, assuaged only by her worry for him. She had ever thought first of his safety before her own comfort. "We'll go carefully," he said, before doubt could sway her. "Just to trade for what we need, no more." Relief broke across her face, quickly replaced by trepidation at this first real test. Dominic gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Together, they approached the outskirts as dusk fell, Dominic concealing his pale features under a deep cowl. A few farmers heading back from their fields eyed them warily, but more were fixed on reaching home and hearty supper than questioning road-worn strangers. On this mild spring evening, they passed into the bustling town unremarked. The cobbled square thronged with life, lamps spilling warm light from dwellings and workshops. Villagers hawked fresh produce and handiwork or shared gossip and songs between buildings. Simple community, but painfully missed. Ivoire drank it hungrily in with her gaze. Dominic bartered meager pelts and foraged roots for salt, oil, cloth, and wire. The supplies would help feed and shelter them in coming weeks. But it was details that drew his eye, promises of a gentler existence, flower boxes on windows, children playing stickball in alleys, carved game pieces and well-worn books at a trader's stall. Reflections of the life they'd lost. Nearing the tavern, raucous laughter carried into the street, drinks being shared and stories swapped. A painfully familiar ache resurfaced in Dominic's chest. Once he might have joined such companionship. Now he could only observe from the shadowed edges, an outsider. Perhaps sensing his melancholy, Ivoire gently pulled Dominic towards a little church, its doors propped open in welcome. Soft candlelight illuminated the interior, rows of wooden pews worn smooth by generations come seeking solace. Despite its holy nature, Dominic felt only peace in this refuge. Light still flickered here. Ivoire smiled up at him playfully, then hurried over to arrange wildflowers from her satchel into the offering bowl. Their bright colors and sweet fragrances momentarily chased away the lingering sense of crowded humanity. When she finished her work, Ivoire came back over to Dominic and laid her head on his shoulder. "See? We can visit their world a little, even if we can't stay." Dominic hugged her close, once again awed by this child's wisdom. She was right. The shadows would always limit how close he could draw to the fire's warmth and society's hearth. But they need not live entirely apart from what goodness remained. As long as he walked in light sight, not in darkness. There were still lessons to learn from kindness unfettered by fear. Compassion untempered by rage or hunger. Hand in hand they left the church, blending back into the flow of villagers finishing errands before retiring for the night. Dominic kept his senses alert for suspicion or lurking evil, but the town remained pastoral, lulled into calm by deepening twilight. These people yet clung to hope of security. He and Ivoire would do nothing to betray that fragile trust. They slipped past the last row of houses back into moonlit fields, skirting a congenial bonfire where farmers shared round a keg of ale, singing ballads of old heroes. The melody followed them up the wooded path leading out of town as Ivoire hummed it absently. A snippet of belonging to hold close, ere the wilderness took them back. Many days they continued wandering, but now their path wended closer to villages and roads. They walked in daylight when the shadows fled thin, tracing rivers lined with bright nodding comfrey and campion. Ivoire would leave small bouquets on the occasional grave or shrine they passed, like memorials to lives lost long ago. Bits of beauty and remembrance scattered in their wake. The farther south they roamed, the lighter their hearts grew. Some of the weariness on Ivoire's thin shoulders seemed to ease. She smiled often, stopping frequently to capture scenes of nature's daily gifts in her little leather book. Reflections of their surroundings to reread later when this gentle interlude passed. For now, each moment shone crystalline. Even Dominic felt himself relaxing. If he tried, he could almost picture this tranquil wandering lasting forever, never forced apart or made to run again. His vow to remain by Ivoire's side until she dismissed him felt suddenly possible. Not a goodbye postponed, but a beginning they need never leave. It was a dangerous dream, but this brief spell of midsummer peace allowed dreaming. The dream fractured late one afternoon when they crested a hill to see smoke staining the sky ahead. The breeze carried a scent that froze Dominic's heart even as rage kindled hot blood and death. The calm was shattered. They ran recklessly fast, all caution abandoned. Dominic outpaced Ivoire quickly, nerves screaming with the need to confront whatever new monstrosity had found them. He emerged from the woods alone by a high pasture. Below, the shepherd village smoldered, buildings collapsed in ruins, fires still eating the wreckage. Bodies lay strewn lifeless across the rampaged dirt lanes. There was no sign of what had ripped through so suddenly, only the gruesome aftermath. Dominic could not even pick out a trail to follow, the sense of carnage and embers overpowering. He circled frantically but helplessly, fighting the urge to scream or rend the wind. Ivoire stumbled from the trees behind him seconds later, gasping out half-formed questions. Then she saw what lay below. Her steps slowed as she walked numbly among the remains, taking in the shattered homes and savaged corpses. There were no tears this time, just hollow-eyed shock. They spoke little that night, finding an abandoned hut on the village outskirts to take meager refuge. The words had been exhausted long ago in the face of such mindless evil. They could only huddle close as darkness enclosed them, warding off the memories pressing close. But candle kept and companionship was shield enough for now. The next day Dominic helped Ivoire bury the dead, dragging water from the creek to cleanse smoke-blackened beams in token gesture of rebuilding what was lost. The work was hope's ritual, not true restoration. Too much wreckage remained. But they clung to purpose where they could find it, anything to keep despair at bay. Evening's long shadows were falling by the time their grim work was complete. Ivoire wandered off to place flowers and branches on the fresh graves while Dominic stood brooding on the village edge, still boiling with impotent fury. Something had shifted, broken. Not just the attack, but Ivoire's numbed response. The brutality was becoming too much to bear, eroding the tender spirit he had sworn to protect. A lone woman emerged from the forest walking toward him, cloak and dress torn by brambles. Her arms were wrapped protectively around a small child. Though road-worn and frightened, neither seemed injured. Survivors. Dominic instinctively moved to intercept them before Ivoire noticed. "There's nothing left for you here," he warned, trying to gently turn the woman back. But her eyes flashed defiantly. "This was our home. We have nowhere else." She studied him suspiciously. "Did you draw the demon's wrath upon us?" Before Dominic could answer, Ivoire emerged from the wrecked cottages. The woman gave a small cry, edging closer. "You're the girl who travels with the hooded one." Ivoire approached slowly. "We only want to help rebuild." But the woman recoiled further. "You brought this. You stay, violence follows." Her voice dropped, vicious. "My brother warned they had seen you two on the road like grim heralds. He said you would be the end of all we had." Her glare raked Dominic like brands. "Murderers." He flinched, protests dying unspoken. Because she was right. If he had never brought Ivoire here, stayed in their remote mountains, these people would be feasting and singing tonight. Their ashes would not be buried beneath wildflowers. "Go. Leave more death in your wake." The woman turned and fled back into the shadowed trees before they could respond, child clutched tight to her breast. Protecting what little she had left. Dominic reached out to Ivoire, heart cracking as he saw the realization in her eyes. They both knew now. The slaughter would follow wherever they led. No matter their intentions, violence haunted their steps, drawn by his cursed shadow. "We have to leave," Ivoire whispered. "Draw it away, like before." He nodded silently. What choice did they have but to once again take flight? But each time it tore away a piece of their souls. Dominic glanced up at the stars kindling cold and distant on the horizon as he and Ivoire walked hand in hand away from the ruined village. How long could they survive this vicious game of light and darkness? Which would extinguish the other in the end? For now, they had to keep running, as so many nights before. Always hoping to stay one twisted step ahead of the horrors contaminating each refuge in turn. Not living, just fleeing what ravened behind. And inside, Dominic harbored the bleak realization that this could only end one way if they kept escaping but never confronting the source haunting their trail. Either through attrition or by deliberate choice, he would someday have to turn and stand to meet their stalker head-on. Even if it meant facing damnation alone. Chapter 8 Twilight's first shadows were rising as Dominic crested the hill overlooking the remote monastery. Ivy crawled thick over its weathered sandstone walls, tangling through crumbled sections. Against the darkening sky, stained glass windowpanes glinted dully like lost jewels. Dominic glanced back down the narrow overgrown path to where Ivoire toiled up the slope. Though still young, there was a weariness to her gait that never used to be there. As if each day's march added new weight around her thin shoulders. But she showed no sign of stopping as she reached Dominic's side. Just offered a small determined smile. Almost there. He nodded, turning back towards the ruin looming silent atop the hill. Sanctuary, if they were fortunate. A place to regain their strength before resuming the endless flight. These last brutal weeks had led them deep into untamed country, rarely touched by human hands. Ever since the shepherd village, they had pushed themselves harder, seeking more remote terrain where their shadowed pursuer could not follow. But weariness was setting in like the first touch of winter's frost. They both knew it, but could not acknowledge it openly. To admit exhaustion was to concede defeat. And so they drove themselves mercilessly onward, subsisting on what meager fare the wilderness offered. Ivoire, gifted with youth's resilience, had so far been stalwart. She did not complain of their near-starvation rations, the fitful rest, the constant moving only to stay ahead of the formless threat trailing their heels. But Dominic could see her spirit being slowly drained away. She smiled little now, and the innate curiosity that led her off their path to discover a new species of lichen or lonely cairn had faded. It was his fault, for bringing this darkness upon her so young. For being unable to defeat it fully and lift their sentences of endless flight. His cursed existence had stolen her childhood. The thought twisted in Dominic's gut. Just ahead now, the monastery ruins rose above them, a reprieve from the barren wilderness. Dominic helped Ivoire scramble over crumbled sections of wall onto the remains of a colonnaded walkway skirting the main chapel. Inside, it was dim and cool, stained glass painting the marble floors in muted chromatic hues. Scents of dust and moth-eaten velvet hung thick in the quiet. "We'll stay here tonight," Dominic said softly. Ivoire nodded without interest, moving away to set her pack down. Dominic's shoulders slumped as he turned to seal the rotted wood doors as best he could. He mourned the innate fascination she once showed for new places and discoveries. Her flame was guttering, worn down by fear. They made a small fire near the base of the mossy altar and shared a sparse meal from their dwindling provisions. Ivoire curled up quickly afterward, pillowing her head on Dominic's offered knee. He stroked her hair until her breathing slowed into exhausted sleep. In the flickering firelight, Dominic studied the silent dusty pews and faded murals overhead depicting lives of saints and martyrs. What faith had sustained the nameless monks who once walked these same cold stones? What God had they beseeched to deliver them from darkness into light? But the only deliverance Dominic had found was that which he carved himself. Faith had not spared the innocents whose ashes now mingled with dust across distant lands. Only the flesh and wool which could rend, could run, could stay one more night ahead of the baying shadow. I have been her only salvation. The thought came bitter and unbidden. And now, not enough to breach the widening gulf stretching long and dark before them. Soft threads of moonlight through shattered glass roused Dominic from his bleak musings. Ivoire still slept curled trusting against him despite all they had endured. He lifted her gently, moving to the pews where she could rest undisturbed. Then Dominic slipped out the cracked door into the night beyond. He circled the hilltop aimlessly, unable to settle the unease twisting inside him. They could not continue like this. Something had to change before they were whittled away to empty husks, another tragedy in unmarked wilderness. The remains of an herb garden drew Dominic's steps along weed-choked stone beds bordering a gravel pathway. Here and there a few stalks of useful plants had survived untended, lamb's ear and comfrey and edges of rue. Survivors in this forsaken place, still clinging to purpose. Like him and Ivoire. She deserved so much more than this haunted drifting, Dominic thought bitterly. A chance to blossom fully, to know more than fear and flight. His immortality was a curse, but her innocence was infinite gift, if only. If only he could defeat their stalker somehow. Eliminate the dark shadow that had ruined all refuges, so Ivoire might find sanctuary at last. She could know light again instead of this endless gloom. But the means of fighting something so persistent yet incorporeal escaped Dominic tonight. Tomorrow he would go hunting, he decided as moonlight faded into grey morning twilight. Take one more day here if it offered Ivoire a chance to remember peace. Then they would move on, ever the wandering prey. At least she still had resilience enough to face the wilderness road. He feared himself more broken than she. Bone weariness dragged at Dominic's steps as he made his way back inside. But he paused in the doorway, sensing something amiss in the tomb-like air. Across the nave, a pinpoint of light blinked open and closed. 2 burning red coals in the darkness. Eyes. She's still so young. Untainted. The voice was papery thin with sick longing. Imagine the power in such innocence. Dominic snarled, rage surging. The ancient leech wore a man's skin as disguise, but its twisted essence was unmistakable. Touch her and die, Dominic warned. It slunk forward into a bar of moonlight, cadaverous frame draped in rich black robes. Stringy white hair framed a face that may once have been handsome, but was now gaunt and sunken. Spidery hands flexed, tipped with long filthy nails. Look at what she's made you. A cowering shadow. It bared yellowed fangs, mocking. I am centuries your elder. The night is mine. In a heartbeat Dominic flew at the creature, crashing together in a sinuous blur. They spun and tangled through the nave, knocking over rotted pews and slamming against pillars in a frenzy. Where its strength was born of ancient darkness, Dominic drew from desperate fury to protect the one small light left to him. He would tear this monster apart or die in her name. But the leech was crafty, darting out of his grasp to coil around his limbs and squeeze like a serpent. They twisted and snapped at one another, crashing through crumbling stone walls before breaking apart, momentarily circling. She makes you weak, it spat, blood leaking from myriad wounds. Dominic vaulted over a heap of rubble, roaring denial. His only weakness would be faltering against this creature. They collided again in a flurry of teeth and claws. He managed to seize its head, wrenching back with lethal intent. But at the crunch of vertebrae it burst into a charnel mist, swirling free to reform an arm's length away. The raw power of an elder vampire. Deadly trickery. Dominic panted, blood from his own torn flesh dripping steadily. Even wounded, the leech watched him with sly grin spreading. But Dominic stepped back deliberately, azure eyes blazing cold through the dragon's heart amulet. You have no claim over that which is innocent. And no hold on me. He turned his back dismissively on the seething vampire. Something like peace settled through his weary soul. My fate is not yours to take. He walked away without hesitation or imprint of fear. After an agonized moment, the leech let out an inhuman shriek that echoed off crumbling stone. Dominic did not look back, even as the sound of its retreat faded into the night. It had lost its power here. In the quiet chapel where Ivoire still slept, Dominic kindled their small fire anew. He sat watching the flames steadily devour the wood, accepting that they too would someday burn out. But all that mattered was sheltering the heart that still clung to hope. Keeping that one bright coal aglow through the darkest nights yet to come. That was enough meaning. When Ivoire awoke, she said nothing of the evidence of Dominic's struggle, just helped clean his healing wounds. But some grim shadows had lifted from her expression. She ventured out to the herb beds herself, returning with bunches of fresh plants and roots. Minor triumphs, but they kindled tentative sparks of her former spirit. Dominic gathered wood and hunted their sparse breakfast, feeling his own bleak outlook ease slightly. They were survivors. And they yet had each other's strength when their own faltered. Whatever pursued them, he knew now they would face it together. Two small lights woven as one against endless night. In that simple revelation lay hope. The same stubborn flame that drew fragile life up through cemetery soil. Not yet extinguished, nor broken. Still yet walking in light. After days of welcomed rest they departed the monastery, faces set eastward. But no longer quite so harried or haunted. Each cresting hill revealed the next valley still waiting to shelter them a brief span. The winds through vibrant aspen leaves sounded less desolate, whispering past their ears. They did not speak of what had transpired in the ruined sanctuary, or possibilities of final confrontations. What mattered most was the ground beneath their feet, keeping pace together step after weary step. Moving through wild wheat fields and along dolomite cliffs weathered fantastical shapes, always onward. Nights they took refuge where they found it, in shrines and cairns and even a silk merchant's abandoned wagon, minus its horses but still containing bolts of vibrant cloth. Their makeshift camps became more conversation, small techings of history and poetry scavenged from Dominic's distant mortal years. Kinder days brought back to life on the air between them. The days stretched golden as high summer settled on the lands, erasing spring's melancholic breezes. Forests rustled with game, orchards, and fields heavy with produce. Plenty of sustenance for wanderers making honest trade at occasional lonely farmsteads or cottages in the hills. Even Dominic's thirst kept sated on animal blood during these weeks of respite. But they did not settle anywhere permanently despite the gentle weather, so at odds with the sleeping terror they knew could wake. Rather they drifted between villages and towns, never more than a night in one welcoming barn or hostel room. Sampling brief snapshots of community before moving on. It reminded Dominic of the bright, curious magpie Ivoire had been when they first began this existence together. Always collecting shiny glimpses of life and goodness wherever they glimmered, tucking them away to reflect on later when times grew darker. A determined magpie still, gathering stories and songs and minor kindnesses in their aimless flight path. And like that clever bird, she now seemed to keep one bright eye cast sideways, not just ahead. Scanning their surroundings for potential sanctuary if threatened, some unexpected refuge. The instinct eased Dominic's constant unease slightly. After all they endured, Ivoire had not lost those instincts for finding light amid the shadows. The northern mountains still beckoned though when amber autumn touched the leaves. Dominic sensed the creeping ice they must outrun, even as gentler days lingered further south. The first frost would drive them away from this fragile peace, back into untamed wilds. But for now they walked on through burnished woods and golden fields, sleeping under stars wheeled bright overhead. Staving off darker thoughts of what lay behind and awaited them. If these days together beneath sun-warmed skies were numbered, the magpie girl would fill her wings with every shining memory to gleam before cold descended. And Dominic would shelter their flickering hopes with all the tender determination left in his scarred immortal heart. Ready to roar back winter's ravening wolves or cut a path even through the advancing avalanche's teeth. Not lightly would the brief hearth they had built here be surrendered. Let time yet grant them seasons reprieve to wander, unafraid beneath heaven's wide gaze. They would gather their summer days while they lasted, wild asters and blackberries twined bright in her hair. Moving ever forward, shying from no light found still worth kindling. Against that devouring dark, stand fast. Chapter 9. Bone-white mists crept over the moor as the sun sank below the horizon. Dominic paused atop a weathered tor, crimson gaze searching the gloaming for signs of sanctuary. Somewhere ahead lay the monastery, if their map could be trusted. Ancient stones that might offer refuge, if they were fortunate. Behind him, the gravelly approach crunched beneath Ivoire's boots as she climbed doggedly up the hillside. Dominic stepped down to extend a hand, pulling her the last few feet onto the exposed outcrop where he stood overlooking the desolate landscape. Ivoire's breath plumed in the chill air, but her voice was steady. "How much farther?" "Not far now. Can you manage a little longer?" She nodded without hesitation, though weariness ringed her eyes. "I'm ready." Dominic squeezed her shoulder gently. In the 4 years since their flight began, she had grown lean and strong. Resilient as wind-carved stone. But even stone could erode under torrents of darkness. He mourned the toll this endless struggle had taken, hounding away scrap of childhood as the nights stretched uncounted. She had endured this cursed life for his sake far too long. And now their nemesis was poised to fall upon them at last, its pursuit drawing relentlessly closer despite all efforts to shake the hounds. Even Ivoire's stalwart courage had faltered as gaping jaws of madness loomed near. There would be no further escapes. Only confrontation awaited. Dominic had sensed the rogue vampire's abyssal presence dogging them almost playfully these last desperate weeks, assured of its ancient cunning and power of fear. It had tainted the minds of innocents in villages they passed, leaving behind madness and ruin to frame its quarries. Villages they had fled from quickly, but not quickly enough to escape suspicion that seemed to presage tortures on every horizon. No matter how many miles they covered under moonlight, there would be no eluding it this time until one or the other lay destroyed. Such obsession outstripped rational instinct. Their stalker was intoxicated by the game, a 4-year chase culminating at last. It would not be deprived its finale. All Dominic could do now was find the ground that best favored him for their war, and hope to shield Ivoire from the clash. His grim thoughts had led them ever north and west into increasingly forsaken lands. Beyond highlands and forest lay this empty moorland, a ghostly place unsuited for mortal life. And somewhere amidst the heather and fog waited their destination, sanctuary of sorts. According to crumbling maps, a monastery abandoned centuries ago after its denizens vanished without trace. The perfect battleground on threshold between this world and the unknown. Dominic would make a stand there and face their pursuer at last. He dared not ponder the likely outcome, only the hope that Ivoire might find some temporary refuge within its age-worn walls. She did not deserve to witness the bloody reckoning that could well spell Dominic's end. But the choice had been stripped from his hands long ago. Fate cornered them here, at the edge of the world. Now there remained only to turn at bay and fight, come what may. Ready? He extended a hand to help Ivoire down the tall's steep flank. This time she accepted it, their fingers cold but intertwined. Dominic led them on towards destiny under the rising crescent moon's wan light. Whatever awaited in the barren lands ahead, they would face together. The fog thickened unnaturally as they descended into lower pastures, cloaking the landscape in spectral mist. Dominic slowed his pace, senses straining for aberrant noises or movement within the white shroud. But only their muted footfalls sounded over marshy hollows and creek beds winding ebony between hills. Still he could not shake the skin-crawling sensation of being watched by some presence just beyond sight. The vampire lord was here, toying with its prey, savoring the fear its veil of confusion brought. Waiting to spring only when ripe despair flavored its victory. They were nearing the end of the hunt at last. Dominic gripped Ivoire's hand tighter, as much to channel his own racing dread as reassure her. He wished desperately there was still some path or trick left to spare her the imminent horror. But the endgame had begun, and they walked inescapably into the spider's web now. Without warning, the mist itself seemed to recoil as if burned, dissolving away into wisps. The moor landscape reappeared strangely blurred, as though viewed through warped glass. In the distance stood a stark silhouette atop a hill utterly devoid of color. The monastery, darkened stones nearly indistinguishable from the starless gloom beyond. But grounded still in reality. Dominic slowly released the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Their refuge waited, offering the only secrecy left in this bare land where they had been flushed into the open. He turned back to meet Ivoire's two wide eyes, feeling her tremble with the closeness of the threat. "We're nearly there," he murmured. She stared up at him helplessly. They both knew it for a hollow assurance. No walls could keep her safe from what horror was unleashed here tonight. But Dominic had no comfort left to offer except the refuge of false hope. He smoothed back her windswept hair tenderly. "I'll return for you before dawn." Another hollow promise. She choked down a sob that was nearly a laugh at the transparent deception, but pressed something small and hard into his palm with desperate strength. The dragon's heart amulet, his last token of connection to fading humanity. Dominic started to refuse it, but Ivoire closed his cold fingers over the talisman. "It reminded me there was light left worth fighting for," she whispered. Then she turned away before he could respond, moving with sudden speed towards the distant chapel. Towards she knew not what. Only that the thorns of reality lay behind, and that was no refuge at all. "Ivoire, wait," Dominic called after helplessly. But her form was already disappearing into the monastery entrance, swallowed by the greater darkness awaiting within. His shoulders bowed with loss and the weight of what had to come. He had failed her yet again. But he could not waver now. The gauntlet lay thrown, and he had no choice but to run its brutal course. For her sake, if nothing else. Dominic placed the amulet around his neck, drawing paltry strength from its carved weight resting cold over his heart. Then he stepped forward onto the barren hill slope, moving towards the warped chapel silhouette. The vampire's icy presence intensified with each step, suffusing the air. Dominic's fangs lengthened in response, his vision limning red. Perhaps they would both be monsters by the time this was done. "You've come far, little wraith. But the chase ends tonight." The voice seemed to crawl from the starless firmament itself, everywhere and nowhere. Dominic snarled his defiance up at the never-born darkness. "Stooping to vexing maidens and simple villagers, how far you have fallen without my leash to guide you." The disembodied voice sighed with mock regret. "But I shall take up that charge once again soon enough." Dominic circled slowly, muscles coiled. "She is beyond your reach." A sinister chuckle. "Nothing is beyond my reach. Her pure blood will grant me powers you cannot fathom when I make her my own this night." Blind fury erupted through Dominic at the thought, a howl tearing from his throat. He would die 10,000 times before allowing that unholy conversion. With reckless abandon he hurled himself bodily at the disembodied voice's source, colliding painfully into a swirl of ink-dark mist. The vampire form rapidly consolidated from ethereal vapors, solidifying into a tall shape shrouded in tattered robes, bone-white locks framing a cadaverously gaunt face. Long claws tore against Dominic's chest and throat as they crashed together, grappling viciously. He sank his fangs savagely into its wrist, but only ash filled his mouth. Their battle ranged up and down the hillside, neither able to overpower the other, breaking apart and crashing together again in a frenzy. Dominic struck relentlessly, seeking the barest weakness or slowing that might grant him the killing stroke. But where his fury was desperate, the ancient leech fought with detached, sadistic pleasure. It had already won. When they broke apart again, Dominic realized through the red haze how it had herded him, manipulating the confrontation closer and closer to the chapel entrance. He shook off the blood trickling into his eyes, crouching with fangs bared in the doorway. The vampire would not pass while he still drew breath. It seemed to flow forward and then vanish, reappearing instantly at his flank to rake burning furrows across his torso. Dominic whirled with claws outstretched, a perfect strike aimed at its heart, but his hand only grasped empty air once more as the vampire dissipated to mist. Its power seemed without limit, just as its cruelty. But Dominic would not relent or retreat. He threw himself bodily to block the chapel's entrance over and over as the demon reformed and attacked anew from all sides. Mindless, desperate, with no thought for his own torn flesh or ebbing strength. Anything to shield the one light left in his cursed existence, for however long his ruined body could endure this onslaught. The vampire circled him lazily, toying with its cornered prey. It knew Dominic's strength was spent, his resistance now only token, unable to halt the inevitable for more than seconds. He swayed on his feet, blood pooling beneath him. Such devotion, it crooned, a satisfied edge in its voice. But even your noble sacrifice here grants her only minutes more. The dawn belongs to me. Dominic spat blood at its feet in defiance. Never. If these were their final moments, he would rail against fate until his last breath. The vampire's snake-like tongue darted out to lick the viscous drops from its boots, savoring the scent of surrender. Then let her small life be the cost for your stubbornness. Before Dominic could move, mist swirled where the demon had stood. Immobilized by dread, he watched it stream under the doorway's gap, unstoppable. A pitiful cry echoed from within the chapel, followed by terrible silence. The sound of hope extinguished. Dominic screamed, the wordless shriek of one damned. Then his legs gave out and he collapsed forward into darkness absolute. The ancient stones rushed up to meet him. And so oblivion claimed its victory. Sensation returned slowly, the cold seeping into Dominic's marrow, pulling him back to waking nightmare. He blinked open gummy eyes to find himself still crumpled on the jagged flags before the monastery entrance, flesh knitting itself together from tatters. Dawn's thin light filtered down through cracks in vaulted ceilings overhead. Ivoire. Memory crashed down. He dragged himself up with a hoarse cry, lurching into the silent chapel. Devastation lay inside, broken pews and the reeking remains of the vampire's lesser victims strewn about. But against the far wall, something small stirred weakly amid the wreckage. Dominic was at Ivoire's side in an instant, cradling her delicate ravaged body, so slight and broken, in his arms. Her heartbeat fluttered erratically, glassy eyes trying to fix on his face. Blood soaked her tattered garments where the fiend had fed. "I'm sorry." Her voice was thready with agony, tears cutting trails down her ashen cheeks. Dominic shushed her desperately, begging her to hold on, that she would be all right. But the words rang empty between the blooded stones. She was already fading, shuddering as death's cold wrapped its inexorable coils. Dominic screamed her name over and over, clutching her ruined frame tighter, if only to hold her spirit tethered a few moments more. He could not accept this loss, the light gone forever. The girl who had pulled him from the brink of his own darkness and given purpose when all compassion died, dying now only because she had sheltered a monster. It was too cruel. Ivoire's breathing slowed as her glazed eyes finally lifted to his. With a soft smile, she touched Dominic's face gently, wiping away the bloody tear tracks there. Forgiving him, even now. Her lips formed soundless words he still understood before her hand fell away and cold shrouded its delicate warmth. Light, once glimpsed, could never be wholly lost. The scream that tore from Dominic's throat echoed to the heavens, ravaged with fury and fathomless grief. He cradled her broken body close, rocking her gently. All the things they would never share falling away into abyssal emptiness. She had been all the grace left in his damned world. Gone. Dominic had no concept how many hopeless hours passed as he clutched her lifeless shell. But no power could ever return the spark now extinguished, her sweet courageous spirit fled. The vampire had won utterly. Let it come finish him too, without Ivoire life was only a hollow mockery. But the death Dominic begged for never manifested. No cold mist swirled through shattered walls to deliver the killing stroke. Only the whimpering, skittering things that fed on the fallen haunted the chapel's frigid confines. His pleas for mercy went unanswered. There was to be no easy end. As the day's light faded towards dusk, Dominic gently wrapped Ivoire's delicate form and bore it from the tainted monastery into clean open air. Some instinct drew him up the tall ridges to lay her on an isolated cairn, head resting on soft mosses, dark hair spilling onto stone like spilled ink. Hands folded over the cruel wound above her heart, concealing the theft of life. She might have been only sleeping. When Dominic had smoothed her pale, cold brow and whispered what broken farewell his torn throat allowed, he slowly turned west. Into the dying sun's receding light, where the ocean waited. Without heart or hope now, only a shell remained to make that lonesome pilgrimage. Let the sea wash its bitter waters over all memory, imagine some grace could possibly awake beyond the remorseless horizon. Perhaps tides and time might erode this agony to merciful numbness. The light was gone, but he could not bring himself to embrace the dark. And so Dominic walked on alone as stars emerged cold and remote. He did not look back. Chapter 10. The sea raged against the cliffs, waves smashing into white spray against jagged rocks. Cold salt mist needled Dominic's face where he stood atop the windswept precipice, crimson gaze fixed on the tumultuous waters stretching unbroken to the horizon. So much furious motion, but it did nothing to stir the numb void inside him. How long had he lingered here in self-imposed solitude since laying Ivoire's fragile body to rest? Weeks at least, watching storms lash the coastline while he waited for peace or punishment to find him atop this lonely perch. Neither had come. There was only the sea, keening a relentless dirge for what he had lost. For the light severed forever when the demon sank its teeth into her soft neck, stealing life and soul away. She should have abandoned me long ago. The bleak thought surfaced once more through the tumult. Found some wholesome mortal life far from the cursed shadow that destroyed everything it touched. Ivoire would have flowered safe in sunlight's glow, not had her spirit broken in endless midnight. But she had been too loyal, too caring, seeing past Dominic's tainted nature to some faltering goodness even he could no longer believe lived within this monstrous shell. And so she had died for naught but faith in redemption that would never come, her blood spilled to slake a fiend's immortal malice. Because Dominic was too weak, too slow to stand between her and oblivion when it mattered most. That truth remained, raw and bleeding beneath the countless empty nights since. He had failed the only light left to him. Now there was nothing beyond the gnawing void his mistakes had carved. Even the sea in all its raging fury could not fill that desolate hollowness. With a last echoing roar, the receding tide dragged the latest wave remnants hissing over barnacle-crusted stone. Moonlight gradually spilled over the freshly exposed rocks, limning scarp silver in the creeping fog. Dominic watched the spectral glow impassively before turning away. He moved off the cliff towards the shadowed ruins that had become his lair. Haunted by nothing except the past now refusing to die. The worn abbey brooded alone on an isolated headland framed by sheer sea cliffs. Dominic had discovered its weathered spires by chance in his wandering exile after laying Ivoire's body to rest. Some instinct had instantly recognized the refuge of its derelict halls and overgrown herb gardens, far from society and prying mortal eyes. He had claimed one of the roofless crypts at the boneyard's edge for his day sleep, needing neither comfort nor consecrated ground. Little else still stood intact save the abbey's shell and grasping thorns. Just barren walls ravaged by storm and time, like all Dominic's pointless hopes. Even the lingering holy aura had faded, leaving only a silent reliquary for ghosts and regret. He drifted its abandoned naves like the ruined relic he was, craving sanctuary but finding only deeper solitude. These decaying stones at least offered some sense of purpose, however hollow, keeping separation from the living. Dominic's restraint, once iron forged by necessity, now felt ruptured beyond mending since care and compassion died with the girl he'd sworn to protect. Better the souls here left him to his misery than risk awakening other demons that yet slumbered inside. Dominic moved through the rubble of the collapsed refectory back into the open cloister walkway, keeping to darker passages by old instinct. Tomorrow he would venture inland to hunt, one more vain attempt to quiet the ceaseless thirst. Blood was ash in his mouth, but he clung to the rituals that defined existence, filling hollow hours however he could. How many more might yet remain before time eroded the cliffs beneath his feet, sending him to join Ivoire in cold Atlantic fathoms? The thought sparked neither hope nor dread, just leaden sense that even oblivion had forsaken him. A faint scrape of leather on stone roused Dominic from his bleak musing. He froze, senses flaring in alarm. No mortal congratulations had passed this way since some few abandoned the dying settlement. He had heard no heartbeat other than night birds and foxes for weeks. But some presence lurked in the decaying cloister's shadows. So here you've crawled to lick your wounds. A papery voice echoed from the arches, sibilant with mocking pleasure. Left the world to me while you cower like a beaten dog. Dominic's veins turned to ice even as rage ignited deep in his core. He knew that whisper from nightmare past, the glee it took in torment. The creature was here, come to gloat over the wreckage it had crafted from Dominic's worthless shell of existence. To claim final victory. Show yourself, he ground out, muscles coiling beneath tattered skin. If death had denied his plea this far, he would carve its release from his defiler's wretched hide. Let me send you to hell ahead of me. A rasping chuckle answered. Such arrogance, even laid low as you are. From the cloister's shadow a tall shape glided forth, bone-white hair framing a cadaverous face that might have once been proud. Red eyes smoldered with mocking pleasure in Dominic's obvious suffering as it bared yellowed fangs. The decades have honed your temper even if not your manners, fledgling. Every word lashed Dominic like barbed scourges, his amplified fury and pain bleeding out in palpable rage. He could barely form coherent vicious curses, spittle-flecking cracked lips as he yearned to tear apart this gaunt devil who had taken everything. It glided closer, clearly delighting in Dominic's anguish. Prostrate yourself and I may yet allow you serve me once more. A clawed hand extended, serpent-quick, to caress his haggard cheek almost tenderly. Despite this unfortunate lapse, the whisper of cold flesh against his own ignited Dominic's restraint into full inferno. With a feral scream he struck lightning fast, claws slashing through the proffered limb before his tormentor could react. They tumbled apart, its severed hand already decaying to ash and dust, and Dominic's snarl turned rabid in anticipation of the killing blow. But the wounded vampire simply flowed aside from his wild attack with infuriating ease, bone and sinew reforming until its flesh was whole again, unmarked. It made no attempt to retaliate against Dominic's impotent fury, continuing its smug circling. A cat toying with a cornered rat. Pathetic. I would pity, had you not fallen so far. A long nail casually ripped skin along Dominic's wrist, filling the wound with searing venom. All this could have been avoided by simply accepting your chains, hound. The silver fire coursing into his veins brought Dominic to his knees with a ragged scream. Hallucinations flashed, gore-slick stone beneath him, the wet heat of her spilled blood cooling on his hands as the light died in Ivoire's eyes. Given time, perhaps you will come to heal once more. The demon's voice seemed to echo now from the end of a long tunnel, muted and warped. Dominic convulsed under its power, vision darkening as merciful unconsciousness reached to claim him. He had no will left to resist its twisted manipulations. A lifetime of weary torment awaited at its whim. As blackness closed in, a last shimmering glimpse burned away the illusioned blood and stones. Pale light on a barren hillside, glinting off dark hair spilled onto moss-covered rock. Light, once found, never lost. Ivoire's last whisper, more real than any conjured agony, pierced through the venom's haze. Dominic clung desperately to that fragile memory with what little wool remained, using it as lifeline to drag himself from the void's edge. With a gasp he forced his eyes open fully, senses still reeling. The sneering vampire's outline swam blurred above him alongside phantom ghosts. Ivoire gazing back as she faded, trusting him even as life drained away. So many failures, but her faith yet lit a solitary flame in his soul however guttering. He would not surrender it to endless darkness. Not again. The vampire hauled Dominic up by his torn collar, snake eyes burning with promise of retribution. Terror coursed mindless through his veins, resolve threatening to shatter. Please, he forced out through bloody lips. Have mercy. It was an excruciating submission, but necessary if their endless cruel waltz was ever to end. He could not defeat this demon through strength alone. But perhaps humility yet held some power. It searched his ravaged face incredulously, then threw back its head with a crow's cackle of delight. You beg for clemency. The high and mighty crusader, broken at last. Dominic let his body hang limp in its clutch, the very image of defeat. No more, he whispered hoarsely. The vampire dragged him close, foul blood-tinged breath hot on his face. "Where is your defiant rage now, your fool's honor?" it mocked, savoring every flinch. When Dominic said nothing, it released him with a snarl. He crumpled bonelessly to the cracked stones, prostrating himself at its feet. The ultimate submission, if it could be fooled into embracing a snake of its own breed. He did not have to feign the shaking or tears. Clawed fingers twisted brutally into his hair, forcing his head up. "You will serve me as cur and thrall if it pleases. Rise." Slowly Dominic complied, still avoiding its searching gaze. He had given enough truth already, hope's last embers drowned in grief, only weary resolve left to walk the lonely damned path. If it saw defiance still burning inside, all was lost. But the monster seemed convinced of its mastery, too arrogant to anticipate the sting held poised. It slid a single daggered nail down Dominic's exposed throat. "Now, to seal our new covenant in night's sight." Lightning swift he seized its spindly wrist, yanking the vampire's off-balance frame down onto the splintered stake clutched in his other hand. His enemy had time for only a single screech as wood pierced its heart, then crumbled to ashen dust between Dominic's clenched fingers. For 3 centuries a fiend, now just scattered bone fragments and memories searing his soul. Dominic sank to his knees amid the swirling eddies, breath coming ragged. He had wagered sanity and redemption on this single gambit, and the demon had fallen for the ruse, blinded by arrogance. Only eternity would tell if its twisted essence had truly been banished, or merely dispersed. But the battle was over now, one tormentor at least destroyed. No more would suffer the butchery of its madness, have light ripped away to feed bottomless appetite. Dominic had honored Ivoire's memory as best he could, the only atonement left to give. What little humanity lingered inside was hers, never his to claim. Perhaps she would have been satisfied with the wounds inflicted and healing wrought this night. Gradually Dominic became aware of current pain and exhaustion warring inside his wrecked frame. He looked down at torn muscles knitting slowly, sticky with spent blood. This forsaken place held nothing more for him, even with the demon banished. Let salt and storms scour away these scarred stones, he would not remain to haunt their empty halls. Each breath of CS spoke now of open roads, the lingering call he had clung to before light's loss shattered all purpose. There was no restoring what was lost, and redemption's quest could only end one way after so much blood stained his hands. But the wild lands and skies yet remained to wander, absent hatred's hunters. And while the night sprawled endless, there were memories to sustain his shadow until time's curtain fell. Light glimpsed, even if only in dreams. With the last of his dwindling strength, Dominic pulled himself up and staggered into the crumbling cloisters. He did not look back. The fading battleground held no more ghosts than the ones he carried himself now. Their mournful keening would haunt his steps either way, joined now by the demon's taunting voice. A fitting punishment. But ahead, the night beckoned down unfamiliar trails, steeped in mystery and potential unknown. Dominic clung to that foolish hope with each faltering step. Dawn would come, and with it respite, however temporary. The sea's distant susurrations called him on through veils of fog towards restless waters that knew not remorse or chains, only infinite shifting change. Its rushing song echoed the blood's sluggish pulse in Dominic's ears, a response to the weary beat of wing and hoof over dusty trackways. The rhythm of this world's inexorable cycles, immutable and eternal. Perhaps in wandering far shores, just perhaps, peace might yet wash clean what stains had sunk too deep inside. If he walked long and far enough, memories could erode to half-dreams, their weight diminished, or at least turned from cutting shards to a smooth vessel for carrying flotsam. The years ahead unfurled empty, but offered that small chance to reshape agony's ragged edges. And when he someday failed and fell, the waves would bear him down to endless shadowed fathoms, mortal remains dissolving back into merciful darkness. Dominic clung to that bleak hope. The sea's arms would welcome him unto oblivion when he could go on no more, to rest at last. No other outcome awaited. Until then, he had only to endure, and keep trudging forward wherever the ever-changing road led. What else remained but to walk it with head held high? The past could drag his shoulders low and force stumbles, but never halt entirely his slow pilgrimage. Blood and bitterness stained his steps, but did not yet define their final destination nor negation. With the last scrap of fleeting night, Dominic reached the threshold where relentless waters churned under starlight's silent eye. There he paused, gazing out at the limitless, restless horizon that was his solemn inheritance. Then he stepped over eroded rock down onto the damp sand, turning northward up the pale beach skirting the cliffs. The keening wind filled his tattered cloak like a sail, tugging Dominic onward beside the black muttering tide. He went without resistance, resigned to wandering however many empty leagues it might take before time released him from grief's aching shackles. Even dire freedom was sustenance when the alternative loomed hollow and eternally unchanging. So he let the cold sea guide his course over rain-slick pebbles and seaweed snarls. The elements alone could judge or offer mercy now. Head bowed beneath the silent stars wheeling overhead, Dominic walked on into the dark shore stretched endlessly before him. The only road left to walk, however long it proved. Step after weary step, until time saw fit to overtake him. So the long exile began. Chapter 11. Rain lashed the seaside city, running in icy rivulets down Dominic's cloak as he kept to the deeper alley shadows. He moved cautiously through the mazes of narrow lanes, decades of instinct warning against drawing mortal notice. Especially here in this thriving port, ships from all known lands crowding the docks, their crews and passengers flooding local taverns with tales from exotic shores. Dominic gripped his hood tighter, leery of garbled stories spreading. In distant ports he had heard whispered rumor of a hooded demon stalking far northern wilds, bereft of mercy or morality. Just myth, he hoped, yet even veiled infamy attracted hunters and worse. Better to avoid undue attention, continue his ceaseless drift. These seedy waterfront streets at least granted him anonymity, sailors and merchants too consumed with earthly vices to care about one more wanderer wandering by. Dominic could almost lose himself in the rowdy crowds, imagine slipping into the warmth and light still so painfully alluring. Almost, until reality broke through once more. A raucous burst of laughter and music as a tavern door swung wide shattered the illusion. A man stumbled out clutching his gleaming corsair cutlass, nearly colliding with Dominic before weaving off down the street. In that unguarded instant the tang of blood and ale flooded Dominic's senses, eliciting an involuntary hiss as his fangs sharpened. Mortal life still burned so maddeningly bright and careless. He melted back deeper into the alley's cover, struggling to ignore his body's demands. The years since facing his demon had taken a toll, eroding away restraint with the fleeting seasons. It had been weeks since his last surreptitious feeding, the scant wildlife near these congested streets hardly sustenance enough. Each night the predators within circled closer, contained only by fraying wool. But he had lingered here too long already. On the open water away from such temptation, clarity returned more easily. Burying himself in some deep forest or lightless cave could silence the urges, but invited madness quicker than the gnawing thirst. His only crutch now was perpetual motion along the faceless waterfronts and trade roads, an endless migrant wave washing over mortal shores. Never still, never known. Dominic slipped from the alley down a narrow stone staircase to where small boats bobbed in the brine-scented harbor night shadows. By old habit he selected an isolated skiff, loosening its moorings swiftly before pushing off into the misty bay. Only when the city's hostile glow had faded behind did he finally breathe freer. Out here, space enough to quell the more ravenous whispers. But the solitude was imperfect balm as he adjusted the small sail, tacking against choppy swells past hulking ships at anchor. Brief sanctuary, but too reminiscent of the abbey's lightless empty halls. No earthly refuge lasted, all temporary stays against an eternity of hunger and decay. The bleak thought threatened to capsize his fragile equilibrium. Dominic forced his gaze outward across the moon-limned water, clearing his brooding mind. He focused on reading each swell and shift in the wind, coaxing all possible speed from the modest craft. If he could reach Cape Finisterre by week's end, disappear into wilder Asturian mountains. It was the only navigation left, always another crag to cling to before the next inevitable storm. For now, he let the wave's mesmerizing rush fill his senses. The way forward held nothing but impermanence, but on this pitch-black sea he could steer steady for a time. The tiller was solid under his hand, guiding their heading unrelenting as worlds turned overhead. Dominic held the fragile course, neither drifting nor foundering. The small boat sped on through the night, charting its own fearless path through swells and shooting stars. And her silent pilot kept a steady eye to the horizon, chasing the moonlit leagues towards some new front to wander. Just him and the living sea, carrying on separate yet braced against shared storms. Companions, of a sort. It took most of the week tacking along the coast to round Cape Finisterre and reach quieter inland shoals. Dominic carefully stowed the borrowed skiff above tideline before venturing inland towards his planned mountain refuge. The sea's grasping fingers only reluctantly released their vigil. Remote dizzying peaks awaited, perhaps akin enough to his lost northern ranges that something of contentment might take root for a brief season. Their thin soil would support little mortal life and fewer thirsts. He might yet walk untroubled there a while, between the falcon's domain above and wolves below. Over the decades since his demon's fall, such isolated refuges had become more scarce, humanity's masses sprawling ever forth to claim dominion over lands once uncharted. But some secret peaks held out still too sheer for road or plow, spearing solitary from glassy high lakes. Sanctuaries for Earth's cast-off creatures. Dominic climbed higher into thin air and silence, a haunt again rather than haunted. These slopes would shelter whatever grace he might reconstruct from surviving shards, safeguard the cherished small memories so much harder now to grasp. Each step carried him farther from the temptations below. Clear rills bubbling over stone recalled different waters, tamed by gentler hands into garden oasis. Higher meadows glittering under starlight echoed fainter laughter, two figures dancing guileless beneath the spangled dome. Remnants worth salvaging before they faded into cold thin air. And when the phantom stag appeared on a high crag radiant in the waxing moon, its crown the curve of smiling lips and cascade of dark hair pinned by branches, was it so dangerous to pretend a while? Dominic did not dare touch this mystical guide, only trailed it over knife-edged arêtes toward wherever sanctum it led. He clung to the silent promise in its steps, that those lost still watched and waited ahead. If he walked steadfast through the present wilderness, their light might yet still guide him home. The spectral guide left no hoofprints, only the memory of its presence, but Dominic followed unerring toward a high fold sheltered on three sides by massive peaks. Snowmelt falls thundered, feeding a pristine tarn bound by glacier-scoured cliffs. Far below, a single trail switched back down into indistinct green hills. Defensible solitude, a hermitage to begin anew. Dominic searched the shoreline until he discovered the source of the visions drawing him, a modest gravesite marked by a cairn and ring of stones atop the ridge. He knelt slowly in wordless respect below the carvings half erased by wind and years. There was no telling who rested here, but their lingering power had guided him to sanctuary. An act of mercy, perhaps, or hope that their dream of refuge might still be fulfilled by another. "I will heed your gifts, and honor this peace," he whispered. If spiritual traces yet lingered here, they would understand. Strength flowed into Dominic regardless of the cold stone silence. Another small light kindled against the encroaching night, braced and nurtured here a season more. Enough purpose to sustain the long road ahead. He ventured back down through the hanging valley and set to work making a simple camp. Frame and thatch took form from nearby timber, crude but sheltering hut set against the cliffside, its single window facing east. He assembled PROT acting wards and raked clear circles of bare earth around the perimeter. Hard-earned cautions from evading more worldly dangers. Once it might have been pleasant frivolity to build a rustic home. Now necessity demanded it be fortress as much as refuge, even here. But inside Dominic crafted small touches to ease the vigilance, fire pit neatly laid, woven blankets bright against the bare earthen floor, a cup and bowl smoothed by the lake's patient hands. Sparks of beauty that transformed these rough walls each time he passed the threshold. markers of the world still worth walking. The last step came as dusk's gold faded from the icy ramparts overhead. With grave care Dominic unwrapped 2 relics from his daysack and set them on split-log shelves by the hearth. A simply bound leather journal, its blank pages hungry for ink's impressions. And beside it a doll with faded dress and hair of golden thread, the last frail memorial left to one who saw more light than darkness in his shadowed road. We walked together, still. The choked words seemed to hang on the thin air, suspended across the impossible divide. But Dominic sensed peace settle through the refuge as twilight deepened, a gift not his alone to cherish. These quiet days ahead with memory close beside were blessing he had no right to claim, yet must shelter however he was able. It was purpose enough. He slept that first night truly dreamless beneath the warding ring of stars and stone cairn's sentinel gaze. The embers in his humble hearth held back creeping darkness, while the shine in a doll's painted eyes stood testament that no innocent light left behind could follow. And the blank journal waited patient to chronicle another difficult road walked willingly, step by step, in hopes that meaning yet might be found honoring the gracious ghosts left to guide him. That lone spark was cause enough to persevere. The rhythm of Dominic's days in that isolated hermitage soothed away some of the ceaseless restive hunger. He tended the grounds with care, finding their tranquility as restoring as solitude. Guilt still clawed if he lingered idle, but exertion building honest refuge made scarce amends for long spilled blood. Sheltering the silent cairn's noble spirit was service enough. Routine tasks filled his hours, gathering lichen-speckled granite to pave a pathway down to the lake shore, lining it with small cairns and alpine flowers carried gingerly to transplant. Circling the hut's perimeter with protective runes and disruptive traps against more mundane threats. Keeping a small garden nurtured not for sustenance but the pleasure of seeing determined seeds defy barren rock. Building a stone dock on the lakeshore from which to watch stars parade across cold glassy waters. During the precious hours while the sun's searing eye crept below neighboring peaks, Dominic wandered farther, always drawn back to the nameless grave. Whatever restless soul kept this lonesome vigil must have walked a difficult road. But their last act of summoning him here had been in warmth and wisdom. They merited whatever small comforts he could yet provide, even if only stacked rocks and whispered gratitude. Dominic took more care now, preserving memories in scattered journals, recounting aimless decades and bittersweet moments with equal parts longing and celebration. The years blurred too easily into monotonous grey, but holding on to lighter moments could spark hope that even lost graces were never gone entirely. Their reflections still shone, guiding onwards. Nights when disquiet howled outside those fortified walls, he read the tales aloud as though sharing comfort across some thin veil. The ghostly doll watched benevolently from its honored perch while he kept the fire-fed and demons at bay through long cold darkness. Together they defied eternal night's threats, sheltering what fragile dreams survived the savage centuries. But this fragile equilibrium could not hold forever. The turning world beyond was seeping through in spite of Dominic's secluded remove. Trade ships plied an ever wider swath of open sea, merchants trekked new passes through once remote ranges, and religion's ambitions etched their marks across kingdoms that had stood 1,000 years. The tides of change and intrigue swelled beyond ignoring, even in this eyrie. Rumors of violent upheaval trickled up gradually from distant shores once serene. A zealot church moving to stamp out heathens and heretics in lands under its new authority. Senseless brutal crusades bleeding into the forests and mountains where tribal deities yet sheltered. Purges that did not scruple to raise villages and innocents to cleanse taints real and imagined. A widening shadow of fear and control inexorably spreading forth. Even Dominic's isolated enclave seemed not beyond the sprawling dark's reach. Trade roads pushed higher into surrounding valleys each year, missionaries braving the remote wilds to harvest more forgotten souls to their banner, conquerors using iron or flame equally to pacify pagans who resisted abandoning old ways. Nowhere would lie fully beyond their ravenous reach. He watched grave unease as these rumored events crept closer over months and years, threatening the delicate balance still nurtured at such cost. But the omens of hatred roused in distant lands were beyond his power to quell alone, if his interference would not only worsen the spreading fury. This was not his demon to conquer. Yet neither could Dominic stand utterly aside if the Crusades' fervor led zealots and armies hither. To lose even this imperfect refuge would leave him anchorless as sea wrack, bereft of the fragile wardings raised against eternal night's hunger. If the living would not heed his warnings, he might still shield what fragile beauty lingered for the compassionate dead to cherish a little longer. There were graces left to preserve. But the living may see only a monster set against their divine will. One soul against malicious multitudes thirsting for conquest. Their minds poisoned, they would not see him as ally should the crusade come this far. Likely its wave of senseless ruin would simply crash over his forgotten cairns as well, scattering all hopes for refuge to the icy winds. Dominic sat gazing into his solitary hearth's fading embers as winter's longest night crawled by. All paths seemed to end only in greater darkness. There could be no restoring light's dominion across these lands alone. Whatever tragedy loomed, he was but a weary wraith worn down by unrelenting centuries. Perhaps it was only vain arrogance that let him believe anything made by his cursed hands could turn back such a vast rising tide, fed by human fears and frailties so much deeper than one lost soul's regret. Yet still he clung to the memories of brightness painstakingly preserved against drowning shadow. The lone grave's defiant hope that had drawn Dominic here through the wilderness, trusting in redemption. The bone-worn doll with its threadbare sunlit smile. Whatever innermost compass yet pointed toward the light. They were meager clues to navigate by, but all he had left. Even should the Crusades' dread fires find this remote valley, he must yet try to walk in their glimmering sight. The icy stars traced their mute arcs above the snowfields, holding counsel Dominic could not decipher. But the night itself seemed to whisper that faithfulness to one small task, however hopeless, might yet write a line worth reading in this long grim saga. More than raging vainly against the coming storm, or retreat that would serve no one. Keeping this single humble watch, no matter the cost, was the solitary rock left to cling to. In the darkest hollows before dawn relented its harsh torch, Dominic bowed his head and surrendered to that truth. He would abide by whatever end awaited as guardian of this forgotten sanctum. Perhaps they would stand together one dusk longer yet against the spreading night. Miracles had loomed in less likely places than their lonely ridge pulsing with whispered devotion. Braced shoulder to shoulder, what did a wraith and memory have left to fear? The dark may win, but not easily, nor without reckoning. Their time would be measured in fidelity, not stolen days. Resolved, he rose to stir the hearth's fire back to life. Warmth and light prevailed a few hours more. Dominic held close the threadbare doll, seeing in her patched dress and worn limbs an ability that put princes to shame. Some choices weighed beyond mortal souls to comprehend at their moment. Yet selfless seeds sown in secret still gave birth to defiant blooms when night closed in. Legends etched across the stars so the endless tyrannies of fear and hate never ruled entirely. Where one stood fast, others someday followed. Only let him stand fast. Wind skirled snow into suddenly oppressive dusk. Dominic slid an axe near the door, its handle smoothed by use, the solitary weapon permitted within this haven, never turned against the living. If violence came, it would find him armed only with forbearance learned at such cost. Yet ready to pay again all required. It was weary purpose, but true. He opened the journal across his knees, thoughtful. Then Dominic lifted the pen and began a new chapter, words coming earnest in the fire-warmed sanctuary built by one flawed soul's worn hands. Light still lingered here however faint, refusing to gutter and die. It was enough reason to begin again. Dawn would come, and with it, distant hope. Chapter 12. Pre-dawn mist shrouded the deserted village, masking lingering signs of atrocity. Dominic moved soundlessly between the ransacked cottages and shops, examining the aftermath without surprise. Remnants of rebel garrisons lay strewn where they had made a final doomed stand among these secluded valleys. The king's forces had shown little mercy in retribution after such defiance of the crown. He crouched to close a militia fighter's staring eyes with a weary sigh. Mortals were ever thus, any difference of belief enough to make kin and neighbors turn on each other with righteous zeal. First the petty nobles warring for remote villages and trade roads to tax. Then the upstart rebellion that threw off their yoke for a brief span, until the crown turned its wrath on the isolated separatists. No winners now amidst the smouldering wreckage, just more fuel for future vengeance. It was an old bleak story, wearyingly familiar. The details shifted, but not the essence, fear and mistrust eroding community until only identity remained. And downward the spiral pulled innocents who wanted only safety for their loved ones when demagogues shouted martial calls. Demons real and imagined arose in answer, blood feeding the bitter vines that strangled hope. Dominic rose and left the dead to mourn themselves. Even after so long watching humanity's cycles of destruction, the wastefulness could still disgust. But most wearied him now the fog shrouding all hearts, leaving no room for compromise or grace ahead of the baying hounds. Just survival at whatever vicious cost. He could offer only rights and remembrance to the nameless fallen when armies marched on. It changed nothing. These northern marches held few memories left to shelter, their humble shrines and circles trampled under the endless parade of war and dogma. Existence had narrowed back to drift and refuse, keeping cover from mortals' tireless provocations. Theirs were still passions too fierce and primal for one lone outcast to weather unscathed, no matter how Dominic clung to forbearance. Despite renouncing his own cruel past, time's slow currents had altered little within his cursed blood. He was still a creature to be scourged and purified in most mortal eyes, if known. Less than the least of their kind, no matter what heights the soul might climb, where they had cities and love and fierce bright futures, his world held only detours through purgatory, each step leading nowhere. How he envied and resented their brief blazing impermanence. But darkening days had eroded whatever righteous pillars once held him above their cruel fickleness. His thoughts grew more savage, old instincts rising without the light of faith to banish them. Mercy was less certain when runners came pleading salvation, hunters with fires followed, or soldiers bloodied the hidden shrines under their boots. If he walked more often in nights, shunning the company of mortals, who could blame such choice? Their world offered nothing but madness and fear in endless procession. Let them reap the bitter harvests sown. He would bear silent witness. Steeling himself, Dominic tracked the emptied village lane down to the trampled fields along the riverbank. The militia had made their stand there amongst the hayricks and furrows before the king's cavalry crushed through. Now only carrion birds moved aside sullenly at his passing, loath to abandon their banquet. Dominic felt their greed equally restrained in his marrow before the broken meat those uniforms sheltered. But he kept to the eroding bank, trusting the cold flowing current to scour him clean of the clawing hunger. What scraps he scavenged these lean seasons would not come from among grieving kin. That vow endured, if nothing else held meaning. The river coursed on thoughtless past reeds and stones, no dirge or lament to mark the savagery on its shores. But Dominic paused and selected one smoothed black pebble from the mud. He turned it in his palm, remembering a girl who found wonder in small things, before hefting it far into the heart of the flow. One silent meaningless rite for the countless unnamed, now returned to the same vast mystery that had birthed them. At least the river recalled no divisions in its embrace. Grey clouds piled as the day waned, their shadows holding little relief or promise now the sun's judgment had retreated. Nothing left to do but walk on. He kept close to the river away from the worst human detrations, but each familiar bend only resurrected older tragedies played out since. The same mournful echoes waited everywhere, inescapable. Restless anger churned beneath Dominic's stoic face as he marched, no haven offering escape. Even if he tore every warmonger apart with his bare hands or burned cathedrals around their architects' ears, what futile pointless gesture would that make? The next generations would still fear, hate, destroy just the same. Their hearts held only fleeting light between endless dark. You were foolish ever believing otherwise. The bitter thought kept pace with him as the evening's chill sank deep. You are not nor ever were one of them. Their lives flare and die like sparks, yours persists beyond reason. Why keep vainly scouring their battlefields for meaning? There is nothing left to redeem. Only the endless weary hunt for what sparse peace scraps can be gleaned between their pyres. Leave them to reap their own ruin. It is more than they ever gave. Was this descent inevitable? Dominic wondered, obligations eroding until only numb resignation remained. How long until even small compassions became unbearable against the floods of apathy or antipathy from these transient mortals? He watched their brief sparks dance from afar now, daring not draw close lest they turn conflagrations scorching his long-worn shell away entirely. Better cold and detached than seared beyond mending. He clung less and less to memory of past light as the unending grey river rolled on. And still the night stretched long ahead. Near moonrise Dominic came across a makeshift raft adrift in weedy shallows, its lone small passenger curled under ragged blankets. A refugee child, lost or orphaned by the ravages behind. It peeked out warily as Dominic approached, before hunching back in its pitiful hideaway. Seeking such meager shelter here, the babe was like as not to perish unmourned before next dawn. He considered simply wading on past, leaving the foundling to whatever vagaries of fate deemed suited. One less life ground away between the grinding forces that dominated these lands. Wasn't it the only kindness left, to spare another light the brief agonized guttering that was life's common lot? But memory stayed Dominic's feet before they could carry him into shadow. You sheltered such a speck once, he reminded himself. The scale tips not by weight but the hope invested in each fragile spirit. They know too little to follow any path but trust. Grudgingly Dominic summoned the patience needed and drew the skiff ashore, making reassuring gestures. He could not erase the suffocating pall from this child's dark eyes. But getting them safely through one more night at least was purpose worth the trivial cost. And who knew faith planted even in meager soil might someday spread roots to heal wider wounds of the spirit. That had to be nurtured. He carried the waif ashore and along the night river, trading soft useless comforts. The words tasted like ashes, but the babe clung to each with desperation far outweighing their empty promise. Some meager and temporary refuge awaited beyond the next bend, then Dominic could discharge this burden for kinder hands to raise up. Conscience might rail, but the most his corroded hands could offer now was passage away from immediate abyss. Whatever childhood innocence remained would flee soon enough. They crested the ridge above mist-shrouded valley where guttering cottage windows signaled a hamlet had escaped the border wall's worst scourges. Hopefully enough humanity endured to take in one more lost lamb. Dominic quickened his pace, ready to entrust the child to that fragile mortality and continuation. Its light deserved whatever extra days their chaotic world saw fit to allot. But stillness weighed ominous over scattered homesteads as they approached. No barking hounds or calls of youths rounding livestock in for the night. Only silence ringing hollow between dark facades. Apprehension prickled Dominic's senses in response. Whatever had sanitized this place left a lingering pool almost visible to his changed perceptions. Death walked here, not of the sword or sickness. He hid the child in a thicket with stern warnings to keep quiet, then crept forward cautiously. Doors of the first cottage gaped open, the rooms within choked with shadows too absolute even for his accursed vision. Only the scent of carnage lingered, long since cooled and clotted. No noises stirred save the wind's low useless lament. Whatever evil had swept down the valley this night was gone again just as swift, sated on the banquet of souls it devoured. Not a mortal breath or heartbeat lingered across the whole benighted sight. Dominic shuddered in relief. At least his foundling was spared glimpsing what these nurturing walls had held. He returned numbly to the brush, gathering up the infant before turning his back on the massacred hamlet. No solace left to give the faceless victims, nor means to reckon with the entity capable of such wholesale slaughter. For tonight he could only shield this single fragile scrap and walk on, hoping dawn revealed some sanctuary yet uncompromised. Resignation was a bitter draught, but the only viable path through such unrelenting entropy. They camped that night in a damp copse far from further human sign. The babe suckled desperately at his offered wrist for blood when no mother's sustenance presented. Revulsion warred with pragmatism at the pitiful dependency. But Dominic merely drew away after the waif slipped into sated torpor, ensuring its small body stayed warm. He would tell himself it was only expedience, not something so dangerous as compassion. Come daylight he could pass on this burden and think no more what became of it. Yet when the babe's breathing hitched in whimpering nightmare, his hand moved unbidden to soothe its restless brow until quiet calm returned. And gazing down at its cherubic face nestled against his chest, Dominic felt long-parched eyes prickle with saline drops that had no right to fall. It seemed so monstrously unjust that dawn awaited to strip away every innocent comfort and security this scrap had briefly known. Even his ruptured company. To survive would mean enduring the same bleak evolution that had scarred his cynical soul so deeply. How could he inflict such fate? You should have let the river take me, Dominic despaired as the dark hours crawled by. How can so much potential one-day wisdom turn to callousness and spite? Were we not all babes cradled in trusting love once, before this cruel world sank its teeth? Why must such blinding light pass through pain's forge to become twisted shadow? Why was mercy not given to stay tender and nourishing? But only the sighing trees and tireless stars bore witness to his silent crisis as the night turned slowly on its axle. And still the ruthless truth remained, keeping innocence intact against life's harsh lessons was beyond even a parent's earnest power. The wider world held only scattered oases where kindness could take root before hostile forces poisoned the land. Most must walk through dry wilderness brambles, some luckless few never to find water again. Much was suffered, and only the rarest spirit kept its glow pure. The choice lay before Dominic as dawn seeped into the woodland stillness with its usual false promises. This lone foundling would fare little better in his inadequate injured hands than if left again to fate's fickle mercies. Forsake it now, stemming further attachment or delusion he could make any difference in its destiny. There were animals enough to nurture, a human life of meaning could only bloom beyond his understanding or touch. Let it find whatever compartment in the cold world awaited. Even as he thought this, arms tightened in mute denial around the babe's warmth. Others had relinquished him in the dawn often enough. How could he pass on that hollow chill in turn, no matter its nobility or necessity? Regardless of the bleak odds, this spark yet deserved the same meager chance at igniting its own vital fires as he had been granted. Too much lived beauty still flickered in moments like this to willfully abandon. He would accompany this foundling a little farther down the way, if humane company might be balm against coming tribulations. For remembrance of one who made that sole true choice to walk shadowed roads beside him, asking nothing. The youth's fluttering heartbeat was soft music compared to the night's harried thoughts. Dominic cradled it closer, tears tracing silent down weathered cheeks. The surrounding woodland gradually awoke to bird calls and bright spills of early light between the evergreens, serenading two unlikely wayfarers. The road ahead waited, sure to be long and bitter ere they ever glimpsed its end. But this morning at least, they had survived intact. Life was not yet wholly defiled. And always in the tranquil glades ahead echoed her voice, beckoning him on toward fragile trust. Somewhere in the breaths between there was yet reason to hope. Dominic spent the next weeks tracking northward through remote border marches, avoiding militant patrols stalking the region. The babe he swaddled in makeshift slings, relying on its unquestioning dependence. It was poor weak succor against the surrounding mayhem, but he persevered. They foraged wild forest bounty, traced streams through mossy glens unmarred by war, rested in thickets that sheltered them from the worst rains. Dominic sang half-remembered lullabies to calm the child and rock it to sleep beneath the clouds scudding past an indifferent moon. He told himself it was only practical necessity that drove him, orphan and outcast united against inhospitable elements. He resisted naming the waif, or pondering past the coming night's basic needs. But nonetheless they somehow persisted together, step after precarious step down nameless overgrown paths. No alternative remained except to walk on, for now unsundered. They passed days and weeks in weary vagrancy, direction aimless except away from mortal dangers. With no safe destination in mind, Dominic wandered until exhaustion forced rest, fed when hunger grew too insistent to ignore, and cradled the child close through each long lonely twilight. Whatever future had been brute force stolen from this innocent, he could not now abandon it lightly to ruin. Their impermanent camps became rituals of survival, ringed fires that pushed back the crawling darkness, nests of moss and leaves sheltered under ancient sentinel trees, cautious perimeter watches until dawn banished the worst shadows. He shared meager rations, stern protection, and such primitive nurturing rhythm as possible. They continued on bereft of settled existence, refugees making tenuous pacts with the wild places each dusk. Dominic remained wary of contact with scattered villages or remote homesteads. Their superstitions bred suspicion, and mercy did not always dwell behind fortified walls. It was safer to trace the forgotten byways and untamed tracts, living off the land's rough generosity. He had long perfected that bleak existence. The babe knew no other, and thus did not feel the keen loss. Each dawn it simply watched him with innocent expectancy to provide again. They adapted around each other by increments. The swaddling cloth became a sling across his chest, freeing Dominic's hands while keeping the babe secure as they traveled. It suckled his wrist without hesitation when hunger distressed its shrill cries. He rescued clothing from hedgerows and washed it in streams to bundle the child against chill nights. Whatever meager shelter could be shaped, they huddled beneath its leaking roof. Survival was fused to mutual dependence. The first time Dominic dared imagine keeping this fragile life near beyond the next horizon or next season, it tore open an old wound long unprobed. He froze in place for hours afterward, shocked by the tenderness exposed. Was this still some useless pretense he could simply foster the innocent, knowing the scouring years ahead? Or the deeper truth, he depended upon its small burrowing existence for purpose as much as the babe needed his weary protection? Somewhere along the leagues of forest and mountains, their fates had intertwined too tightly to separate gently. The revelation left his thoughts in upheaval. But they could not linger solitary and introspective. Movement was survival's key, avoiding hostile forces that would destroy them both if discovered. And so Dominic carried on the arduous trek north, returning to half-remembered roads that might hold sanctuary. The waif slept nestled against his heart, untroubled by its guardian's inner turmoil. It trusted utterly that any destination would be enough if they remained together. He prayed its faith held wisdom, for his own was long devoured by bittersweet memory of another small hand once fitted in his. Perhaps this faltering cycle could end differently, if walked in compassion. The first true test of their small family came unexpectedly upon a remote trapping hut, rank animal pelts drying beside the locked door. Dominic would have passed it by without a thought, but the babe's fretful crying urged his attention. It was hungry, and weakening after days of scant nourishment. He faced the stark choice: break down the untouched door to take what stores he could find and flee, or watch his ward starve. In desperation he chose the former, though such transgression went against old disciplined codes of ethics. Some new fierce love eclipsed all else. To his surprise, the hut was deserted, with a share of supplies laid out neatly as though awaiting the trapper's return. Dominic swallowed remorse even as he snatched up tools, cloth, and food to fill their packs. They would pilfer only enough to subsist a few days, he told himself. No more than necessary. The waif suckled eagerly at a rag soaked in fresh milk, its pallor improving as Dominic secured them behind briars to rest. But discovery nagged his thoughts. If they were tracked this far and the burglary uncovered, mortal justice would offer no leniency. Each day he woke clutching the slumbering babe tighter, fiercely protective. Together they might prevail, but if sundered now, all light would be extinguished. That truth guided him on through the closing wilderness. Seasons turned imperceptible as their journey continued across the remote landscape. The babe grew little by little, curling in Dominic's mantle as foliage morphed from summer green to riotous autumn hues. He tutored it gently in simple language and walking on unsteady legs between their daily marches. Its first fragile words kindled in him a forgotten warmth that softened the year's bitter veneer. Some nights he simply held the drowsing child close beneath the patient stars, rocking them both with old lullabies. It was only survival, he persistently told himself, rearing another to endure this harsh vacillant world. But nonetheless devotion had rooted deeply, flowering like persistent saplings between the receding ice. Where before others had passed untrusted through his desolate territory, now they shared humble camp and long road as pilgrims together. Their unlikely progress wended on through crisp autumns and frigid winters spent curled in icy cavern shelters Dominic carved from the rock walls. Solitary but unified, pitting themselves only against the elements and savage beasts. Mortal society held no draw or comfort for their small exiled band. They needed only what the naked land provided, safeguarding their flickering light against darker encroachments. So they drifted at the still center of chaos churning indistinct around them. Dominic kept them far from the worst upheavals racking those contested borderlands, making do with what meager bounty their isolation afforded. He taught the child to forage and track and build shelters from forest benevolence, gather tinder for carefully rationed fires, and above all elude the warring factions who would only destroy. They dwelled between animal and angel, becoming rough creature themselves shaping hand and tooth to necessity. And at times when Dominic despaired they had slipped fully into bestial wilderness, only the child's shy laughter or embrace recalled him to their yet unbroken humanity. It was long weary work keeping compassion's flame alight in the face of such engulfing darkness. But side by side they gathered kindling, stone by small stone, rebuilding the worn keel of a humbled spirit. If he ever faltered, small hands lifted him up as he had once done for their precious carrier. Tiny patient flowers between the rubble picking him painstakingly back to fertile ground. Until even his scarred eyes again learned to discern meaning in starlight on clear water or larksong between barren peaks. Grace still waited hidden for those who cradled its glimmering embers. So slowly they crafted a makeshift existence from bygone shreds and memories nearly surrendered to bitterness. And eventually their wandering course traced down from the high-ravaged marches back toward gentler lands that yet clung to tattered beauty. Dominic kept them far from turmoil's epicenter, but even distorted echoes from afar whispered of a turning tide. Perhaps soon some corner might offer sanctuary lasting beyond a season's fleeting colors. The returning roads grew more populous, and Dominic moved only by night, keeping them far from tempting fireside hearths and raucous tavern song. It was still long habit to dwell unseen, isolated in the wilderness that was solace now embedded in his marrow. Their tiny world complete needed no wider community, at least not while the child yet remained innocent of wider spheres. But the signs of rebuilding and softened voices stirred bittersweet relief as they traced safe passage through resettled valleys. Lingering yet in these lands were those willing to nurse earth's wounds, coaxing war-scarred fields and forests back to fruitfulness. Each season slowly exhaled old poisons from its tortured body and drew life's currents back to pump like resilient heartbeat. There was balm in observing nature's calm cycles persist despite mortal madness. Still pools yet mirrored unblemished skies, waiting patiently for blood and ash to settle so they could reflect the uncompromised light once more. Perhaps that time edged closer, Dominic allowed himself to hope one golden evening while watching the child play along a rain-washed riverbank. Theirs was becoming a peaceful rather than furtive road. They ventured more frequently near small villages, even if only harvesting wild apples from abandoned orchards or catching fish behind rickety water wheels as the morning bustle creaked to life. Brief glimpses of a mundane communal existence he remained content only observing from the periphery. Their own hearth was tenderness enough. But the wider world could not be ignored fully, not with resources and hope rebuilding in tentative measured steps. Bartering some small wares from his crafting allowed them to resupply tools or clothing needed. And words on the wind spoke often with relief of open roads, as people moved to rejoin sundered kin. Of new fragile dialogue without malice, the blood compass at last stilled. Of small tentative songs rising once more in twilight fields, unafraid. It seemed creation exhaled at last, the ghost of mercy returned to restless mortals. On a night when dust of the day's labors had settled and stars swam bright on the village pond, Dominic lay sunk in thought rather than rest. The child, a daughter, he admitted fondly now nested by his side, lashes serene with untroubled sleep. But he continued weighing their vagrant course against this quiet backdrop of life's healing. Perhaps it was illusion, but the way forward seemed smoother, tempting him to walk old roads openly once more without only echoes and cautions for company. The world held still darkness yet to conquer, but less now that devoured everything indiscriminate. It had come time to reconsider their place, keeping isolate from fragile renewal, blooming shy as crocus shoots after solstice snows. This piece returning was a foundling like themselves, easily trampled and less nurtured broadly. And didn't they what succor could be spared so others might enjoy the same small graces that had sustained them through desolation? Dominic gazed down at the slumbering child, heart suddenly alight. If she could blossom even in this harsh environment, might not people likewise rise up more fertile for having weathered tribulation? It was a thought both daunting and imbued with hope. The embers had burned low when she stirred at last, watching him with eyes that shone bright through the dusty gloom. "Will we have to keep moving on tonight?" she asked softly. Dominic smoothed back her hair, thumb tracing the delicate arch of her ear. Keep walking was the only philosophy their exile had taught. Stay nowhere too long, grow no roots that could not be abandoned as needed. Ever temporary, disjointed. Perhaps that creed had served its purpose for a time. But just as this land had slowly salvaged life from its fallow wounds, so too might they mend tears in the wider fabric struggling to be rewoven. Where was it mandated they should remain refugees, always skirting the brink? There was yet rich life to cultivate outside their tiny circumscribed plot. He tilted her chin up gently, reflecting the scattered stars in her questioning gaze. "The road is growing kinder," Dominic said. "Perhaps we might walk a while beyond the edges." It was unspoken experiment and its perils, but she nodded without fear. Their strides had worn familiar, even carrying them now toward less traveled prospects. Wherever led, they would continue side by side. That was compass enough. With tentative courage they traced over the next seasons down far gentler avenues, pausing longer beneath welcoming eaves and sharing simple news or songs with those they encountered. No longer spectral vagabonds, but pilgrims charting new and hopeful reliefs. Many still eyed the hooded stranger warily, but his quiet daughter served always as totem of peace. None could deny the spark shining within her. If change yet moved to weave this land's tatters back together, that radiant thread must be preserved. Dominic taught her letters with a worn copy of fables to read aloud at night by their campfires, borrowing forgotten rhythms and rhymes from his own distant beginning. She memorized eagerly, and soon invented her own lessons, teaching him in turn which herbs and insects thrived in each habitat, the auguries of bird-song patterns, how even trees sheltered their young saplings or leaned frail limbs on one another as needed. All his years had never etched such delicate truths into calloused memory. Her imagination was spellcraft reviving the numbed world. They celebrated her 6th winter in a tiny cottage, shutters drawn against chill and darkness but hearts merry. Her delighted awe at the carefully carved toys and books gifted had erased long years of solitude and want from Dominic's shoulders. He needed little beyond her laughter's warm hearth. She was the last fragile shoot greening from the past's bitter ashes. Each step walked together carried reason to persist. That pivotal season passed with better trade at villages, thicker game in the wilds, and their own cordial voices added more frequently to frozen travelers huddled around campfires. Dominic even trusted himself once to set broken bones and share medicinal roots when plague swept the coastlands, foregoing exile. Whatever curse had severed him long ago from mortal commons, she helped build now the scaffolding between. Their meandering route carried on, brightening through thawing valleys. Trading wild herbs for tinctures and tonics, bartering old tools for plow tack and harness, harvesting wild fruit to gift lonely elders in repayment of lessons. Season by season the land slowly forgot its lingering wounds as they walked paths of sustenance and sharing. Letting his daughter's trusting hand guide them back to community and sacred life binding all. No longer ghost or refugee, but true wayfarers charting roads of interwoven sorrows and joys. Their wandering course now held purpose. When at last they reached the western sea itself, Dominic stood long gazing out at the rolling breakers stained red in eventide's reckoning. Whatever bitter past lay buried out there in the misty horizon's void, recalled only in fragments, it would not be land's final coda. Enough of night had washed away on these tides to birth coming dawns. The waters flowed on, but their voyage had reached anchorage of sorts. Even this remote shoreline had become familiar ground over long generations, ritually welcoming him at fragile truces along the way. No longer aimless drift, but seasons reflected back deeper than churning surf could erase. They had walked together from desolation towards land and people from whom he had closed off heart for too long. No more. Other hands could help shoulder the work ahead, cultivating green shoots across barren acres, as long as a spark yet endured to kindle wider fires. He would carry that tiny light within now, however faltering, and trust its radiance to help scatter the lingering night. There was refuge to share. They did not find condemnation or mistrust waiting as feared, but embraces opening like serene harbors at long last. Here were still those who burned compassion's oil against darkness, reinforcing the weary wick until day softened black to dove-grey. Even constant shadows knew dawn's subtle colors if vigil kept through the mercurial night. Dominic rested leaden head in such sanctuary, his child slipping small hand into his larger careworn grasp. For once stillness calmed rather than amplified the roaring hollow gaps. He could lay down the long road walked alone, they were gathering lilies together now. Some vials of grace persisted sealed, passed hand to hand through storms, to be spilled and multiplied when famine passed. Sustenance awaited here for any soul yet capable of trust's recipe. In the corner they shared a modest repast, larger company melting his ingrained hermetic instincts. Their hosts spoke little of past sufferings or malice, focusing instead on new shoots threading fragile roots down through trampled soil. There was wisdom in leaving old fires to smolder out while nourishing whispers of green defiance. He would stoke from now on only the warmth of fellowship, not righteous fury's pyres. That bitter lesson was carved into hands folded mild at last. When the meal concluded, Dominic led his daughter outside where dusk's first stars shone over tranquil pastures. He pointed out the brightest beacons framed by rafters overhead, repeating the invented names and heroic stories she delighted learning. They were a lifetime's collected glimmers to guide the lost back home. As long as their shared light persisted, fear would never wholly eclipse hope's quiet untold influence. Dawn always waited somewhere past the darkest hollows. They did not again travel as transient and fearful through wilderness Appalachia, finding company now for their gentler roving course. Perhaps Dominic's own altered illumination made the difference, inhabiting his immortal span no longer as cold penance but bulwark against excesses, using hardened resilience not for detachment but weaving fellowship's tenuous web. He had safeguarded their tiny wagtail flame past ravenous credentialed through shadowed years, never severed its delicate golden filament even now opening in radiant immolation. Where all had quailed or condemned, this child alone granted him unconditional redemption. Let creeds dim beside that inextinguishable covenant. But she was no longer the abandoned infant he had rescued and sheltered a surrogate babe. Her long tangled hair garlanded a young woman striding in confident equilibrium with Earth's marked seasons, aligned to ocean tides and forest's endless chorus. There was peace in her clear gaze he could not claim, only marvel at its wellspring flowing with such gentle surety. He was still torn autumn fields, she was unruffled waters reflecting intact cerulean heavens. And though she clung still to the weathered hand that had led her through night terrain more haunted than mortal paths, they walked now as equal sojourners mapping their course together. Dominic need not know what untrodden trails spread ahead to trust her kindling spirit's guidance, tempering his edged darkness. He would follow her grace wherever it lured, a foreign forgiveness found where least deserved. No fate could menace if she yet beamed up serene with childlike camaraderie. They did not speak of years hence when her fleet steps must fleet away down new horizons, leaving him to plod on static and alone. It was the unaltered order of beings bright but fleeting and those battered vessels persisting beyond carved niches. But the trepid light in her smile promised this fiery kinship endured, however far they must someday be sundered. She had woven herself too fast into his tattered tapestry to ever be torn free. Even when only one set of footprints stretched over distant beaches, they would share the lapping tides and crying gulls. Always she waited ahead on the brine wind, beckoning his slow progress toward Reunited homecoming. Until then, Dominic held close each moment gifted as she raced laughing ahead through silver surf and rustling dune grasses under endless stars. Hers was a spirit too vivid for time to cage. No shroud could confine that incandescent core, just the frayed husk as chrysalis. They would clasp hands again when his own flesh fell to earth, burned bright finally by long reflected glory. Nothing lasted but love's light, flickering through endless cycles. And theirs burned steady as beacon fires, guiding through transient night toward undiminished dawn. That certain path shone yet before him, promise through her laughter on the wind. Whatever shadows gathered, Dominic walked on without faltering into gentle breaking waves and horizon forever reborn. Where she danced awaited still sanctuary. This hollow world held only joy distilled, and time no dominion. They would run on together into endless day. Chapter 13. Pre-dawn mist enveloped the meadow as Dominic crested the ridge, scanning the pale countryside revealed below. Somewhere down there, if his information was correct, lay the mining town that was his destination. He moved swiftly, hoping to reach its outskirts before full light exposed him. Even in these remote borderlands, strangers could attract suspicion. He had walked many long and weary leagues to arrive here, crossing over high passes still snow-locked through the summer. Dominic shrugged his cloak tighter against the chill. It had been over a decade since he last ventured this far north into the forgotten marches. But rumor of renewed silver lodes had apparently lured both hungry prospectors and cautious civic interests up from the comfort of walled towns and manors. Where there was new wealth emerging, power and intrigue were sure to follow. And with them, information, the currency Dominic truly sought. For almost a year now he had restlessly crisscrossed the lands, pursuing each furtive lead on possible survivors. But all came to dead ends, the few names he uncovered belonging to those long perished. No trace or whisper remained of the one he desperately sought. She had vanished into desolate wilderness without ripple or clue. Like smoke from a doused fire. You should accept the truth. Her voice echoed from bittersweet memory, soft but unrelenting. I am banished completely from your world. There is no recovering what is lost. Mourn me, but do not let the past haunt you eternally. Dominic shook his head against the word's gentle reason. Even if she were truly gone, the search was all that kept him moving forward now. To abandon it would mean acknowledging a future suddenly empty and interminable, the lone shape carving through unrelenting night without beacon or compass. Her memory at least was companion through the long leagues, motivating him when all other purpose eroded. He could not yet forsake that slender comfort, real or imagined. Not until some final flicker showed him the way ahead. The mist thinned as Dominic descended from the exposed ridge on a winding game trail. Far below, timber and stone edifices took form between the towering pines, an assortment of rough structures clinging to the valley slope. Digging cottages pockmarked the denuded foothills, tunnels delving like worms into barren dirt. The settlement had sprung up quickly around whatever scattered silver the earth relinquished. Reaching the outskirts as the sun finally broached the eastern peaks, Dominic slipped between the silent buildings before townsfolk stirred. He would find lodging on some shadowy back street to make his base of operations. Then the true work could begin, infiltrating circles and coffers, gleaning what secrets this place hidden. If any news yet existed of what he had lost, he would uncover it. Or confirm once and for all that the past was forever entombed, and only endless empty road lay ahead. Near the heart of town, one particular dilapidated structure drew Dominic's scrutiny. It sagged between two warehouses on the polluted creek serving as drainage canal, shingles missing and door hanging loose from rusted hinges. But what had been a humble chapel remained somewhat intact beneath the exterior neglect. If its sanctified space was not too desecrated, it would offer safe harbor for the daylight hours. Dominic circled the narrow building cautiously, probing for any sound or heartbeat from inside. Smells of musty decay and small animals, but nothing suggesting current occupation. The way appeared clear. He eased open the warped door just wide enough to slip inside, then secured it behind him. The chapel's interior was surprisingly whole if plain, pews dusty but unbroken beneath cracked ceiling beams. A humble altar of local timber stood sentinel over the space, stripped of any finery. But the sacred quiet held, calm amidst the raw chaotic settlement, and the faint autumnal sunlight through broken shutters carried no danger. Here Dominic could safely wait out the day. He settled stiffly onto a pew, setting down his travel-worn pack and cloak. Weeks of hard journeying had taken their toll, even on his resilient frame. He would rest a few hours, then begin his true work under cover of darkness. In this forgotten sanctuary, sleep came easily for a change, thoughts stilling to match the timeless peace. Tomorrow's schemes could wait. Nightfall's last light found Dominic carefully sealing his sparse attic room acquired at one of the ramshackle boarding houses lining the town's main channel. Few questions had been asked of the traveler with eyes shadowed by his hood. In these parts men valued their anonymity, especially newcomers with strange habits or proclivities. As long as modest coin changed hands, pasts remained unscrutinized. Dominic slipped down the creaking stair to begin tonight's hunt, mind-focused. He moved silently between the row buildings, keeping clear of raucous noise spilling from nearby taverns. The night held more subtle invitations. Thin streams of luminous dust poured from mine entrances on the valley slopes, and by their glow Dominic could see squatters around small fires outside shanties and tents. The settlement was haphazard, overflowing its boundaries as more prospectors arrived seeking fortune. The vulnerable outskirts were where he would infiltrate, listening and sifting. Superstition and gossip flourished in such places, tongues loosened by liquor and desperation. If eyes studied him overly close, gold or trinkets soothed suspicion. Coin greased the wheels of information. But even circling these crude camps, Dominic gleaned little of value. Talk centered around mundane complaints, blocked tunnels, flooding pits, assayer swindles, impure or illegal claims. Paltry shares of silver for their aching labor. Nothing whispered from beyond the insular concerns of their bleak frontier existence, and no rumors even of other strangers who might hold meaning. As the night wore on fruitless and frustrating, Dominic retreated up a gulch where the digging cottages tapered off. He could regroup and consider a new approach before dawn forced him to ground. But without contacts in this isolated backwater, any progress seemed doubtful. Where else to seek what outside events might ripple? Voices echoed up the ravine, drawing him from his brooding. A small ramshackle structure stood tucked against the hillside ahead, warm light flickering inside between gaps in warped timber walls. The town's makeshift chapel, Dominic realized after a moment. Of course, where prospectors still sought diversion from their bleak toil and fears for the future, faith might offer some links. And with it, precious outside knowledge. Edging nearer the simple building, Dominic could make out a steady murmur within as a meager congregation absorbed their minister's etched words. He sank into an inky pool of shadow and listened. The sermon was unremarkable, platitudes of mercy and protection from the many perils surrounding vulnerable communities. But afterwards came more specific notices, warnings of sickness 2 counties over, rumors of bandits on the trade road, flooding upstream that threatened travel and commerce. Vital intelligence, however provincial, filtered down through these humble channels. Dominic studied the small crowd trickling from the chapel doors after the service concluded, miners and craftsmen mostly. But the tall angular preacher drew his focus, one gaunt hand resting possessively on the battered leather Bible cradled under his arm. His was a stern face lined by sun and hardship, beard shot through with silver. But the eyes were those of a zealot, cold beneath a scholarly veneer. Not the benign spiritual guidance these people sought, but an incendiary lat disguising ambition. This was a man who craved influence and the power it granted. One who would wield the book's warnings as weapon and cudgel both. Dangerous, though not beyond usefulness. Edging into the lantern glow, Dominic adopted a stooped submissive posture and hailed the preacher before he could depart into the night. "A word, Your Grace. I seek your wisdom in troubled times." Just the right tone, humble, but hinting at means if obliged. The spider would take interest if it sensed a profitable fly trap trembling in its web. As expected, the angular man turned back, eyes raking over Dominic with shrewd assessment. He could see the signs of weary travel marked out beneath the thick hooded robe. And more, the careful reserve that hinted at fallen status and secrets. Ripe for coercing and extracting coin. Of course, of course. Come inside, let us speak out of the night's teeth. Back within the barren chapel, Dominic spun out his tail between the preacher's eager proddings. A disgraced noble fleeing false charges of heretical necromancy and seeking now only solace off the harsh roads. An escape that left him far from his isolated land, bereft of news from extended family. And thus desperate for word of surviving kin, no matter how distant. Details dripped forth between dramatic pauses, each revelation hooking interest deeper. At last the minister sat back, fingers steepled with satisfaction. I understand your plight, my son. Few of us have not felt the sting of injustice or loss. His shrewd eyes fixed on Dominic, calculated and intense. I will pray that word of your family reaches me on celestial wings. For now, take refuge from the forces that hound you. Shelter awaits. Dominic reached into his worn coin purse to press a few silver drank into the outstretched palm, the metal warm from proximity to his skin. I cannot thank you enough for even the attempt. The preacher's cadaverous hand brushed his briefly with false tenderness. The pact was sealed. Over subsequent nights Dominic nurtured the relationship through carefully measured vulnerability and offerings when the preacher was in his cups. He painted himself an erudite noble forced into hiding by the very church he once served, family land seized and unmapped fate of loved ones haunting him. The perfect blend of righteous disgrace and sentiment to keep interest rope tight. He rationed out invented history between silences, letting suspense mount. The hook sunk deeper with each new elaborate yet vaguely delivered piece. The preacher referenced Dominic's tragic mystery with growing conspiratorial relish in his sermons, riling the congregation. Their collective imagination embroidered details freely. For isolated frontiersfolk, the unfolding drama was irresistible diversion from drab routine. Curiosity fed on sparse rations. In return, Dominic's own appetite was slowly sated by morsels filtered through the preacher's sermons or wine-soaked rambling. Far-removed happenings were distorted by malice or speculation, but he discerned truth buried within. Plagues spreading, rulers toppled, treaties and treacheries that had shaped the wider realm while Dominic kept to obscure wilderness. Anything relevant he carved into memory ruthlessly. Week by week progress was painstaking, but the tangled webs slowly yielded useful strands to follow. Whispers spoke of unnatural dark phenomena on the kingdom's fringes that reminded Dominic all too well of past horrors. Resurfacing evils long thought banished. He clung desperately to each tale, searching for meaning. If forgotten things were stirring once more, all was not yet lost. Where darkness swelled, hope yet remained it could be answered. The first winter snows had begun to seal the high passes when finally pay dirt emerged. Dominic had not dared push harder despite impatience raking him raw. But one night the offhanded rumor fell finally from the preacher's brandy-lubricated lips, eyes bright with sly pleasure at the privileged gossip. Word of a highborn lady arrived from overseas now adapting to life at some reclusive estate, her past and lineage peculiarly obscured. Yet enough clues scattered to suggest she could indeed be who Dominic desperately sought, unlikely as it seemed. His heart, so long inert, began thundering once again. In the subsequent weeks he carefully exhumed further snippets that aligned like clues, her humble clinic treating peasants oft-forsaken, tireless work to restore community in the borderland chaos, gentle but uncanny wisdom persuading even warmongers to compromise. Too much fit the whispered profile, igniting Dominic's dwindling hopes against all reason. If she had survived fate's cruelty and was here, he had to know, no matter how impossible. After so many fruitless trails, could redemption finally await? The first snowmelt brought Dominic to the remote manor, perched defiant on the craggy foothills. He had walked many bitter miles, through nightmares and memory both. But her spirit had pulled him through the long darkness. If this last desperate gamble proved yet another dead end, he was unsure any scattered scraps of purpose remained to sustain his weary bones. But perhaps grace yet shone here to guide him to dawn. Steeling himself, Dominic approached the fortified walls under moonlight's silent eye. Cloaked by shadow, he circled the perimeter warily, probing his inexorable senses outward. The estate seemed to slumber, only a few heartbeats stirring languid in dream. No apparent signs of alert or intrusion. Only the lost seeking haven. Dominic crept carefully over the crumbling parapet, landing soft as a cat in the inner bailey. Still no alarm raised at his presence. He kept close to the inner wall, moving silently toward the main structure. There were candles burning in a few of the rooms despite the late hour, their warm light spilling across cold ground to pull at his feet. Which refuge might conceal what he so desperately sought? Frustrated instincts urged him to steal into the very bedchambers, rend the mantles from slumbering forms until the truth was unveiled. Deep in this forsaken frontier, who would stop him taking what answers he craved? But madness and violence had never revealed truth's path before. He would resist the primal shadows. If providence shone here, it would come gently and unsought. He clung to that frail hope. A rustle of linen sounded to his left and Dominic froze, sinking deeper into veiling darkness. A small postern gate set into the main hall's stone facade had cracked open. He held himself utterly still, scarcely daring to breathe. What fresh danger stirred? Pale fingertips, then a willowy wrist slipped through the opening, tentative. Dominic stared as the familiar delicate hand lifted, turning over once in seeming supplication to the night's chill breeze. And balanced on the upturned palm, a small folded parchment. Hardly daring to believe, Dominic drifted forward like a man enchanted. He reached slowly, reverently, to retrieve the paper left in blind trust. It could not be, and yet. The parchment still held her warmth from the fireside, whispering promise. Hands shook unfolding it to reveal elegant flowing script he had despaired of ever seeing again. You were not forgotten. I knew you would find me. Now be at peace. What will be is not ours to know. But you never walk alone. Dominic's vision blurred with tears too long restrained. The last frayed thread still connected, however tenuous. They persisted. His next breath came ragged with something too fragile yet to name. But through the silent door her presence lingered, patient and reassuring. The lost had come home to gentle dawn. Not to reclaim, but remember. Here was grace still binding even the most broken soul. Love remained. He did not beg entrance or lay himself bare, though her name beat desperate and insistent in his heart. There was no rejoining a past severed by darkness between them. But to know she yet walked somewhere beneath these same aching stars, following worn roads with quiet purpose, was balm enough for all endured. The rest awaited beyond mortal night. Some covenants even death honored. He could wander on now they had found each other again across the vast decree that separated. Her light his pole star through this life and into whatever lay beyond. The eastern sky had just begun to pale as Dominic slipped back over the crumbling parapet, her note pressed to his heart. Gentle mist rose from the valley's hidden folds and hollows, but it could not chill the warmth kindled within, however unmerited. The future's shape obscured behind its veil no longer seemed hopeless and interminable. Whatever awaited along his exiled course, he did not walk alone. All was not lost. And someday when he had found some measure of hard-won peace, their steps would bring them to journey together again past mortal borders. Her hand would take his unflinching across the final threshold into mystery and legend. For now, cold mountain wind filled his cloak like a standard as Dominic trekked on below the fading stars. He glanced back once at the pale manor walls sheltering its lone ministering light, beacon through the receding night. Wherever the forsaken wandered, she yet brought dawn redeeming their faltering spirit. He knew her candle would still burn to welcome him home. For now it was enough meaning simply to put one foot before the other between the valleys slowly awakening. Frail shoots of green life emerged around Dominic's solitary steps, soft reminder that even the most bitter chill gave way to gently nurtured bloom. Winter broke at last over these lands, if souls braved the barren interim. Somewhere ahead beckoned spring's gentle turn, and with it her voice, calling him on through dreamlike mist. Their covenant endured, binding mortal and eternal dark. Light, once found, was never lost. The years turned more easily, buoyed by memory of her sheltering peace, an inner lantern lit against storms. Dominic kept himself from settling anywhere permanently, ever the wanderer following nameless trails. But solitude seemed less ominous. No, she watched the same stars and found meaning, however humble, in easing isolated lives. They were pilgrims on one shared road, wherever it wended. He walked on through remote valleys and villages, only a passerby but learning from simple kindnesses. Helped rebuild homes battered by floodwaters, sat vigil with the dying, shared meager but nourishing soup with wayfaring children too often scorned. And slowly his own scarred heart gentled, discovering shards of grace and courage unlooked for in lowly places. He was student now, not just grim shadow haunting the edges. Many teachers yet glowed, if one knew how to seek their uncommon wealth. Seasons turned fluid and unmarked, like river currents wearing away stone. Dominic gave up marking their staunch progression. Today was purpose enough, with her boundless compassion to emulate however faltering. He tended what mercy possible in her name, counterpoint to past violence. Shoots of conscience took fragile root in his long barren soul. But darkness crept back at the edges to threaten their tender growth. Nightmares returned of fire and retribution, the baying hunt fraying his precarious control. Too often recently the crimson haze had consumed rational thought, memories distorted to feed monstrous rage. His veins smoldered with it even while bitterly mourning the loss when clarity returned. What was he becoming in truth? The answer eluded encircling night, but faith remained a lifeline, if he could still grasp its fraying thread. She believed still. That was enough. When even remote wilderness offered no balm from the writhing venom, Dominic returned to the shunned sea cliffs of his distant past, hoping for perspective or omen in the cold fathoms. But the waters harbored no comfort in their restless tides, only remorse echoing back from lightless caverns deep underfooting. This corrosion ran soul deep, beyond any solace earthly bounds could offer. He clung breathless at the precipice of final dark. Through the desperate hollow nights, he traced her name in the ashes of his makeshift camps, focusing on memories of joy and compassion. And slowly the tempest eased enough to recall mental refuge existed, their indestructible sanctuary which could yet shelter his battered spirit. Dominic set off inland, reckless with yearning for her wisdom. If anyone could heal these festering wounds. He waited until moonset to approach the manor, necessity eroding manners. Standing below her darkened window, Dominic called into the night softly, casting his voice on winds that might carry past the veil shrouding their existence. If she yet watched the lonely roads, let his cry be received. Help me make peace. No response returned but his own echo mocked by the courtyard's cold stones. Dominic had not expected more, but still despair crept back in at the silence. Then he noticed the postern door stood subtly ajar. Had she heard and left sign, he wondered. Hope fluttered weakly as he drifted closer. A single candle burned just inside the narrow portal, flame rippling hypnotic in the chill air. No movement stirred within the deeper darkness. But nonetheless her presence remained potently evident, patient and compassionate against his turbulent spirits. Dominic sank to his knees on the frozen flagstones, head bowed in gratitude's relief. She had lit a beacon to guide him back from the brink when most lost. Whatever strength remained to keep walking came solely from her unbroken faith. Without its sheltering light, his own would gutter swiftly. Some intuition warned the door and candle would not wait forever, only while direst need lingered. Dominic gently pinched the flame dead between thumb and finger, committing its warmth and glow to memoized refuge in his heart's silent crypts. Darkness embraced him tenderly now rather than condemning, a cocoon to renew and strengthen during the long campaigns ahead. He had been called back from the abyss once more. When Dominic finally slipped back over the manor walls, only night's own illumination lit the watchful trees and empty road winding ahead. But the candle yet burned within, a miniature sunrise held safe against greater darkness. Forward lay only uncertain miles lined by starlight through rustling leaves. But that inextinguishable wick would guide him on and over horizons however endless. Wherever he wandered, she sheltered hope's flame, kindling his faltering steps until they walked again together. And until then, when bitter roads weighed soul and bone to breaking, Dominic whispered her name to the silent icons of simple windows and hearth fires passed on his retreat. It was talisman against the dark tides rising once more, all that gave meaning. He clung to this last bright memory and pilgrimage still before him. Whatever grace yet flickered refused to surrender. Light, once found, was never lost. Chapter 14. Pre-dawn mist shrouded the valley as Dominic crested the final ridge. Somewhere below lay the remote village that was his destination. He quickened his pace, moving silently between the trees. Reaching the humble settlement before full light exposed him was imperative. Even this far beyond civilization's fray, strangers could attract suspicion. Dominic adjusted the hood of his cloak, tattered by endless leagues of tireless searching. How long had it been since some fragile lead or rumor had lured him out from the trackless wilds he now haunted? Years, surely, perhaps decades. Time blurred too easily alone, one bleak season lost beneath the next. He had nearly resigned this bleak existence as penance when whispers reached him of miraculous happenings on the frontier. An orphaned child sheltered by remote villagers after found wandering alone, mute and feral. Yet growing slowly in their care over months and seasons, fearful animal nature softening to reveal an uncommon spirit beneath. Word of her strange uncanny gifts had even reached Dominic in his self-imposed isolation. The stories kindled a desperate spark of hope where he had thought all light extinguished. Could she have survived against such impossible odds? He scarcely dared pray, after so much searching uncovered only cold ends. But Dominic had to know if this could be the one soul remaining who recalled his humanity. The child he had nearly died to save, only to lose everything yet worth safeguarding. So he had donned the ragged cloak again and set out into the vacant world, following the trail of rumor to its source. If only to confirm the truth one last time before the long night finally claimed him. Reaching the outskirts as the eastern sky paled with false promise, Dominic moved between the silent homesteads like a ghost. The village was coming slowly to life, lamps flickering in windows and livestock lowing nearby. He caught flashes of families gathering for dawn meal, not yet stirred by day's demands and dangers. Another world parted from his by a gulf of blood and shadow now. Still, pained longing pierced through his detachment. Once such simple comforts had seemed destined to bless his immortal span, not damn him to this endless lonely vigil keeping madness at bay. If only fate had not intervened. Near the village center towered the remains of a humble chapel built generations ago by zealous immigrants. Dominic approached it warily across the common yard, reaching out with his senses. Whatever information he sought would be found within those weathered walls, if any truth lived in the wild stories at all. He steeled himself, then eased open the creaking door just wide enough to slip inside. Except for votive candles flickering by the carved iconostasis, the chapel's interior was dim and still. Rows of wooden benches faced the altar where one lone worshipper knelt in prayer. Dominic moved soundlessly forward along the wall, intently studying the robed figure. He searched for traces of the child he remembered in this stranger garbed so plainly, with her long hair bound up. But there was a familiar grace to her bowed shoulders, even weighted by unknown burdens. The woman rose from her orisons and turned to light more offerings at the icons. As she lifted the taper, Dominic glimpsed her face in profile. And in that instant, all doubt was erased. The years had matured and changed much, but her essence shone through. He knew then his desperate hopes and miles had not been vain. Ivoire, he whispered hoarsely. She did not startle or recoil at his voice, only went very still, candle frozen mid-motion. Then she closed her eyes tightly, as if unable to accept what her ears reported. When they opened again, tears clung to her lashes. Dominic, Ivoire answered softly. The name held 1,000 memories and heartbreaks between just those two fragile syllables. I knew you would find me someday. Neither could say more, words insufficient for this impossible moment. They came together beside the flickering votives, her arms clutching him fiercely tight as if to confirm he was not just another phantom summoned from dream. Dominic inhaled the scent of her hair, still so familiar even after endless lonely years apart. Not memory or delusion, truly here, forgiving all, giving purpose once more to his hollow shell. When they finally drew apart again, Dominic cupped her cheek, tracing the delicate veins beneath pale skin, imprinting every change wrought by time. Ivoire gazed up into his face just as fiercely, seeing past the new lines etched harshly at mouth and eyes. Whatever life's torments had chiseled into their flesh, their bonds' living roots yet grasped stone deeper than bone. They were found again. There is much we should speak of, Ivoire said at last, voice husky with restrained emotion. But come, you should rest now the day has found us. Dominic glanced towards the brightening windows, ancillary danger reasserting itself now the shock had passed. He nodded wearily, reality setting back in like chill water. Some shelter would be welcome. Away from possibly hostile eyes. He could not tear himself from Ivoire's side so soon. Not yet. She led him through a small door near the apse, into the rectory's cramped quarters. Her cell held only pallet and stool, altar to necessity not luxury. But she had ever thrived on simplicity. Dominic sank down on the straw mattress with a groan born equally of relief and lingering ache. Ivoire studied him anxiously, then brought simple food from her meager pantry to offer. Hard cheese and apples, humble but nourishing fare. You need rest most of all. We have time now. Her smile held only joy, untainted by the past. Dominic ate slowly despite his hunger, letting this fragile moment stretch on, prisoner to her blessed nearness after so many years bereft and yearning. Ivoire waited patiently for him to finish before settling down at his feet. For a long time they simply watched each other, unable to look away, her hand clutching his tightly. The past could wait. All that mattered was this unbelievable gift of reunion, binding their sundered paths once more. Dominic's eyelids grew heavy under the simple spell of bread and firelight and her presence beside him. He did not wish to relinquish awareness, but she was here, not phantasm or vision, her living hand anchoring him against the tides of memory. He could sleep without fear. Ivoire was gone when Dominic awoke to muted sunlight filtering through the cracks of the simple cottage. For a dizzy moment panic seized him. Had it only been fever dream born of desperation? But her scent lingered on rough wool blankets tucked around him. Real and sure sign. Dominic rose stiffly, wincing as neglected wounds made themselves known. He would need to feed and restore his depleted reserves now. Escape was not the imperative. But that could wait. First he must find Ivoire again, reaffirm last night's miracle. He turned towards the cell door just as it creaked open. You're awake. I hoped you would rest longer. Ivoire bustled in with a basket of food, fresh bread and garden vegetables along with a stoppered bottle of wine. The sheer domesticity made Dominic's heart ache. Once such mornings had seemed their unremarkable future. Now this transient glimpse cut cruelly short by reality could only salt old wounds. But for today, he could pretend and find solace. They broke fast together quietly. Ivoire shared village news and gossip freely, speaking of people and places Dominic did not know. He envied her obvious comfort and inclusion after so long exiled beyond community. But he hid any bitterness. How could he begrudge her acceptance and purpose after the violent paths which had severed their relationship? Light still lived here. That was miracle enough. When they had eaten, Ivoire sat back and assessed him frankly. You have changed. Dominic glanced away. Not for the better. The harsh years had carved caverns into whatever human spirit once sheltered in this hollow shell. Her hand covered his, though he was undeserving of such grace. The important things remain. You did not abandon hope. Only because you never surrendered it. He shook his head wearily. You always deserved more than other paths granted. Hope is a choice. We walk forward in its light together. Ivoire still spoke with quiet conviction that pierced him. She had held compassion's torch high when Dominic faltered. Whatever humanity yet flicked inside him came solely from her unrelenting spirit. She squeezed his hand. But come, you need fresh air and sky. I would show you something. Outside, dusk's first touch was smoothing away day's harsher angles. Ivoire drew Dominic behind the chapel to a small but meticulously tended garden. Plants grew in careful arrangement, many of medicinal or mystical significance. This was a living shrine for one who had always found truth in growing wild things. Dominic brushed his fingers over the leaves reverently as they passed down the stone rows. Each bloom and herb was testament to Ivoire's tireless gentleness, coaxing fragile beauty from wilderness soil. She had transformed hollow ground into vessel brimming with subtle light. Even he, long in darkness, could not walk this hallowed space unmoved. At the far end, a circlet of candles yet unlit ringed a lone bare patch of earth. Dominic glanced at Ivoire curiously. What goes here? Surely she had purpose for keeping this small plot unadorned. Ivoire studied him solemnly. Your redemption. He stared, uncomprehending. Mine? She could not mean. If you wish it. This soil will take seed. She knelt gracefully, placing a bucket of water nearby. I never surrendered faith you would find your way out of shadow. And that hope is founded, here is a life awaiting your tending. Dominic looked at her painfully. What future could I nurture now? His hands knew only death. But oh, her words kindled yearning, conjuring distant innocent dreams to taunt him. Ivoire took his scarred hands in hers. The only one still possible for your gifts. One small merciful bloom. The true enormity of her offer slowly seeped into Dominic's thoughts, unmanning him. She envisioned life sprouting literally from his own corrupted flesh and blood, given willingly to this consecrated ground. A wellspring of vitality for one most undeserving, yet imbued with her spirit's lingering grace. His heart could scarcely contain swelling truth. Yes. The single shattered word held redemption, hope, and fragile devotion spun anew between two diminished souls who yet clung to shared covenant. Here was fragile purpose once more for useless hands to gentle a precious existence, unblemished by past evils. Together they would nurture this tender shoot grafted onto ancient gnarled roots. Their linked hearts held yet enough light between cupped palms to sustain a small quivering flame against the gale. Ivoire smiled through her own tears, hearing the solemn vow beneath his vow, remembering all that had seeded this unbelievable gift. She touched Dominic's cheek gently. Then take the life remaining and pour it forth. This ground is consecrated and will hold and multiply whatever you sow. Dominic knelt slowly, reverently drawing his curved hunting dagger with catcher unused since that final severed bond. Ivoire leaned forward as he had so many lifetimes ago for her, emerald eyes clear and trusting. But this scar bore only promise. He opened his vein onto the waiting soil, blood's coppery aroma sanctified by shared conviction. Let something good yet bloom, however undeserved. When it was done, Ivoire bound his wrist with steady hands, the bucket and rag readied ahead to wash clean what remained. Dominic swayed with sudden lightheadedness, but she was there still anchoring him fast. Her strength now when his faltered, her vision guiding them down unfamiliar hope-lined trails. Rest now, Ivoire admonished gently. The holy ground was already working its mysterious alchemy, rich dark droplets vanishing into thirsty earth. Energy drained from Dominic as ephemeral mist off the meadows, drawn down to root and seedling. He could not resist the black tide this time, letting wave after wave of dreamless rest submerge him. She would keep this vigil. Consciousness returned to gentle birdsong and dappled sunlight through rustling leaves overhead. Dominic blinked up slowly, gradually recognizing the simple cell and woolen coverlet tucked around him. No nightmare this waking, but precious reality still too fragile to grasp fully. A faint scent reached him beneath the usual rustic smells, rich loam and new growth, out of place in these close mortared walls. He rose unsteady in the sudden desperate need to understand. It was not possible, and yet. The chapel's nave stood empty, only dust motes swirling in quiet beams of light. Dominic followed the redolence of living earth like strands of Ariadne's thread back to the small garden. There he found Ivoire on her knees, hands sunk into the soil of that consecrated plot. Her filthy skirts and wide stare spoke of hours spent thus since he last walked this realm. Utterly transfixed by the holy rite below her palms. Hardly daring to breathe, Dominic crept forward and sank down beside her, until he too could see the impossibly fragile green unfurling inside the circle of candles. One tiny leaf, yet pristine and vibrant, heralding the inexorable power they had harnessed in their faith. Life from lifelessness, beauty from decay, willful and untainted. She needs a name. Ivoire's whisper broke the stillness between two sets of tears watering the fresh earth. Dominic cradled the sapling shoot impossibly delicate between his fingers, pulse racing at possibilities still yet held in hope's outstretched palm. Where there was yet will, much could flower even on the stoniest paths. The old tongue's sound stirred nearly forgotten familial longings within, solace found unexpectedly in ancient rolling cadences. Ivoire glanced up in surprise and gladness. Dominic swallowed down nerves, but his own tentative smile grew firmer. It suits this place. If we are to make a new home. Ivoire placed her hand atop his lightly as sunlight drenched the unfurling leaf between them. Ain, she agreed softly. Their joined hands cupped around the name, sealing gentle christening. Whatever came hereafter, this living gift was consecrated to goodness and memory of binding light, not destruction's bitter repayment. A small place was sanctified anew. When they finally left the tiny shoot cradled safely in warm loam and light, Ivoire sought out Dominic's gaze. Will you stay? So much weighted the fragile words, covenants and grief, the yawning past and perilous future, hopes long discarded but tentatively reclaimed in this tiny orbiting speck their own blood and tears had watered. He read the silent plea plainly through her bold offering. Whatever might come stalking, she would stand fast now. They must anchor together to nurture this tender possibility entrusted to their guardianship. I will stay. Dominic pressed his palm flat to the cottage stone and timber as vow taking root through his marrow and sinew, binding blood and bone. Here were walls to shelter fragile life, and perhaps rediscover his own long abandoned. Ain was prophecy writ small and vulnerable. He could not fail now the promise to which he had pledged both blade and heart. Ivoire's smile warmed the simple words into covenant. Let tomorrow threaten unknown storms, this flickering light would hold them at bay. So they remained through the span of precious days that bled gentle one to the next, measured only by a tiny leaf unfurling yet another fraction, venturing incrementally upward to taste the sun. And beneath its soft emerald light, two damaged souls learned again something of compassion's lost vocabulary, and dared whisper dreams so long unspoken between them. Whatever ignorance or betrayal had sown past tragedy, there yet lay tendrils that could be coaxed back toward the air's sweet kiss, nurtured in wisdom to twine with neighbors' shoots, binding all once more to shared soil. Hatred and hubris yet might be expunged from this circle of tillage if gentle hands cupped the fragile yielding sapling roots against spiteful weeds and stones. Ain bounded only by their care, her bright leafy glory answer to shadows that had ravaged this acreage. Here was yet fruitful tilth to cultivate. So seasons turned gentle and dreamlike, almost outside mortal bounds, as though time itself smiled on this humble garden entrusted to two pairs of fumbling but earnest hands. The winds and rain nourished rather than eroded. Birds circled high above like guardians. Beasts kept truce and distance. And Ain grew sheltered between high crumbling walls beneath spring's tender rain, tiny child stretching eager toward distant sun. They toiled and loved and learned the rhythms of forgiveness. Whatever else roamed the vacant world outside could not breach those walls bathed in hoping light. Until the day-dappled sunshine seemed to dim against remembering shadows. When Ain laughed bright and joyous while weeding their patch, but Dominic glimpsed only another child long lost to his failures, soiled innocence haunting his steps down all the empty years. Her small hand in his turned skeletal and cold, their garden arid and weed-choked beneath impassive stars. His tears turned to blood scattered over dusty tombstones. The vision flashed, omen unbidden. Reminding a damned soul that peace was never meant his own to claim and keep, however humble. He could only ever walk in past deeds' bloody prints, not erase them with fantasy. The wider world crept hungry and insatiable to their borders, no innocence lasting behind flawed walls. Memories and ghosts owned him yet entirely. Ivoire read the darkness in his face that evening over their simple meal, her own expression turned grave. But she laid slight hand over his, voice ardent with conviction when she spoke. You are more now than your worst acts. We see our reflections everywhere because it is the faces we have worn longest, not the only ones we yet might. She smiled encouragement even as Dominic shook his head bitterly against imagined threats encroaching. The past will haunt only if we allow. Each day is still our own page to write. Her absolving faith struck deep, hurting with elements of shattering truth. Perhaps she was right, and terrors lived so long in his hollow heart held more sway now than substance. He had donned guilt and hopelessness daily out of long habit, their familiar weights eclipsing any dawn's frail glimpse. Even shut away behind these sheltering walls, he kept reliving that vicious cycle, forgetting to set aside the gruesome mask. Ivoire's small hand on his remained real, still tethering their shared hopes. Ain's luminous presence in the next room was not phantasm sent to mock hopes, but seedling entrusted to their care. Whatever dark enemies and memories circled beyond creaking gates, here were yet humble truths to sustain each new day. He anchored to her voice's lifeline, hauling himself from despair's sucking abyss inch by inch. She was right. The past could only haunt if he kept retracing those vicious steps in barren memory. Their little language of succor was yet unwritten, a clean page his own cobalt tears and sweat might stain with something beyond guilt and grief. He was free to choose each dawn which garb to don that day. Light still flickered within reach. Ivoire read the silent battle in his taut frame. Stay here with us, she urged gently. Her hand on his remained strong, patient, lit from within by that unwavering spark so much brighter than his own guttering brand. Stay here. Forgive. Believe. Let every tomorrow erase yesterday's cruel inscription. It seemed so simple phrased in her rough whisper. Could he release the ghosts that shackled his every step? Just lay aside the hair shirt and shroud to feel sun's warmth once more on bare skin. The wall within trembled on a blade's edge. When Ivoire rose to prepare Ain for bed, Dominic finally looked up and saw their home around him, humble hearths glow, herbs drying from rafters, ale and bread sustaining weary flesh. Not monument, but haven carved from spectre's reluctant grasp. Whatever threat or memory loomed outside tonight, dawn waited still innocent to take the offered hand or scourge. And here was their child, blinking back sleepily curled under his arm, beacon of all left yet to bless. He bent and murmured the soft blessing to her tousled crown. Go and dream undarkened, little light. Then Dominic rose careful not to rouse her innocent slumber, moving to help Ivoire finish the simple chores. There were still innocent rhythms to relearn each night, cleansing routine untainted by dire memory. He could stay here beyond past's pale reach and keep this small flame thriving. Helping scatter light was purpose still left. Dawn would come, if they kept steadfast together. When Ivoire finally slept too, Dominic remained keeping slow pace between their breathing forms. Safeguarding these twin hearts his own damaged one had sheltered and their miraculous healing sprung up now in turn. Protect them a little longer from the circling shadows. Whatever trials and atonement lay ahead, tonight this was his world entire, lit gentle by devotion that asked no recompense. They would take the path day by day, wholly present. Outside the patient stars held court over dreamless Edens that someday might unfurl, when legacies of destruction were dug under and forsaken. But not yet, not yet. Guard this glowing kernel until its radiance hallowed wider furrows. Each deepening season's root was ballast against storm and shadow. Whatever demons raged to claim them back, refused to cede this cherished acre their flickering light deserved defending. Dominic kept his solitary pace until grey pearled the night's black varnish. This unremarkable vigil was heroism still, the most that his stained hands could offer up. Ain's soft sigh behind him promised dawn held yet innocence if nowhere more. He lingered watching daybreak gently reclaim its dominion, banishing haunting past below the horizons. But it would lurk on, waiting. Turning away, Dominic lay down beside these murmured heartbeats binding him still from abyssal gravity. He surrendered to dreamless rest while new light slowly kindled day's fragile hope. Darkness cleansed for now by their pure dreaming breath, always beckoning him back to purpose. Whatever their own brief sanctuary held, or future unknowns blew in, he could cling here a moment longer. Dawn had come and called him yet to walk in sun's revealing truth. There was light beyond the long-haunted night. Chapter 15 Pre-dawn mist shrouded the valley as Dominic descended the forested ridge. Somewhere ahead lay the remote village of Brerebrook, his destination at last after so many countless leagues. He moved swiftly between the trees, eager to reach the outskirts before full light exposed him. Even this far beyond society's fray, strangers could attract suspicion. Dominic adjusted his tattered cloak against the chill autumn wind. How long had it been since some fragile clue first sent him searching for this tiny isolated settlement? Years certainly, perhaps decades. Time slipped away so easily on the empty roads, one bleak season lost beneath the next. He had nearly resigned himself to abandon the quest when whispers reached him through dark wilderness. Rumors of a mysterious healer whose touch could reportedly mend mortal wounds or coax life back even from death's door. Such tales lit a desperate spark in Dominic's exhausted spirit. Could it be her, surviving against impossible odds? He scarcely dared pray, after so much fruitless searching. But he had to know, no matter how slim the chance. She was the last person remaining who recalled his humanity. The sloped lane leveled out as Dominic reached the valley floor. A humble congregation of thatch-roofed cottages and workshops came into view, nestled beside a gurgling brook. Brerebrook. He had arrived. Taking care to avoid the main thoroughfare, Dominic circled the slumbering village quietly until he located the small chapel set apart on a wooded hillside. Most answers would be found there, if any truth lived in the impossible rumors. He steeled himself and crept toward the dark structure, probing outward with his senses. Empty except one heartbeat, so painfully familiar even before his eyes confirmed the truth. She was here. After endless years of seeking, fate had guided his steps at last. Scarcely daring to breathe, Dominic eased open the weathered door. Ivoire, he rasped into the shadowed silence. She did not startle from her prayers at the altar, but lowered her head with quiet acceptance. I knew you would find me someday. When she turned to him, joy and sorrow both shone bright in her eyes. No matter how far I traveled to spare you, our paths were linked long ago. They came together wordlessly in the darkness, reunited at last. Dominic held her fiercely as if she might vanish back into memory. But she was real and solid in his arms. Changed and marked by tribulations, yes, but her grace and spirit still unbroken despite all. When they finally stepped apart, Dominic cupped her cheek, rememorizing every delicate feature. There is much we should speak of. Ivoire's voice was husky with restrained emotion. She studied the worn lines grief had etched into his face. But come, you need rest now. Dawn is almost upon us. She led him through a small side door and up a narrow stair to the rectory's cramped quarters. Her cell contained only rough wool cot and stool, all necessities of comfort sacrificed. But Ivoire had ever embraced such simplicity, eschewing excess. Dominic sank down gratefully as she tended his tattered feet and pressed a humble meal into his hands. Even the coarse dark bread was manna after his long wilderness deprivation. They shared the spare food in exhausted silence, only taking solace in each other's presence. Words could wait, this impossible reunion was blessing enough. When Dominic had eaten his fill, Ivoire bid him sleep, her own eyes heavy with long care. But rest would not come easy to his ragged thoughts. He stared up at the rafters as she settled on her pallet across the small room. How many nights had he conjured up this reunion in hopeless dreams? Yet now reality lay here within reach, once more vulnerable flesh and blood, not ghost or memory. Dominic's pulse raced painfully. Sensing his churning disquiet, Ivoire rose and came over to sit beside him. She took Dominic's scarred hand in her own and began recounting village events in a soothing litany until words trailed away drowsily. Her nearness was a talisman against the howling void that ever gnawed inside him. Dominic clung to her living presence until exhaustion finally dragged him under. This time there were no nightmares. When Dominic awoke the next evening, it was to faded warmth where she had rested beside him. Apprehension seized him immediately. What if it had all been some feverish delusion? He sat bolt upright, but her scent yet lingered in the small room. And through the shutters, he glimpsed the glow of candles down in the chapel, flickering faithfully. Not a dream, still here, caring for this vulnerable flock. Rising gingerly, Dominic followed the light summons down the narrow stair and through the antechamber to the sanctuary. There he paused quietly in the arched entry, watching unseen as Ivoire attended the icons and offerings left by her scattered parishioners. The tokens were humble, carved wood and stone, dried herbs, and wax carefully rendered into candles. But she cherished each one, nodding slowly as if hearing the prayers they embodied. Her devotion had ever seen past the surface to the longing hearts beneath. Dominic circled around the back pews silently until he reached her side, not wishing to disturb the sacred atmosphere. Ivoire glanced up with a smile, taking his hand loosely in her own as she finished her ministrations. The silent communion settled a deep ache inside his marrow. She yet accepted him here in this holy space, diminished and frayed perhaps, but not entirely unworthy. That absolution was gift beyond deserving. When they exited into the pale dawn, Ivoire led him around the back of the chapel to a small but flourishing garden. The orderly rows and beds spoke of careful nurturing to coax bounty from the rugged soil. Pungent herbs, a few autumn vegetables, and flowering shoots still stubborn against the fading season's chill. Each was testament to Ivoire's enduring spirit tending tiny patches of beauty wherever life took root. This churchyard was just a larger version of her gentle devotion. Dominic walked the narrow gravel paths reverently, brushing his fingers over the wilting blossoms and nodding herbs. Each was cherished for its fragile role, fast-waning season no less than high summer's lushness. She had transformed hollow ground into a vessel brimming with subtle light, never discouraged when a choice shoot shriveled away to mineral and dust. From such empty furrows, abundance might yet rise under patient tending. At the far end stood a ring of stones encircling a lone bare patch of earth. Dominic glanced at Ivoire curiously. What goes here? Surely she kept the space clear with purpose. Ivoire studied him solemnly. Hope still, if you are willing. He stared, uncomprehending. I have no seeds left to sow, all his bitter years had yielded only grief. This soil yet awaits the seed. She knelt gracefully on the cold ground. If you wish it, I would help replant faith here. Dominic looked at her painfully. The past is best buried. He had no gift left to nurture life. Ivoire took Dominic's scarred hands, reading his spirit's torments. The only balms still to grow are forgiveness and trust. Even on this stony ground. Her offer seeped slowly into his thoughts, simple and terrifyingly huge. She envisioned redemption flowering literally from his willing penance, from his corrupted flesh and blood freely given. A humble wellspring to slake unmerited grace. Dominic's heart shuddered. Was absolution still possible? Yes. The single fractured word held wonder, terror, devotion reborn between two diminished souls who had each clung to that tenuous covenant through all storms battering its frayed strands since. Here was last fragile purpose for his useless hands, to midwife delicate spirit where before only destruction had taken root by his mistake. He would pour out whatever pathetic scrap remained in service of that flickering chance. Ivoire's smile through tears was radiant. She touched his gaunt cheek lightly in tacit understanding too deep for words before turning to prepare the bare patch of earth and sacred vessels. Dominic watched numbly, unable yet to grasp the incredible gift trusted again to his clumsy tilling. But somehow, slender shoots had sprouted in less hallowed plots before. Where there was yet will, much could grow. When Ivoire knelt again amidst the ring of stones, Dominic came hesitantly to join her. He reverently drew forth his curved knife, the same once pressed so urgently to her own bared flesh when they were both still innocent. Now willingly offered as razor of renewal, not violation. Ivoire leaned forward without fear, eyes clear and patient. The only scar here would be healing. Dominic opened his vein onto the soil, heart racing as vital copper scent filled the chill air. The drained droplets fell as seeds of impossible promise, glittering dark and precious. When it was done, Ivoire bandaged him neatly, the rag and pail long ready at her side. But strength had already left Dominic as ephemeral mist. He wavered, anchored only by her steadying grasp. Rest now, she admonished gently. The consecrated earth was already working its mysterious alchemy, transmuting abasement to absolution. He could not resist as consciousness seeped away, drawn inexorably down to root and shoot. Dark tides of sleep crested and dragged him into their forgiving depths. Ivoire's soft voice followed him all the way down, promising she would keep vigil here until he woke under kinder skies. He need not dream at all, only return to her beckoning hope. It was birdsong and dappled sunlight through rustling leaves that greeted Dominic's return to the waking world. For once no phantasmal memories pursued him from that fathomless slumber back into day's harsher scrutiny. He rose unsteady, drawn by tangible scent of living earth and green growing things. Still dreamlike, he stumbled outside where morning's dew coated his toes. Was redemption promised truly germinating there beneath the silent stones? In the small garden, Dominic found Ivoire kneeling with her skirts and hands already soiled from hours of nurturing the delicate shoots. She glanced up as he approached, the uncontained joy in her expression answer enough. Hardly daring to breathe, Dominic sank down beside her in the damp loam. It seemed impossible, and yet. Before his eyes, dusted already in fertile black seeds, impossibly small green stems were reaching up fragile toward sun and air. Only the first tender unfurling leaves yet visible, but undeniably alive and willful and pure. The covenant remembered, nourished from his own lifeblood but blossoming into beauty he could never alone contain. Mystery, gift, and grace bound up in the tiny unfurling plants. They will need a name, Ivoire finally whispered, blinker look meeting his own. Names meant hope solidified, existence made real and round. Dominic cradled the impossibly delicate seedling reverently. Despite all hardship and horrors still etched into the land's wrinkled face, new shoots yet emerged innocent of briars and blistering rain. Even here. Fiacre. The old tongue's sound stirred familial longing from eras blurred by grief and isolation. But spoken now in promise. Ivoire's eyes shone in understanding as she placed her hand lightly atop his. Fiacre, she agreed softly. Their joined fingers sealed the christening, consecrated as fervent prayer. Whatever came hereafter, this new life was sheltered between their scarred palms, untainted by past evils. A small hollow yet might be cleansed and hallowed. When they finally relinquished the sapling to warm loam and sunlight, Ivoire studied Dominic searchingly. He knew the fragile hope wrapped around her next words. Will you stay? So much weighted the simple question, could he withstand suspicion and accusations sure to come now he emerged from the wild shadows? Endure the tests by ordeal and faith awaiting if he tried walking openly among men? Could this time be different, the past left buried, their torn futures woven back together though rent by whispered rumors or sidelong looks? He read her silent plea plain through her bold offering. Whatever came stalking down the long years that still stretched desolate ahead, she asked that he stay, weather it together. They must cling to each other as anchors against the storms and whispers. Shelter this tender shoot entrusted now to their shared guardianship. I will stay. Dominic placed his palm flat to the dark soil in solemn oath. Whatever antagonists closed in around their small garden plot, he must stand with her until they were ashes and memories themselves. Fiacre bound him by her fragile roots, prophecy made vulnerable flesh they had sworn to cradle. He could not fail her gentle existence. Let the outside world unveil its weapons, here were yet humble truths to sustain and share day by day. So the next span of days passed dreamlike and unnumbered, measured only by incremental unfurlings of Fiacre's leaflets towards sun's kiss. Within the sheltering walls, life slowly rediscovered its gentle rhythms. Spiritual mystery bound them closer than blood in ministering to the foundling sapling. For a time, the wider world faded behind high stone and reality was only this nurtured oasis. Fiacre's tentative blossoming blotted out the creeping shadows. Her tiny wick burned their full devotion. But they could not remain always separate from the settlement whose souls also required care. As Fiacre grew hardy enough for them to leave her shielded in the garden, Ivoire was summoned to bring consolation to the grieving, healing to the infirm, and rite of passage to souls at journey's end. Her compassion shone beneficent on all under her care. Yet her strange companion, glimpsed at the edges only beneath his cowl, drew mutters. His aloofness while Ivoire walked among them freely to perform good works marked Dominic an outsider. Only she seemed at ease in his presence, their rapport that of initiation rather than kinship. Suspicion smoldered. The peculiar herbal concoctions sent anonymously to their door held unspoken menace. Friends and parishioners grew reluctant to linger in conversation, fearing taint or doubt by association. Whispers spread. Warnings were issued not to wander the woods or cross the high moors alone, lest a darker spirit took interest. And should trouble find any soul, divine protection must be sought quickly. Ivoire shared none of this directly, yet Dominic gleaned enough from guarded looks and reluctant responses when gentle queries crossed formerly easy rapport. She blamed herself for bringing down suspicion upon his damaged spirit, thinking she might birth healing in such soil. Her sadness was a cloud passing over tender shoots so soon after cultivating. But Fiacre yet thrived, binding their hearts if nothing more. Some last covenant held against gathering storms. Until the morn Ivoire awoke to find the ring of stones rent apart, sapling uprooted and cast down as stunted deadwood. Only a small wooden symbol of evil had replaced their nurtured innocent. Violated desecration exposed in crude tyranny. Her raw cry of anguish echoed across the hills. But Dominic knew its source was not Fiacre's broken stem alone. The sheltered space between her dreaming soul and world's harsh scythe blade had been shredded past mending along with fragile green shoots they had watered together. Sacred toleration run up against jagged rocks, those weathered walls sundered as easily as uprooting weeds. There would be no reconciliation now. The wider brutal domain rushed into crushed gentler vistas. In brittle silence they gathered Fiacre's tender remains and buried her beneath the stones transposed into cairn. There were no words these coarse hands could offer to salve Ivoire's bereavement, her faith so savagely violated. The only balm Dominic knew was vengeance, poison that corrupted any sanctuary it stained. He dared not speak at all, the beast already prowling so near. But she read its silhouette looming in the smothering quiet. Our time here is past. Ivoire's whisper was remote and etched by grief, but steadier than the roiling brand inside Dominic's marrow. This soil rejects our seed. He could only nod dumbly, all language rendered to red haze and five smoke. Perhaps she was right and their unlikely spirit was intrinsic toxin to wider mortal realm. But compassion so easily sundered felt only bitter mockery. There seemed nowhere to take tender shoots not ready for such harsh elements and not have them crushed. He turned away, yearning already for the purgative freedom of the lonely mountains. What human costs there would run to expunge such sacrilege from his core mattered not at all anymore. Only primal urge to protect his own smoldered through the despair's dead ashes. Sensing the darkness rising in Dominic, Ivoire touched his arm softly where words could not absolve. Her eyes were full only of sadness, pity even for those so constrained by fear. She blamed only herself for asking openness still beyond reach. But they had glimpsed another way before hope's frail petals were ripped up and trampled. That glimpse sustained. Come. We will walk again when next the horizon calls. Her bruised voice rallied with tattered conviction, as though their derided vulnerability here somehow remained worthy right. As if rejection and fear were not the only meet responses. He could not follow her up that stark mountain path, its cold purity too remote from the smothered Christ still rebelling inside him. There was yet storm and retribution to be mitted before any fragile equilibrium might again be sought. How could she cradle faith after its visceral demise? But she turned away from the village and their violated sanctuary without hesitation or bitterness at his silence. Her steps were steady upon the winding lane overgrown through neglect. Wherever it wended, she walked on without casting about. Something of absolution went with her, untethered now from broken stones and strangled shoots. Her light persisted, kindling embers in the coming dusk through bitter loss. How it endured cast pale shadows inside his own hollow caverns. The way her footprints scribed was too steep to follow yet. But Dominic traced her through the gloaming keep vigil from afar as Ivoire descended into distant valleys untouched by their twin blood and tears. Her slender form remained long-limbed by the horizon's burnt light even after their makeshift garden and hopes lay far behind. She walked on without faltering, blazing faint star trail down the winding slope Dominic could not yet bring himself to tread. That blackened hollow space within still cried out for vengeance, to crack and render the brittle world that had rejected their gentle shoot. But gazing after Ivoire's distant light growing fainter between the stark hills, Dominic felt the first cool stirrings of remorse take fragile root. Her unbroken faith stood testament that their small sanctum had held meaning, however transiently, before fear sundered those stones. Broken stems might yet take root again when season turned if besouled hands sheltered the tender shoots. Another crop could be coaxed from waiting fallow fields if patient spirits kept faith. She had not abandoned hope or marrow-deep surety that fit subsistence awaited over the next rise. Whatever his own blotted wrath stained, Ivoire walked on in abiding calm more lasting than this bitter divide. She yet trusted long arcs bent towards decency's quiet reign. Her knowing eyes had read deeper currents beneath the surface chaos. The red haze gnawing his core lost some ferocity watching her recede gracefully into lands still open, not yet marked by their twin sorrow. Dominic breathed easier seeing Ivoire fade onto the horizon, sticking to her pilgrim road beyond reach of insignificant ruins. She flowed onward, faithful still to rhythms grander and subtler than vicious cycles butchering each fragile oasis. Her way was forward, never crippled by setback or deliberate desecration. Steady she moved through wilds keening and clawing, lit ever by strange visions he could only marvel after. That whisper of grace abiding shored him steadier when demons howled to make carnage of weak mortal flesh and fortress walls. Light yet lived while she gave it room to bloom through patient tending. Dominic kept weary watch in the smothering gloom long after Ivoire disappeared into the yawning hills and his own battered thoughts. When her shining glance faded at last, he stood alone on the ridge racked with equal parts desolation and remorse in conflict. Dread truth remained that their brief attempt at healing reconciliation between realms was dust, fierce strident chains pulled taut once more. He and Ivoire wandered sundered paths again against all hopes. There could be no turning back from the choice she had made for serene relent, while talons still raked raw at the scars of his untended soul. What shards of wisdom he had grasped lay abandoned with her footsteps leading over the next rise without him. But though their crossing threads unraveled again in the hands of forces contentious and dull, Ivoire left behind faint tracings of her vision still winking across the dark miles. Reminders glinting soft as stars through his black tumult that she yet carried the precious few seeds sheltered against this bitter season. Patient she would wait, not dogged but faithful in her bone-deep knowledge of tides and returnings, until the next gentle cycle coaxed those tender shoots to their surface. And she would walk on with head raised open to first light, nursing her tiny burdens through harsh terrain. ready when the time ripened again to scatter her cherished fragile cargo abroad, and see what meager harvests might yet be coaxed from blood-soaked earth. Always she would cup that untarnishable hope, trudging onward to give it room for roots. But tonight on this deserted tour, Dominic's own cold furrow lay bare and ravaged by killing frost. He would wander alone when the new dusk beckoned, untethered even from her distant glimmer sunk below the seamless night. There could be no turning back, any path shared irrevocably severed. He gazed out over the scarring terrain wrapping bleak and endless to the rim of the empty world, lit stark beneath the waxing moon's eye. Down there in the valleys crawling dusk-moved insect swarms bent to their own punishing order. He was not one of their hive. The air lay still and stale, no living breath drawn. At last with shuddering effort Dominic forced limbs and heart to stir creakily, turning his back on the vast hollow vista of butchered hopes. His own ken lay elsewhere, unmarked and unmourned. Before his wasted eyes might again glimpse dawn, there were bitter leagues yet to be trod. He set forth numbly into the barrens ringing northward, emptier for Ivoire's journeying on south away over the horizon. Their crossing orbits sheared past, leaving only cold space and unmapped night. She followed dawn. He was borne on scourging waves. No joining stream yet ran between. But her last fleeting human smile lingered, a grain caught in the eye to weep or cherish. He would walk with heads bowed by the unlikely mercy. She had lit one small slow-burning spark behind ribs once shattered. Somehow life and light endured, if only as distant flickering glow where gentle souls still sheltered precious seeds for the fallowing land. Her glimmer would shine yet, even when his guttered out to endless cold. That lone lit votive must be enough. He clung fast to the slipping vision, and put one foot before the other into the rising gale. The tempests more widened northward. But she gazed south at gentler coasts. Their souls' maps diverged by broken bodies and bloody hands, paths rendered separate by more than mere miles. Only stark night spanned the interval where they now must wander lost from each other's firelight, stewarding their fragile wares apart. She carried onward patient as creek stone, he raced desperate into the maelstrom. But by grace or happenstance, their trails' blurred edges might someday meet again beyond the present DS wilderness, in gentler seasons still unsown. Until then, solace lived thinly in imagination, her voice's echo still softly calling him home. He would follow if ever again shone northmost star to break these endless horizons. When she lit that far beacon fire, he would come. That faithful dream was still bridge enough for tonight. The seeking soul yet had intuition of dawn glow to walk towards beyond this starless sea. Her plain trail held meaning, wherever its miles wended. He need but lift eyes from the shoals and wreckage, look out to where tender rim glow kindled. That kindling light was yet strong enough for waylaid hearts to steer by, if they willed to see. Though she had passed over the hill's far side, her glimmer yet lit his benighted road. He would stumble on through this grief-shrouded country, nor lay aside gently what foundations their hands had briefly cradled between them. Something true glinted beneath the ransacked soil. She yet knew the seed's hiding place, he must shield shards with battered body and soul. Together somehow they would replant when darkness passed. Her blossoms would come nurtured in hard-won wisdom. And until seasons turned gentler, her last tender smile was beacon and refuge enough to walk on by. The outer dark held menace, but echoed still with promise of dawn beyond the abyss. Where Ivoire yet journeyed, Dominic followed in heart if not flesh. When she stopped again to warmly clasp his hand, all wandering ceased. They would know their way home together. For now, only the stark night yawned its jaws, solitary trek before him. But her straying light still shone steady to lead his tired steps. They were twin stars in fog-bound sky, navigating separate, but held yet unseen. Past many bitter miles, she would draw him home. Until then, memory must serve. He clung fast and walked on. Chapter 16. The first pale light of dawn crept over the monastery ruins as Dominic hauled stones and timber up the winding path. He worked swiftly, eager to fortify the crumbling walls before full daylight exposed his presence. Even this remote sanctuary could attract unwelcome guests if rumor spread of an outsider lurking in the abandoned cloisters. Dominic slipped through the decrepit gate, setting down his burden just inside the entry arch. How long had passed since necessity first drove him to seek refuge here? Years at least, perhaps decades. Time eroded so easily out in the desolate wilderness haunts that had become his domain. But whispers had reached even those isolated bounds, drawing him forth reluctantly. Tales of a remote monastery settlement spared from the worst of the border wars, where refugees and lost souls might yet find haven, if they could traverse the dangerous roads. A fragile hope, but Dominic dared not ignore even faint chances. Not with so much already sacrificed. He had salvaged a battered wheelbarrow from the ruins near the foot of the mountain, using it to haul loads of stone and wood up the winding trail. His preternatural strength made short work of repairs each dawn before he must retreat inside by day. There was solace in the methodical labors, returning broken walls and roofs to habitable shape. Soon enough there would be those seeking the rumored sanctuary, ill-prepared for the harsh ascent. Whatever he could mend beforehand might save lives. When the daylight shifted behind shrouding clouds, Dominic circled the grounds, surveying his progress. The main chapel, rectory, and pilgrim quarters were now decently weatherproofed, crude beds and supplies laid in. Meager additional fortifying had been done to the outer buildings and walls where elements and time had worsened the damage. It was still sparse cover, but far better than the barren wilds. Sanctuary depended not on luxury. With the limited hours left before sunset, Dominic hauled up the last essential items from his stash by the mountain stream: cured meat, candles, bundles of firewood, foodstuffs that would keep. Anything to supplement what refuge could be scraped together. Then he carefully swept away all traces of his presence outside and retreated within. Let mysteries increase rumors if it drew more souls up the narrow footpath to potential deliverance. He wanted no undue credit or attention. Twilight's lengthening shadows heralded the first arrivals. Dominic watched from the high slot windows as ragged groups crested the ridge. Some were families clutching their remaining belongings, others solitary travelers walking with heads down. All shared the same wearied desperation, searching for the sanctuary's promise. Hoping they had reached safety at last. He wished he could offer more than massive stone walls and provisioned fire pits to warm their tired bones. But simple shelter might be enough after the endless leagues survived. Dominic kept out of sight, not wanting to stir unease in those seeking refuge. Let them accept without question the monastery's protection. He would watch over them all unseen. In the weeks that followed, more refugees trickled up the remote trail, bringing meager possessions and stories of diverse tragedy. Dominic turned none away, scouring the ruins for additional pockets of shelter. Space grew cramped, tensions simmering with winter's chill setting in. But always room was found for just a few more souls. He dared not fail even one desperate enough to risk the climb. Rumors multiplied about the mysterious benefactor lurking unseen in their midst. Some circulated darker speculation of ghosts and curses from the monastery's violent past. But most took it on faith that any sanctuary was blessing. And if their silent caretaker shunned the light, he surely had reasons. It was not for them to pry beyond offering humble gratitude for his renewal of hope's long-neglected bulwarks. They prayed such fortune lasted beyond this frozen season. The refugees carried on as best they could, grateful for the haven. But Dominic sensed disquiet growing within. Not the cramped quarters or short supplies, those were expected refugees' lot. But his own unnatural solitude weighed unspoken. They knew now some flesh and blood benevolence dwelt here, not just ghosts. Who would choose such exile unless darkness tempted? Snows piled deep through the bitter weeks, sealing the monastery further from outside eyes. But isolation preyed despite the tranquility. Mortals required more than material substance to thrive. Each soul that crept away to shiver in solitary catacombs, or whisper to walls unanswering, tore at Dominic's vigilance. He should share more than these bare stone halls. Even his corroded spirit might yet offer some salvage to hedge against despair. before isolation carved too deep. The solstice eve was marked by extra fires and shared rations, a defiant stand against the punishing elements. Once moon had crested, Dominic listened from the shadows as weary voices traded half-forgotten tales of summers and seasons past. Kinder times survived long enough to remember. The cadence held sorrow and laughter both, binding mortals across their myriad trials. He yearned to join that fragile communion, share the brief cocoon woven against endless night. Perhaps this night of hope's tender sliver. He drew his tattered hood low and slipped soundless into the warmth of candle glow and fellowship. If any marked his coming, it drew no outward surprise or suspicion. A space was silently made, allowing him to settle near the hearthstone with slow grace that would not alarm. The welcome was tacit but sincere and needed. Dominic bowed his head gratefully and simply listened. The tales went on wide-ranging, some spoken, others recited from memory in rich dialects, accounts of poor farmers and rich merchants and all stations between. Common threads of small joys, great quests, lean harvests, tender romance, sly humor and always dogged hope emerged in vivid threads. He was enraptured, lived so far removed from his long exile, blooming real as thorn and rose before him. How much he had renounced of their compassion, their poetry and prose though raw. Their defiant light still defied night's longest claim. Gradually even Dominic's rough whisper was drawn out. He offered what histories lay too far back for mortal memory, of humbler roots and different eras turning soil. Though his own life was severed too long back for sharing, their continuity yet embraced him. For this ephemeral hour he knew community again, blood and spirit freely offered without judgment or burden. The cost was ephemeral. Dawn would come and he would retreat into veils anew. But for a few heartbeats they were unreserved kin, weaving fragile sanctuary with voice and silence both. The Yule feast sustained their shielded world a week more before necessity reasserted its cold weight. No matter the spiritual nourishment shared, bodily needs remained. Their protected sphere was bounded still by stone and mortal strength. Hope alone could not overcome the relentless elements. The worst privation inevitably lay ahead. Dominic spent the waning days preparing as he could, heart grieved by the suffering winter's teeth and claws would still exact. But he would stand fast whatever befell. That vow alone gave shape when so much teetered unknown. On the longest night he served them, nameless and faceless, offering his humble best to sustain them body and spirit. Through firelight and music the chains held at bay a while. When the last notes faded, they parted to short uneasy rest, girding for dawn's certain tribulation. Firewood stores already dwindled. The thaw came late while Dominic daily tallied their dwindling stores against too many mouths still needing. Each sunrise stole life and hope a little faster, soon only his own enduring strength would remain to bury the lost. Despair seeped in as the drifts hardened, he could not prevent their cruel fate, only stand useless witness. Whatever arcane gifts his cursed blood held, he could not distill sunlight or spring's thaw. The end drew inexorable closer around these distressed bright souls lashed by relentless winter. Until the morning Dominic woke to subtly shifting scents promising reprieve. Spring's first tender breath caressed the nape of sleeping hollows, breathing rumors of gently racing melt waters soon to surge and bless the land's long-parched veins. He rose hastily, daring to confirm impossible new scent trails. There could be no mistake, winter's back was broken at last. Their suffering would ease now daily as the great wheel turned its relentless axis past solstice night toward the corning light. Life would flow, meager perhaps after so much loss, but flowing nonetheless. The endless night relented another bitter season, banished by intrepid shoots turning their first tender leaves uncurling toward dawn's warmth. He bowed his head in joyful thanks to the lingering forces who had heard their silent carved entreaties, answering with benign sun arp rain to quench the drought. However inadequate to the devastation, it was new covenant once more extended. A reprieve was come. Their ashes and bone need not pave the foothills after all. Now there was time to heal deeper wounds before the next turning. That evening Dominic stood before them with head bared, answering unvoiced questions. Nothing mattered anymore but breaking word of spring's resurgence. Let fall how it may, the thaw was their earned deliverance. He spoke simply of season's sacred revolve, but they heard deeper heralding, their faith justified, his vigils vindicated. More joined them silently to offer gratitude at their humble altar as if titans had relented. What power yet listened, their lives had proven worthy of preserving. But in truth all had leaned into the storm and found strength to persevere, refused surrender though havoc raged. They were all saviors assembled. In the following nights as ice torrents swelled and milder wind coaxed green tips skyward, Dominic walked frequently among them barefaced, sharing the consolation of labor and words. The gift of faith they had shown in extremis extended now to him, broken vessel though he was. Unspoken no longer divided them. He would abide the tests of coming seasons and more firmly bind these scattered lost children. If any strayed or suffered, they would sustain as one. They had kept fragile shoots safe through winter's long shadow. In due season their devotion would be repaid. Together they walked up the thawing mountain path in pilgrimage when spring had fully turned, kneeling where once they had starved icebound and despairing. Under the dissolving white they uncovered small hidden crosses, markers of those lost to cruel necessity. But all had come through the crucible refined, purer commitment to this found community. No mortal would claim this place was mere broken remnants they had fused together. Its spirit was light shard-filling vessel once shattered but mended now by their communion. This was hallowed ground consecrated by real lives lived and sacrificed beneath its stark sheltering sky. They would honor and remember. No matter where paths led in gentler season, this cold womb had forged bonds enduring. Each would carry that shared spark through coming seasons. Their hearts kindled here would illuminate uncommon glory wherever separate roads wended, across many bright souls touched by surviving the longest shadows. This truth stood true. Standing atop the bleak pass hand in hand with those he had shepherded through darkest night of soul, Dominic knew at long last the true work left to his stained hands. Not penance nor prophecy nor renouncing company. But to carry this gathered fragile light before him radiant wherever the way bent, never shuttering the precious gleam within. The love-binding mortal spirits lit beacons change could not extinguish against gathering storms. Darkness only gave their shared flames more stark relief, proving relentless hope was yet gift unbounded. Where still one followed with candle lit, despair could not win final conquest. Those small flames passes hand to hand might yet set horizon alight. His was simply to stand steadfast, a frame for their kindling warmth. They had lived the truth writ far deeper on these stones than epitaph. His own scarred heart held it plain now as beacon brands, faith, hope and love remained, anytime souls willed to cradle the embers. On these stood all meaning. The rest was mist and mirage, shadow without substance. What fulfilled endured. At summer's zenith when winds gentled between the crags, safe roads led Dominic's feet down from the lofty refuge as others dispersed on their turns of the wheel, paths diverging but spirit bound fast. His cloaked form would pass into memory as benefactor or phantom, it mattered not. Flesh was only vessel, the heart communed went with him. They had shared seasons' wealth and want, sheltered life tenuous through deepest cold. That communion persisted though their trails diverged. He had been blessed a span to nurture flickering wicks until the dawn they always trusted kindled anew. Now was time to depart transformed. Wherever fate and summer's ripe roads led, he carried always their shared illumination, light passed hand to hand through mortal night. He would walk gentler harboring that spark now woven to his core. If ever darkened skies closed round again, their glimmer would shine undimmed, beacon hope fed by love fiercer than final night. No more to retreat behind monastery wall from souls forlorn. Wherever humanity wandered, there now stood his hallowed chapel and ministry. The turning world awaited below. He looked back only once at grey stones gilded now in memory's forgiving light before taking the first winding step downward. That sanctuary yet endured for any who climbed steeply with all their desperate faith. Those who found its shelter would remember. His own bare footprints retracing the thawed path from the peak therm spoke silent devotion. Wherever the endless road bent, he carried with him tender echoes of laughter and tears, the melodies of compassion shared freely between mortal hearts. That woven connective strand could not fray even across canyons of isolation and seasons. He would sing the remembered song in darkness and light alike, keep it sheltered true. Others had entrusted him with their small flame, ever faithful he would cradle this gift as beacon and ward. Their kindling spark was his to shield now. With careful tread Dominic followed the white river downward as it sang and whispered far gentler than his own thoughts ascending. Its rushing joyous voice promised cleansing, renewal. Some miles beyond these remote cold summits, their confluent waters together would quench parched earth, generously yielding their hoarded bounty with no thought of recompense. Rivers and sojourners knew charity's silent power etched course deeper than force, ever carving its patient way through stone. In his own small measure he had helped scatter wild seeds, so too would he flow now through dry lands nourishing where he could. The way led onward through dwindling snowmelt down sun-warmed leagues. Dominic walked steadily into lengthening days, gravity and memory both loosening now their remorseless grasp. He held close still candle flames kindled atop distant peaks through starkest night when hope guttered nigh extinguished. Their guiding glow warmed his steps always. Wherever the path descended, he followed mindful, heeding yet their silent beacon calls steering him truesome. That lone bright chord resonating in his marrow must suffice. He would find where next its discordant echoes might soothe. Now was time to gently release hands, and let faith guide them all forward through separate trials still abiding. The long road bent ahead through deep valleys and untold turns, but their shared light had etched new topography within to chart by. Wherever swift channels might steer tomorrow, today he followed the waters downward nourished by winter's remorseless scouring now smoothed to reflections of bold open sky. Light filtered through his cracks in spectrum and prism untainted by past poison. What filtered through was enough. Step after step he walked onward down through emerging spring, following the river's sure course meandering ahead ever towards distant shores and ponds still to fill under summer's golden dance. If he kept faith and did not flag, those shoreline oases awaited beyond the next June rise beckoning tired hearts home. For now was still the winding way and rustling breeze rippling through canyon walls, leading him on one foot after the next away from proud peaks and hard lessons learned carved under skin. The way smoothed ahead still through raw veins that had only begun their slow softening. He had far yet to walk, but no longer alone. Wherever channels bent around the next unsighted gorge, whatever distant green delta called his dried and flaking riverbed, they had mingled once their separate streams through ravines and bitter ice, channeled into confluence by forces greater moving in and between. That joining potency yet flowed within him, imprinted by hands linked battling the strongest shadows. In their shared current he moved steadily onward, following the meandering but insistent river. Its eternal changes left their traces bright within his eyes, forever transforming harsh ricks through its patient gentle perseverance. This far at least he had come, wrapped in life's softening embrace. Now was the time for footfall after footfall retracing melted snow down the path returning him to mankind's own inevitable sea. He would find where he was called to disperse his own hoarded waters next, give back freely to the waiting silt. For now was just the winding trail ahead through warming breeze turned gentle but no less urgent after the scouring frost. He walked on without hurry or despairing, content that the way smoothed steadily towards whispered destination. There would be light and stillness and comfort again when all waters ceased their journeying at last. Until then was the passage in between, rugged perhaps but certain, and he no longer alone. They had mingled their streams once. Those shining droplets yet reflected within him would find their way through every coming season. He carried softly their shared light blended within, never his alone again to hoard. It must flow onward boundless wherever the river descended, quenching dry lands crying skyward for deliverance. Their shared waters were midwife, he need but walk the shore channel ahead, and let their gifts pour forth. Chapter 17 Twilight's fading glow backlit the ridge as Dominic crested the hill. He paused to survey the landscape revealed below, keen eyes searching for signs of the remote monastery settlement rumored to lie nestled somewhere in this vast wilderness. Dominic drew his ragged cloak tighter against the chill and moved on. He had many more leagues to travel before finding refuge for the night. How long had he been following whispered legends of this place, he wondered. Years, perhaps decades since the trail went cold. Once grand cathedrals and libraries had fallen to chaos and calamity, their secrets lost. But whispered tales endured of this hidden sanctuary preserving lost knowledge, welcoming all pilgrims who completed the dangerous journey to its remote mountain perch. Dominic had walked countless empty roads since civilization's light guttered, finding only cryptic maps and folklore in place of answers. But he clung to hope that this secluded monastery still endured somewhere, a lone bastion keeping faith in humanity's dawn reawakening. Even if its existence proved only myth, the quest occupied his restless spirit, urging him onward through each long day and longer night. Without purpose, the wilderness would surely claim his tattered soul. As dusk's last embers faded on the jagged peaks, Dominic quickened his stride. He must find adequate shelter soon. Wandering unknown ranges after nightfall was perilous, even for one of his cursed resilience. An overhang or shallow cave would have to suffice. Tomorrow he would renew the search. The monastery could not hide forever if legend spoke truth. He only prayed its isolation had spared the archive of fragile knowledge and seedlings of culture while kingdoms burned and turned feral. Near moonrise, Dominic stumbled onto a primitive path snaking up into the stark foothills. Hope flickered. Where there was trail, even faint, others had passed before him. With wary senses peeled for signs of habitation or danger, Dominic followed the worn track as it switchbacked ever upward. I had narrowed to barely a footpath when the low stone structures finally emerged from behind swaying conifers. A handful of crude dwellings huddled around a larger carved chapel, nestled in a high valley bowl. He had found the settlement at last. Dominic circled the remote enclave cautiously, probing for watchers in the night's depths. Scent trails were cold, no hearth fires or lamps burning. Had he arrived too late? Dread rose as he crept silently between the empty buildings. Then a whispered chant carried on the wind, flickering candlelight visible through the chapel's cracked shutters. A lone voice, but undeniable sign of life. Not too late, some last devoted soul yet kept vigil here. Hardly daring to breathe, Dominic eased open the weathered door. Inside, rows of broken pews faced a humble altar where one cowled figure knelt in prayer, oblivious to his presence. Dominic sank into the rear shadows, studying the mysterious supplicant by the trembling candle flames. If any answers remained to be gleaned here, this monk surely held the precious key. When the last echoes of chanting faded, Dominic stirred from his concealment. "Your pardon, brother. I'm just a pilgrim drawn by hope of this sanctuary." The monk rose slowly, turning to face the newcomer. Beneath his voluminous hood, Dominic glimpsed only darkness, no telltale flash of eyes or breath's exhalation to betray life within the robe's enveloping folds. Only silence weighed palpable between them. Suppressing unease, Dominic continued respectfully, "I mean no harm, only seek wisdom. Does any still remain of the Brotherhood, or the libraries?" No answer came from the figure standing mute between him and the altar candles. But Dominic sensed no immediate threat. If only some language might open to bridge past whatever vow or burden enshrouded this lone anchorite, some crumb of knowledge could yet be salvaged. "Please, I have walked countless leagues following any rumor that might lead to this lost seminary." He could not conceal his eagerness. Its archives could help mend a broken world. "Will you not share what is preserved here?" The cowled figure turned away as if in dismissal and began to shuffle toward a humble door near the transept, its proportions suggesting the monk's cells lay beyond. Hesitantly Dominic started to follow, unsure if this was invitation or warning. But when the robed form reached the rectory passageway, it paused and looked back towards him, as if to ascertaining he still followed. Then it proceeded through into enveloping darkness. An invitation after all. Dominic trailed the soundless shape down the winding stair into foundations that had perhaps lain undisturbed for centuries in isolation. Dim candle stubs lit intermittently revealed a maze of musty but intact cells, library and scriptorium still mysteriously preserved down here in shadow. Untouched knowledge waited in these dusty vaults, rare books and artifacts from lost ages when visionaries built echoes of paradise in remote monasteries such as this. Here the profound past might yet illuminate a way forward out of wilderness and ignorance. Carefully Dominic reached out to touch one beautifully illuminated manuscript left open on a lectern, momentarily overwhelmed. But his ghostly guide had continued on without pause. He hurried to catch up before the mysteries were sealed away again. There was so much yet to decipher and understand here, forgotten epiphanies that might help scattered humankind remember its best self, its extinguished capacity for spiritual beauty. He could not allow such priceless treasure to slip back into darkness unshared. Passing down the last dusty archive aisle, another set of steps emerged leading on into older stone foundations underlying even the buried monastery levels. Dominic hesitated, apprehension prickling his skin. The strange anchorite had already vanished down the worn stairs, but foreboding hung thick in the air. What secret abyss awaited, that even the Brotherhood preferred ignorance of? But if truth yet remained in this benighted era, could he turn back knowing its load lay untapped? Holding himself ready for any unknown trial awaiting below, Dominic descended silently into swathing black. The shadows only deepened in this crude chamber carved from bedrock, his vampiric vision unable to penetrate its gloom. No trace of his guide remained. Groping carefully forward, Dominic froze as his foot scattered pebbles ringing unnaturally loud. This dim vault was clearly sacred past violated by his presence. But as he turned to retreat, spectral candlelight suddenly flared ahead. And framed in its spare unsteady light, a young woman knelt in veneration, pale and ethereal but instantly recognizable. Against all reason and loss, she was here. Ivoire, Dominic rasped, her name a prayer stumbling from his lips through stark disbelief. Had his endless grieving finally shattered his spirit beyond salvation, that it conjured such vision from yearning abyss? The translucent figure stood unmoving, faint light rendering her almost part of the ancient stone. But Dominic would know her anywhere, in any world or plane. It was truly Ivoire's spirit made manifest, returned by grace when long given up as just another light extinguished by his failures. His heart could scarcely contain the ache and rapture. Forgive the intrusion here. I did not know. Dominic could not find words remotely worthy of this consecrated place or its miraculous inhabitant. He could only kneel before her presence in breathless devotion. If this was the sole revelation offered for his endless pursuit, it was benediction beyond hope. When Ivoire spoke at last, her voice echoed as though resonating outside mortal bounds. All who are called find their way eventually to this sanctuary. Your journey was never in vain. She extended a hand as though in greeting and farewell both. Dominic swallowed past a knot of sorrow, knowing already her next words even before they fell softly through the chamber's pulsing silence. But yours continues still a while. You must return and shepherd the living. Her form was already fading, wisp coalescing back into endless night all around them. The light endures past every darkness. Keep faith. He cried out wordlessly, instinct pleading for her luminous spirit to stay though mortal reason knew her time here was done. She had kept this last true vigil only to set his steps anew. Now Ivoire must return to realms beyond his imagining. But her eternal presence would hallow the long lonely path ahead however marred by past sins. Dominic stood slowly. If her unquenched essence yet lingered, he could now bear to leave this sanctuary and its wisdom in her gentle care. Whatever befell without, at least he knew Ivoire was at peace in this quiet forgotten refuge between worlds. Their souls were still joined. Squaring his shoulders, Dominic offered a silent bow of understanding. Then he turned and climbed back up through the dusty archives with measured steps. His task awaited above, stewarding what fragile hopes still flickered in the broken world. Much had been given, now much was asked in return. He would not fail her a second time. The monastery's sacred knowledge would be safeguarded, its manuscripts preserved until humanity was ready to rekindle compassion's dimmed embers. When Dominic passed out through the shrouded rectory and across the candlelit chapel, tears ran freely down his hollow cheeks. But his gaze remained clear and purposeful, darkness and despair exorcised. Ivoire's light yet travelled with him, her whisper soft against his ear. "Fulfill your calling," she urged gently. "Let your journey now reflect forgiveness." Dominic stepped outside where stars kept cold communion overhead between him and unseen realms. But the distance no longer ached beyond enduring. They held their own intimate liturgy, he and Ivoire, connected by spirit subtler than passage of seasons or years. She walked with him in memory between crests and hollows, guiding his footsteps from within. They would meet again beyond final twilight, but until then were not sundered, only transformed. He had seen her radiance waiting past the veil. "Be at peace," she counseled, "for nothing is truly lost." With gates secured behind him, Dominic set off into the wind-scoured night. The way ahead now held no dread or desolation, only anticipation of deeds still for him to fulfill before their eternal reunion. He would find lost brethren and help rebuild humble communal shelters, share too long squirreled knowledge by candlelight, tend the smallest promising seedlings of altruism and wisdom. She had shown him light's tenacious roots waiting to be unearthed needed only care and nurturing to bloom anew. Whatever spiritual famine yet ravaged the land, he would help sow provision against coming winter. Feeling her whispered grace with every stride, Dominic crested the ridge as pre-dawn mist ascended from the valley below. Somewhere down there, frightened and desperate souls yet huddled in darkness awaiting first fragile rays of warmth and community. Though the night felt endless, already in the east, beacon fires of hope still signaled them onward. He must guide as many as he could toward that orienting glow. For sheltered within each mortal heart still burned a kindred spark to the one Ivoire embodied, longing for light revealed again after so long an exile. His task was simply to gently fan the embers, keep reminder of day burning bright as lodestar however clouded the sky grew. Whatever nightmarish shapes roved, remember always the dawn waits. But a few resilient steps more, and we walk together. Our journey knows no end. Only keep faith, I am here. As the last stars winked out above the distant ridge, Dominic kept a steady pace down the winding trail toward human voices. He went lightened of step, no longer proceeding alone. An invisible beside him each long mile, Ivoire smiled silent encouragement even through the dimmiest pass and coldest adversity. She knew night's power was illusion against their shared flame. The shadows had no hold over souls who don truth's mantle. Where even one remembered past despair love's radiant covenant, and offered hand or voice to guide a sister, then night's worst hauntings would be cast out. Beacons summoned them all home. Dominic smiled up at the paling sky as he reached the valley floor at last. The kindling light awaited only their opening eyes and hearts fused wide again by hope. She had shown him the bright way waiting. He had only to call others gently from the receding darkness, and help unstop cruel ears and altars so long muffled shut. Silently beside him Ivoire already lit their path through fearsome gloom. One bright step was enough, then another, faith's horizon glowed yet so near. However long this night, we will walk it together, and come home when the new dawn breaks. I will be here, always, her voice whispered through him. You are not alone. Let my candle guide you through the darkest hollows between stars. Our spirits remain one. Until then, have courage, and carry hope for those still lost and weary. Your journey has just begun. And with Ivoire's luminous presence engraved now in his heart, Dominic went forward to meet the uncertain road awaiting beyond the next turn, come what shadows may. Her light led him on. Their indivisible love remained his northmost beacon star steering through deepest night. Whatever still must be weathered and overcome did not seem so insurmountable. Hardships ahead would only renew fire hardened to illuminate gentler vistas. When cruel storms had passed, he walked without fear into mortal twilight and ghosts of frail beginnings, her whisper his talisman against faltering trust. This time could be different. Once more let us build what was lost. My prayer goes before you. Let all who have eyes to see follow into grace. Chapter 18. Pre-dawn mist shrouded the valley as Dominic crested the final ridge. Somewhere ahead lay the remote village of Briarwood, his destination after so many long and weary leagues. Dominic quickened his pace, moving swiftly between the trees. Reaching the outskirts before full light exposed him was essential. Even this far beyond society's fray, strangers could attract suspicion. Dominic adjusted his tattered cloak against the chill. How long had it been since whispers first sent him searching for this isolated settlement? Years certainly, perhaps even decades. Time slipped away so easily on the empty roads, one bleak season blurring into the next. He had nearly resigned himself to solitude amidst crumbling ruins when rumors drifted out from the wilderness. Tales of a haven for outcasts and refugees, sheltered by forested slopes from the chaos-consuming more exposed domains. A fragile hope, but Dominic dared not ignore even faint chances. Not with so much sacrifice remaining unredeemed. The wooded lane leveled out as he reached the valley floor. A humble congregation of timber buildings and quaint cottages came into view, nestled beside a softly gurgling creek. Briarwood. Dominic circled the slumbering village warily until he located the small stone chapel set apart on a rise bordering the forest. Most answers would be found there, if any truth lived in the impossible rumors. He steeled himself and moved toward the modest building, senses alert for any sound of habitation. But only silence greeted him. Hardly daring to breathe, Dominic eased open the weathered oak door. Inside, gentle dawn light filtered through stained glass to wash over empty pews. A lone robed figure knelt in meditation before the altar, oblivious to his quiet arrival. Dominic sank soundlessly into the last pew's shadows, studying the mysterious woman framed in the soft radiance. If refuge truly awaited here, she surely held its hope in her slender hands. As if sensing his presence, the kneeling woman rose slowly to face this silent observer. Her graceful features stirred memory like fragments of long-lost music. But her name eluded Dominic as he tried to reconcile the life he had known with this beautiful aged vision. How could she be here and now, outside all reason? Before he could find words, she spoke softly. The years have not changed your heart, my friend. Sadness and joy mingled in her smile. But if you are ready, our long vigil is finally at an end. Ivoire. Her name fell brokenly from Dominic's lips as realization crashed over him. Not a ghost or fever dream, truly her, returned after so many bitter lifetimes roaming without star or compass. His heart could scarcely contain the disbelief and rapture welling up to meet this living miracle. They came together in the quiet chapel, words unnecessary between two souls too long resigned to eternal separation. All that needed spoken pulsed in the grace notes their hearts embroidered silently on the still air. Whatever unknown providence allowed this reunion, it was blessing beyond deserving. The lost had found haven. When they finally stepped back, Dominic traced the new lines wisdom and care had etched on Ivoire's features. But her inner light still shone through, undimmed by the passing seasons. She studied him in return, her voice husky with emotion as she broke the reverent hush. There will be time enough to share our stories. But come now, you must rest. Ivoire led him through a small door into the rectory's cramped quarters. Her cell contained only simple cot and table, all adornments of comfort sacrificed. But Dominic sank down gratefully as she pressed a mug of broth into his hands. Even humble fare was feast enough in this company. As he ate slowly, Ivoire recounted quiet village events, no flush or fever in her words. Whatever past tragedies had trailed them here, she spoke of current days with open-hearted joy. Her hands had tended the same soil and souls for seasons now, roots twining deep and firm. This community was balm, not banishment. Dominic envied her hard-won peace. Would there be any lasting place for him in such pastoral tranquility? Ivoire's soft voice and nearness in the small room worked their spell, exhaustion overtaking him. But rest did not come easily to his churning thoughts. Even as her breathing slowed in slumber, Dominic remained awake, watching the light gradually warm and fill her tranquil features. He could hardly accept this living grace was real, not a dream waiting to dissolve in waking's harsher scrutiny. The sublime still felt so tenuous. How could they walk now as one again under sun's unveiled gaze after so long braving separate wilds? She had found safe harbor here, but storm yet raged inside him. Sensing his brooding unease even in dreams, Ivoire stirred and reached to take his hand, her skin brushing softly against Dominic's own scarred flesh. He stilled, focusing only on that gentle anchor binding him yet from backsliding into darkness. This gift was true and not yet marred by spreading blight. Dawn had truly come, whatever past nightmares prowled beyond the window's fragile peace. He would cling to her living touch through all that must follow. Here at last was sanctuary, if he only embraced what was freely given. Dominic measured his breathing to match Ivoire's resting rhythm, letting the quiet calm lull him toward dreamless rest. Whatever tomorrow held, this precious moment yet bloomed flawless, a single perfumed rose defying bitter frost. Memory must not give in so easily to dread. He was here with her now. The enduring past could wait a little longer to make its claims. This transitory grace was miracle enough for tonight. He let the stillness take him under. When Dominic awoke at sunset to the chapel bell's soft chorus, it was to find himself tucked snug beneath a quilt, a tray with bread and roasted vegetables left warming by the hearth. Ivoire must have slipped away to begin evening's work, allowing him to rest undisturbed. Fresh clothing had even been laid out, simple homespun tunic and breeches but blessedly clean. He had almost forgotten such gentle kindnesses existed. Each thoughtful gesture spoke her plain song of compassion quietly beneath these rafters. Dominic ate slowly, rehearsing the reassuring cadence of utensils and crackling fire. There was comfort in the humble routine this cell provided, absent the demands and doubts nagging beyond. Could they continue on here in this timeless pastoral peace? The thought was dangerous bait, temptation to believe one's soul and bones might truly bury all deformed ghosts in this kindly loam. That putting down living roots again could steady his tortured march into metered steps and measured days. A hesitant rap at the door roused Dominic from bittersweet reflection. He opened it to find a wide-eyed young novice hovering anxiously on the landing, a worn leather satchel clutched in her arms. Clearly his presence still ignited unease. "Beg pardon, sir, the abbess asked I bring these herbs for your injuries." The girl relinquished her burden quickly, bobbed a nervous curtsy, and hurried off down the steps before Dominic could offer thanks. Likely superstitions already flourished below stairs regarding Ivoire's mysterious guest. He sighed, looking down at the fragrant poultices and tinctures arrayed in the satchel. Her remedies could mend flesh, but whether time and forgiveness were balm enough for the spirit was less certain. Resigned to solitude for now, Dominic secured the door and began applying the medicines. Their natural potency worked as well on his kindred flesh as any mortal's, flesh slowly knitting under the salves. But deeper hollows remained in perilous balance. Better isolation up here in dusk than inflicting uneasy company. He could wait on Ivoire's wisdom to guide the next step. When sunset's last embers faded on the jagged peaks, Dominic was startled from his melancholy musings by the rectory door quietly unlatching. He tensed, prepared to brace for some new trial. But it was only Ivoire, her arms laden with dark baked loaves that filled the air with comforting fragrance. Dominic rose swiftly to aid her before the overflowing bounty tumbled free. "I thought you might share supper here while the others are at prayer." Ivoire lifted away a cloth cover, revealing smoked fish, roasted vegetables, and a crock of honeyed cream beneath the bread. A humble feast, but Dominic needed no coaxing to partake. They shared the meal in effortless rhythm, hands passing plate and flask without thought, long familiarity erased but now woven a new one gracious thread at a time. Whatever once broke trust between them lay mute and buried past this living communion. For now it was only her, only him, and their timeless understanding transcending all else. But when they had eaten all they could hold and leaned together in nourished silence, Ivoire finally broached softly the truth they must eventually unearth. There is much past we should share, so the ghosts between us may find their proper grave. My spirit is ready, if you will walk with me a ways into the past. Dominic swallowed hard, but nodded. She was right, they could not outrun trajectories set brutally in motion so many empty seasons before this unlikely redemption. No true anchorage, only drift, until they mapped the terrible stars that scattered them so long ago. Wherever difficult landmarks waited ahead, they must be charted. So side by side through the deepening night they traced haltingly the years of loss and tireless seeking, sparing no failure or disgrace. All was exposed without judgment, from Dominic's desperate flight carrying her broken child self to this remote valley, to the long lonely epochs roaming feral and haunted, more gal than living traveler, lost eons of desolation, a fragile purpose surrendered to rage in the face of endless hypocrisy and indifference. They walked through those ghosts together, into death's maw and out again, healing unable to begin until the lanced wounds drained. Whatever human spirit survived in him had been her undeserved gift. His curse was never to deserve such grace. At times words failed and they sat in silence until grief passed on. But slowly the bleak scar sealing off disowned history came mapped and spoken into solemn acceptance. The worst was now charted. Whatever redemption waited in these restored bonds or along their interwoven road ahead, it must be claimed step by step. No sweeping miracle could erase the ink topography of remorseless time. But together they would consecrate anew this pockmarked acreage and torn keystone. On this broken foundation tack still gently build anew. We are here. Ivoire listened to the last dissonant refrain with head bowed and hands enfolded calmly in her lap. When Dominic's hoarse whispers faded away ragged into the smothering hush, she rose to stir the dimming embers in the soot-black hearth, coaxing the buried warmth back into searing life. Tiny sparks flared hopefully where there had been only swirling ashes. She added a scrap of kindling, then another, patiently feeding the infant flames. Watching the fire slowly rise up from cold dead powder, Dominic felt something inside him unclench toward liberty. The tiny blaze held their shared hope now, light and warmth nurtured from desolation. Bright edges revealed around occlusion and collapse. She finally turned back to him, no judgment or disgust marring features creased by lonely years. We've walked through much hardship, Ivoire said simply. But arrived together now where the lost return. Her hand found his, uniting wayfarer to shepherd again. This sanctuary can yet hold us up. They sat in wordless communion until the passing bells chimed compline, night's prescribed hours surrendered, a new dawn soon to consecrate what healing had begun. Whatever malignant ghosts yet harried or memories maimed, enough tattered canvas remained to restitch hope's faded standard from scarred scraps. Enough lingered unfinished to grasp again the pen fallen from weary fingers and rewrite the closing act anew. Their hoarse shambolic fugue held dissonance, but hinted too of themes that yearned complete. The blackened path had led here for reasons still writ half obscure. Patient hands might trace the mystery line by line until illuminated. When sleep's shelter beckoned once more, they surrendered side by side as if far heavier journeys had been traveled that only this span of honest dark. But dawn's gentle advent found their hands yet woven together in promise stronger for having walked unflinching through the starless wastelands that once defied escape. They had charted the menacing contours at last, exorcised the worst ghosts by refusal to cede more ground. Heroes reforged in night's kill would hold steady. Whatever day's uncertain pilgrimage asked, they would contest its uneven ground together, no more to traverse severally bleak hostile valleys. This dawn lit unified terrain. In the morning's brooding hush Dominic stirred to find Ivoire already risen, head bent in contemplation over her nearby table. She glanced up with a hesitant smile as he shifted gingerly upright, joints protesting previous rigors. There are practicalities of your presence here I must attend, but I would not leave you to wake alone. How fare you with light of day returned? Her words kindled warmth that eased the lingering aches. So this was what care untroubled by distrust meant, even in small measure. He had nearly forgot. I fare better for knowing we walk as one beyond the shadows. Satisfied, Ivoire squeezed his hand and took her leave to begin addressing more temporal problems. Dominic watched her descend the stairs before turning his own attention to ablutions and fresh garments. He replenished tepid water in the washing basin from the rain barrel outside, attempting to rinse off clinging residue of past despair. These simple habits helped affirm that new hope yet lived to tend each dawn, not all fruit withered untimely to dust. He could still gentle the terrain if he tilled patiently onward. Ivoire was gone long hours as Dominic waited in reborn light, but he noted no stern voices raised or disruption marring the pastoral aura below. She had ever walked paths of compassionate wisdom, illuminating reason's steady cloth when mortal fear pulled its dark shades. He could trust Ivoire's shepherding spirit to transform even the most reluctant heart without force. That faith had never wavered. Whatever awaited in this unlikely refuge's fold, her grace would light their way onward. Near sunset she returned, shreds of conversation and bustle rising up the stairway before the heavy door secured them in private solo again. "It is settled," Ivoire pronounced wearily. "Your presence will not stir further panic or prying beyond necessity." Dominic searched her expression. "You bear such a burden alone for my sake." "I am sorry." But she shook her head firmly. "It is mine to bear, and done gladly if ends in your deliverance." Her eyes lingered on his own sadly. "Too long have you suffered kith and shelter renouncing you for imagined sins." Dominic turned aside unsettled. Perhaps her newfound wise authority had blunted memory's thorns regarding his monstrous past. Or Golgotha's scouring road had scoured clean even the most burdensome stains from her shorn spirit. But whatever absolution living souls yet offered, Dominic knew too well his remaining walk traced maimed through valley of shadows. No pastoral field or briar patch existed free of shuddering echoes still whispering just beyond sight. Peace was honed now in him to a cold blade. But Ivoire only smiled gently, her worn hand light on his hair. "Let tomorrow keep its own counsel. Tonight we are warded safe." The simple truth refused all paths but acceptance. Here they yet stood, undeserved grace still weaving third strands to gather tatters into whole. Whatever dredged depths awaited down neglected trails, she yet purposefully bound up his threadbare ruff to shuttle again. Shelter was refuge enough this eventide. So they shared meager supper in eloquent silence, brooding darkness kept at bay outside shuttered windows. Whatever specters' demands clamoured out there in the yard's muffled ringing dark beyond stone and timber, this consecrated space yet held sanctum lit by her unassuming faith burning long after passionate walls crumbled aside. Each humble chore and offered word wove their disjointed ends together, rekindling faded patterns from charred fragments. Brokenness in all its agonized variation could be mended by patient hands that never despaired. Nothing festered so deep cleansing floods might not carry it seaward. The past would lay claim tomorrow, tonight was still theirs to gently replate fraying ties. However long the seasons, living shoots yet anchored hopeful hearts. They parted to blessed repose and waking vigils untainted by venomous ghosts. Ivoire's breathing steadied rapido into restful rhythms beside Dominic. But slumber eluded his nail-scored thoughts. This sanctuary's tranquil aura felt too tenuous to trust, a fragile skating perilously over fissures and rough ruptures still etched below. Darker things roamed when frail candles burned low, circling ravenous to devour hope's guttering sparks. He must stand ready to ward however hopelessly against their maw. But somehow weariness overcame disquiet as he measured the resting slow pace of her heart, comforting talisman through the small hours. Dominic clung almost desperately to its living rhythm, the warm nearness of family isolated no more. Whatever else these changed estates held, this covenant yet endured waxing again from its disastrous wane. She had engraved herself too fast now in his tattered ledger to ever be wholly torn out. Even where only one set of footprints stretched across distant lonely beaches, always she walked with him in spirit, guiding forward one leaden step more. Blindly he reached through the gloom, and miraculously found her hand still stretched back toward him. Past so many bitter turning miles, she had led him home. Peace settled gently through Dominic's thoughts like dust as deeper night progressed. He had forgotten rest could be more than torment in endless parade. But she had returned rhythm to all creation's churning chaos, patiently refined him consonance and clear melody measured between discordant times. Her devoted hands plucked tangled notes back into tune, drew scattered themes into resonance slowly, building harmony from disassembled fantasies. Peace settled gently through Dominic's thoughts like dust as deeper night progressed. He had forgotten rest could be more than torment in endless parade. But she had returned rhythm to all creation's churning chaos, patiently refined him back into consonance and clear melody measured between discordant times. Her devoted hands plucked tangled notes back into tune, drew scattered themes into resonance slowly, building harmony from disassembled fantasies. Here at least were yet possibilities and raw elements to weave anew. Whatever unfinished movements languished ahead through wild country, Ivoire walked ever onward with light step, painting bold verification that no last note sounded hopeless. Themes broke off, but also opened onward. Their mutual coda was unfinished still. Her breathing nearby remained metronome and touchstone steady, guiding him back from bleakest ruts and catches. Tomorrow's renewed road held no dread while she yet trod sure-footed beside. Let time and trials run roughshod, this sanctuary gave shelter enough to weather all but the last unseen abyssal barrier. And even fathomless. Stygian-born held no terrors with her hand clasped firm in his. They had traversed worse in bonded spirit. Whatever end, they crossed the threshold side by side. Not even eternity divided their twinned course. With that solace enclosing him, Dominic surrendered to seamless rest. Her presence guarded their lengthening interwoven threads through calm center of night's wheeling stars. He need only sleep dreamlessly, she kept gentle watch now. Tomorrow was still clean slate awaiting their patient chisels. Nothing lasting marred had yet come to pass, there was yet rich life and nacre left to sculpt. Hand in hand they would coax the wild earth to bloom again as generation upon generation turned upward toward life's unfailing sun. She had brought them refuge, here still editors flowed and fruited if tended with care. Their only task was to walk the allotted landscape together, planting promised seed. In deepest hollows he heard her even tread approach again across night fields, lantern held alight through ink and bitterness to guide him. Always that vital rhythm carried them onward however clawing phantoms tried unraveling their tireless weave. Where she planted melodies swelled, where he faltered her voice braced and led forth. Back from death and damnation he turned undeserving feet home, called by her patient cadence. Their timeless score stretched flawless on his heart's parchment now beyond power to erase. He would find his faltering way through unsure terrain back to her unmarked melody slowly, feeling out the intervals linked true. However vast this benighted realm, still he progressed note over note leaning hard into her limbed radiance, striding beyond dread through her bold notes ringing clear over his head, calling him back to unfinished symphonies. In the blackest hollows where Dominic despaired, Ivoire's quiet light shined true, flooding his mire of misery, reminding of dawn awaiting their song beyond the next measured mile. She gentle took up his numb hands to hers and moved on through the darkness blithe and unburdened, transforming by her very tread its gnarling vicious antiphonies back into clean contrapuntal rhythm, despite all that clamored cacophonous shades between them. He heard her bright phrasing still deeper than the aberrant dissonance, refusing its empty din. With those lilting notes pulsing foundation, he managed step after harried step away from the brink of eternal night, turning from hazard on her radiance pouring shore through otherwise obscure steaming fens, a beacon back toward distant harmonies nearly forgotten now re-showing brighter than remembered from up ahead. With those lilting notes pulsing foundation, he managed step after harried step away from the brink of eternal night, turning from hazard on her radiance pouring shore through otherwise obscure steaming fens, a beacon back toward distant harmonies nearly forgotten now re-showing brighter than remembered from up ahead. Their unfinished bridge yet waited patient through the mists, every suspended tone a promise that scattered themes might braid together once more. Whatever dark confused movement he had wandered, still she sang on somewhere just beyond sight, guiding him home. Her pure voice was the lone path through blighted country, sustained dynamic thread he clung to bloody and penitent, finding his way by grace back into consonance and resolution however falsely his feet had charted the cruel terrain. She knew the course true through benighted veils, he need but lean desperate into her compassionate cadence and trust its call. Then slowly, haltingly, the disorienting malignant phrases eroded away to kinder familiar melodies long forsaken, now ringing out bold and reborn to draw him onward through death's clawing shadows. Where her vocals soared, still sounded the absolute truth of dawn awaiting. Out from the spinning abyss led this solitary lifeline, if he willed himself to take the fragile step beyond void's beckoning more once more. Ivoire's clear notes wrapped warm about his wrecked soul were themselves salvation, redeeming from long bitter purgatory. Her lone pure tone carried hope imperishable however deeply he had sunk mired in fruitless rage and bottomless grief, mana and guide rope through whatever hung miasma remained veiling their overgrown garden path. Turn again now, believe. The light you have lost still remembers your name. As long as her voice continued threading the poisonous smog somewhere up ahead, Dominic could not fully despair. From blind spider holes and unmarked burial cairns still faint hope beckoned him stumbling on after toward that bright unfinished score. Her interleaved notes would gently harvest him back safely through disorienting terrain. Their opening themes soared still pristine however careworn the intervening movements grew. Whatever dark days yet tested their joined resilient hands, already perfect coda horizon glowed bright heralding their unrent rider's return healed to unified lake and stream. Where her clear soprano rang like silver, even clotted sins and despair fell mute. That unwavering tone sustained world and soul entire through deepest night. He need not falter nor abandon the way. She sang on shore, and would find him again there wherever he stumbled. Their enduring love could not be thus easily rendered. Only keep one foot before the other, her voice was guide enough through uncomprehending fog. It promised however harried his heart grew, soon enough would break serene dawn and resolution long sought. Their timeless covenant needed but steps and trust. Yet waits our unfinished song. Listen love, you are not lost. However long this night, I am here. Chapter 19 Twilight's fading glow backlit the ridge as Dominic crested the hill. He paused to survey the landscape revealed below, keen eyes searching for signs of the remote monastery settlement rumored to lie nestled somewhere in these vast wilds. Dominic drew his ragged cloak tighter against the chill and moved on. He had many more leagues to travel before finding refuge for the night. How long had he been following whispered legends of this place, he wondered. Years, perhaps decades since the trail went cold and the world descended into fear and chaos. Once grand cathedrals and libraries had fallen to ruin, their secrets and knowledge lost. But whispered tales endured of this hidden sanctuary preserving the last flickering embers of learning and faith amidst the encroaching darkness. Dominic had walked countless empty roads since civilization's light gutted, finding only cryptic maps and folklore in place of answers. But he clung to hope that this secluded monastery still endured somewhere, a lone bastion keeping vigil through the long night threatening to swallow what remained of humanity's tattered spirit. Even if its existence proved only myth, the quest occupied his restless soul, compelling him onward through each weary day and longer night. Without purpose, the bleak wilderness would surely consume him. As dusk's last embers faded on the jagged peaks, Dominic quickened his stride. He must find adequate shelter soon. Wandering these unknown ranges after nightfall was perilous, even for one of his cursed resilience. An overhang or shallow cave would have to suffice. Tomorrow he would renew this endless search. The monastery could not hide from him forever if legend spoke truth. He only prayed its isolation had spared some last frail rays of light and wisdom while kingdoms burned and turned feral around it. Near moonrise Dominic stumbled onto a primitive path snaking up into the stark foothills. Hope flickered in his chest. Where there was trail, even faint, others had passed before him. With wary senses peeled for any signs of danger or refuge, Dominic followed the winding track as it climbed a sheer-walled canyon ever higher. The narrow path emerged from the rock's shadow onto a plateau bathed in lunar radiance. And there in a sheltered vale half hidden by swaying conifers sprawled the carved facade and soaring steeple of the monastery's ancient chapel, luminous and spectral against the darkness. He had found it at long last. Dominic circled the stone complex cautiously, probing for any signs of occupancy. But only stillness hung over the crumbling buildings and tangled herb gardens. Even his preternatural hearing detected not a single human heartbeat within the remote cloisters. Had he arrived too late then, the sanctuary abandoned or destroyed like all else? Dread rose as he crept between empty wndovless structures, finding no life in the lifeless halls. But then the barest whisper of sound reached him on the night breeze. Chanting, fragile and haunting across the moonlit courtyard. A lone voice still called out in defiance of the smothering silence. Not too late, some last faithful soul yet kept the old rituals by candlelight. Hope flickered anew. Moving as silently as only one of his kind could, Dominic glided into the darkened chapel. Inside, rows of broken pews faced the stripped altar where one robed figure knelt alone in prayer, oblivious to his presence. Dominic sank into the rear shadows, studying the mysterious anchoredite framed in the trembling candlelight. If any answers remained to be found here, this monk surely held the precious key to unlocking the monastery's forgotten secrets. As the last faint words of chanting faded away, Dominic stepped forward into the guttering candlelight. "Your pardon, brother. I'm just a pilgrim drawn by whispers of this place. Is it true knowledge is preserved here against a new dark age?" The monk rose slowly, turning to face the newcomer. Beneath his voluminous cowl, Dominic glimpsed only void where a face should be, as though a shadow stood before him. But the deep voice that issued forth was warm and resonant. "The light still endures for those with eyes to see it, my friend. What knowledge do you seek?" Dominic hesitated, unsure what benevolence might yet shelter here. But this was no time for caution. "I search for any remnants that might heal a broken world, books of medicine and science, songs and stories to rekindle faded hope." He could not keep the raw need from his voice. "Does any of that yet remain here untouched?" The faceless monk nodded slowly. "The archives have weathered the long night safely so far. But true light cannot be relit from without, only within." He gestured towards the dark transept behind the altar. "Come see what survives here still against the encroaching darkness, and judge if it can restore what you most seek." Mystified but emboldened, Dominic followed the bobbing candle flame as the monk led him down musty stone stairs into deeper crypts below the chapel foundation. As they descended into windowless catacombs, a richer glow bloomed ahead until they entered a vast underground hall filled with books and strange instruments, clearly some secret laboratory that had escaped the destruction above. Knowledge from before the world fell still waited here. Hardly able to breathe, Dominic drifted reverently through the illuminated shelves overflowing with fraying leather tomes and etched tablets, thousands of years of human thought and imagination preserved. But how to choose what might restore humanity's tender souls when so much had already turned to ash? He looked helplessly to his guide. "There is too much here for one man alone. How am I to know what will replant hope in the wilderness?" With a sweep of his lantern, the monk drew Dominic's gaze across the endless ranks of books and strange mechanisms to a single unadorned doorway opposite, before turning to leave. "The light you seek is through there. Pray it guides you back into less darkened days, my friend." As the monk's shuffling footsteps receded upstairs, Dominic crossed the vast library towards the simple wooden door. Perhaps the cryptic brother was right, and instruments of science held no real power to reignite their lost inner flame. With a deep breath, he opened the plain door and froze in awe at the vista revealed. Beyond lay a tranquil cloister garden open to moonlight and stars, night-blooming jasmine wreathing the central fountain with delicate perfume. And beside the quiet waters, two robed women knelt tending the luminous flowers. At Dominic's soft cry, one rose swiftly, turning to face him across the garden shadows. The breath left Dominic's body. He knew her face, even cloaked by the years and warm moonlight. She was here, truly here. Time itself seemed to flow backwards as her name spilled unchecked from his lips. Ivoire. The woman stood motionless even as her companion faded soundlessly into the darkness. Then she was gliding across grass and flagstones into Dominic's disbelieving arms. For endless moments they simply clung together, two weathered souls reunited by some grace beyond reason. The years between them fell away until there was only this moment beyond time and bitter trials, this impossible gift of finding her here waiting. However long and empty the road behind, he was home. When they finally stepped back, Dominic caressed her cheek, unable to grasp this living miracle restored to him. Ivoire covered his battle-scarred hand with her own, studying his face through welling tears. "We have walked many leagues to reach this place, my friend," she whispered. "But here we can be sundered no more." Dominic shook his head wordlessly. They had both traversed more than mere earthly miles to stand together again in this forgotten sanctuary. He could still scarce believe fate's impossible kindness. But she was real and warm beneath his touch. However long he had wandered in the howling wilderness of his own dark deeds, somehow they had found their way through to this hope beyond reason. Whatever might come next on the road or in the turning world, nothing mattered now but Ivoire's hand in his, binding their worn paths together again, however so briefly. Lost chance was renewed. Side by side they returned to the library's flickering candlelight and sat together on the cool floor, reluctant to ever lose contact again. They talked softly of old sorrows and unmarked graves, joy and wonder found amidst the ashes, roads taken through shades and skirting standing stones, all the luminous strands that wove the years apart then inexplicably back together here. For a few hours Dominic knew peace, her gentle voice and touch reweaving their shared fraying tapestry. This refuge had been gift beyond deserving. But as night wheeled on overhead, Dominic could not avoid the deeper truth lurking beyond this sanctuary's walls. The world was slipping daily further into darkness and bloodshed, fear's twisted realm of hunter and hunted. He was stained completely now by that spreading corruption. How long before the black tides rising out there flooded these islands of sanity as well, leaving no place for their fragile lights? His shadow had already engulfed brighter souls. He could not bear such loss again. Sensing his struggle, Ivoire leaned close. "Whatever befell before or what comes after, this moment yet remains ours, my friend. The light still endures." She touched the amulet hanging around Dominic's neck, talisman of the gentle faith that once sheltered them both from the gathering storm. "We need only remain true through the coming days. This time can be different, if we wish it." Dominic clutched her slender hand like a lifeline against the howling doubts, remembering again the spirit who never surrendered compassion however deeply impaled. If she yet believed some goodness could bloom from their blooded hands, he must trust and walk onward at her side. Forgiveness was their only path now through the wastelands. He bowed his head, heart cracking open to relentless hope almost forgotten over the long cruel epochs apart. But it flowered anew here, if he willed to let old poisons leach away. Ivoire's whispered prayers echoed through his tattered soul. They sat in silence as the night wheeled on, refortified and bonded against gathering dusk. When she finally slept, Dominic kept vigil until pale dawn seeped down through the cloister ruins into their deep cellar refuge. All was still tranquil in this haven, one bright shard left embracing tender shoots not yet trampled or uprooted. But the strengthening light carried somber reminder their reprieve was only temporary, this gentle interlude too soon devoured. Grey shadows circled ever closer outside, hungry and patient. But Dominic would hold them back from her compatriot soul however hopelessly. Whatever grace this sanctuary yet sheltered, he would defend its trembling heart until the last. They would write what bright pages they could between the dark bindings pressing close. Thus began a brief span of days Dominic dared pray might never end, as they restored body and spirit under that remote monastery's sheltering arm. By day the archives and herb gardens gave refuge, by night they shared humble nourishment both physical and of the soul. Ivoire attended the galaxy of small wounds still etched on Dominic's heart with her knowledge of tinctures and listening grace, soothing agonies long buried bone deep. Even in these brief hours, he healed infinitely more than the empty years allowed. Whatever series redemption yet awaited beyond severance, she gently drew him back within its distant glow, reminding that darkness always broke at last. This unlooked for peace was sanctuary to begin again. But too soon even Eden's walls splinter under assault, and the serpent yet circles. By week's end, Dominic awoke from brief but needed rest to find Ivoire gone from their cloistered quarters. Dread suffused him immediately, though there was no sign of struggle or alarm raised. She often tended the herb beds alone during daylight, finding solace in the living green shoots. He was being foolish, but disquiet impelled his steps urgently onto the colonnaded walk overlooking the garden. Across the neglected grounds, Dominic could see a ring of massive riders and destriers surrounding the herb plots, their leader menacingly astride a warhorse that pawed at the earth. Ivoire stood fragile but resolute between their iron and the tender new growth, protecting the seedlings with her slender frame. The rider growled orders and gestured sharply back down the road with his sword. A forced eviction. Perhaps they had only come to investigate rumors in the wilderness, but blind fear and avarice sparked brutality once inflamed by their discovery. Gentle reason stood no chance now. They would trample all in their haste to rip away this secret refuge, shattering carefully built trust under hurrying boots and hooves. Dominic had brought this desecration by leading wolves to the door. Rage and anguish churned bitterly but impotently inside him, watching the raiders close in, their rough hands uprooting and casting down. There was still time to intervene, to wreak vengeance in savage repayment, but the cost would betray all light remaining hallow here. Ivoire's last glance back at Dominic from the garden's far side was bright with silent warning. Whatever unfurled next, they must stand fast in peace or sink fully into the dark rising tide. This pain was not his to answer. He stood frozen in purgatory uncounted minutes more, warring with primal fury, howling to rip apart those threatening her grace. But she had entrusted him again with hope's flame, he must not again surrender it to base instinct. They would prevail somehow with light alone, or walk willingly into shadow, not raging blindly against circumstance or fate's current. Thus had she ever shone, transmuting earthly dross through her unwavering spirit. He must trust in her path leading through non-violence, wherever it wended. With agonizing effort of will, Dominic released his death grip on instinct's reflexes. Slowly he breathed out the poison clouds of retribution that would salve no wound. Empty hands held only grace. He had sworn once more to walk in her redeeming sight, all darkness renounced. He would not fail again to keep faith. Let go and trust. When the raiders finally withdrew in a clatter of hooves and shouts, Dominic gathered the shaken Ivoire close, cradling her head tenderly against the heart she had shepherded back to life. "Forgive me," he whispered hoarsely into her hair. "I am still so weak." But she shook her head, looking up at him with luminous compassion and pride that seared to the bone. "We are strong enough together, just as we have always been." Ivoire smoothed away the tears streaking Dominic's face like so much lost time, her smile radiant with hard-won hope. "We will find the light again." Hand in hand they slowly circled the trampled garden plot littered with torn shoots and toppled stones, surveying the damage with shared grief. Whatever bitter roots remained could still be gently replanted, given light and care. This desolation was not final, nor all profaned. Dominic knelt and pressed the soil in silent promise. Their tender shoots yet clung on, bruised but unbroken. They would begin again with stakes still standing. When Ivoire had gathered the few unbroken herbs left and Dominic re-erected the stones, they turned away from the ransacked refuge without regret. Somewhere beyond these walls lay the road ahead through starker wilds now, but walk together. Chapter 20. Twilight's fading glow backlit the ridge as Dominic crested the hill. He paused to survey the landscape revealed below, keen eyes searching for any signs of life. Somewhere down there lay the ruins of a remote village, his final destination after so many countless empty leagues. Dominic drew his tattered cloak tighter against the chill wind and kept moving. The failing light urged haste, he had to reach the safety of Fourwinds' sheltering walls before full night fell. Even this far beyond civilization's fray, darkness held its own dangers. How long had passed since the village's name first whispered across his path, a lone milestone emerging from the formless fog shrouding direction and memory? Years at least, perhaps decades lost traversing endless desolate roads that blurred featureless one into the next until time itself ran static and unmarked. But Fourwinds' promise had endured through those hollow leagues, drawing Dominic irresistibly onward when so much else eroded. He clung to that unlikely hope as beacon guiding his faltering steps. The trail had led him through ghostly forests and along the crumbling edges of the forgotten world where no sane soul would settle. But sanity held little meaning anymore in the creeping chaos that consumed kingdom after kingdom. So Dominic persisted in his pursuit of legends without marking the costs, never wavering from the creed that this one glimmer of order must still endure somewhere against eternal night's encroachment. All else could fall to ruin and madness, but not Fourwinds. That grim mantra carried him past countless lonely nights and unknown miles fraught with peril. Through desperate wilderness, hope of sanctuary pulled him onward unstintingly. Without that slender lifeline to cling to, the abyssal emptiness nearly swallowed him body and soul. Only one word sustained any meaning. Fourwinds. But the attachment felt more manic than pious during this final approach as Dominic jogged down the rugged slope with dusk closing in. No evidence of enduring settlement appeared below except crumbling walls and toppled timbers consumed by advancing forest. His faith wavered. What if Fourwinds had become just another abandoned myth? The thought chilled marrow and sinew alike. Without that tethering dream of refuge, what purpose could this hollow existence offer? With the last shreds of light, Dominic scoured the ruins desperately for contradiction to the grave truth confronting him. But only cold desolation filled the abandoned valleys, skeletal beams and vacant pits slowly dissipating back into untamed land. No sound or light of hope flickered below. Fourwinds' promise had been illusion after all. Dominic fell to his knees, keening a wordless lament against the emerald canopies and fathomless twilight sky. But the wilderness swallowed his cries unhearing, empty as his own barren spirit. He was lost, adrift in a formless purgatory between eras, one world collapsed and void, the next not yet defined. The forest held no answers to anchor his unmoored soul before the maelstrom swelled again. All maps had burned to ash, he the sole explorer left mapping way forward through feral abyss. But no inner compass survived to guide from the ashes, no fellow travelers sharing wisdom around dimming campfires. Nothing enduring to salvage. The dark horizon encircled tireless and untamed. Without Fourwinds' beacon to steer by, Dominic was hollow vessel bereft of purpose. Only the haunting ruins surrounded him now in mockery. As the last embers of light died off the jagged peaks, he drifted into the abandoned remains like condemned shade among the emptied shells of his own hopes. Whatever he had desperately staked survival upon was gone, only ethereal memory and loss echoed now between the muted walls. There was no sanctuary here to redeem any scarred and weary traveler. He was solitary phantom in a ghost town where no absolution waited. With senses raw from grief's scouring, Dominic almost overlooked the first faint hints whispering through the dead village as deeper night bled through. Warm scents of hearth smoke, brush of living skin and breath where none should linger, force of presence pressing inexplicably against his own even in this forsaken place. But nothing visible moved in the ruins. Nothing mortal at least. Fourwinds slumbered utterly wolfsward bound. Any life here was long extinguished. But phantoms hold no substance or scent. He was not alone among the decaying skeletons of memory. Somewhere out in the velvet darkness another consciousness yet kept vigil, watching his stricken tears. Dominic froze, clawing back fragile composure. He filtered through the shadowed rubble for any sign of this unseen dweller sharing his solitude, there. One still heartbeat pulsed gentle but true somewhere ahead, brilliant live sound amidst the hollow echoes. Candle flames suddenly bloomed in a recessed window frame, warm light spilling over Dominic's ravaged features as he stared. Shelter and companionship awaited here after all. Fourwinds yet endured. Hardly daring to breathe, he crept forward and eased aside the creaking door. Inside, a simple altar illuminated by tallow candles filled the dusty chamber. More flames lit a short hallway leading back into darkness. But his eyes were locked onto the robed woman kneeling in profile before the makeshift shrine, her face limned by soft glow, pale skin, raven hair escaping her braids constraint, sharp profile that struck his soul like sunrise shafts through mist, lost and yet found again when all ways seemed obliterated. Beyond sense she was here embodied. Dominic's ragged whisper held 1,000 shattered sunrises in its fervent cadence. Ivoire. She rose slowly but unstartled, her eyes meeting Dominic's across the candle's quavering light. A sad smile ghosted her lips even as joy and sorrow mingled plainly across her expression. Wordlessly they came together like tide and shore, holding truth neither could yet voice aloud. She was not phantom or memory. They were sundered in flesh no more. After endless moments, Ivoire gently disentangled herself only enough to see Dominic clearly by the candle flames. Her hands traced the worn contours of his face like long-forgotten amulets, precious beyond measure. "The years have carried us along bitter roads," she murmured. "But all paths lead toward the light if followed faithfully." Dominic could only nod dumbly. However desolate the leagues and seasons turning since loss cleaved their sworn paths asunder, somehow her quiet faith had led them back. They were pilgrims astray returning at long last to needed haven, life's intricate melody completed by two voices where before only relentless elegy echoed between the ruins. Fourwinds yet offered sanctuary, if they will to remember how its lost music soared. Together they might rekindle that forgotten harmony. The long night relented, there was refuge here. Ivoire studied his disbelieving face with infinite compassion. "Rest now. Dawn will bring clarity." She drew Dominic gently forward out of memory's stale tomb into the candlelit hallway, turning aside into a small Spartan room. Her narrow cotton-packed bags were the only furnishings. But she bade him sit, and pressed a cup of water into his shaking hands, real and present and overwhelming in her nearness after so long bereft and adrift. "We're here. Nothing else matters tonight." They sat gazing quietly until the candle nubs drowned in their own wax. Neither wished to relinquish this fragile dream back to solitude's harsh vice, or acknowledge how fleeting their oasis remained against the roiling chaos battering ever at the border stones. If morning dispelled this gentle vision, better to cling together in grace for these stolen hours unnumbered. When hoarse words finally gave out, Ivoire wrapped Dominic in blankets and stroked his hair until exhaustion overcame him. She had always stood fast when his strength faltered, torchlit to redeem him from fathomless dark. He clung to that lifeline desperately as he drifted under. However this lost chance continued come dawn, he would hold these stolen moments unfettered by future or past where only their entwined spirit spoke. Promise once severed was remembering its shape. Dreamless rest awaited under her patient tutelage. For a few hours more, the world yet held mercy. Morning broke pearl grey and still muted. No nightbirds or insects stirred outside their refuge. The timbers overhead settled and creaked softly, speaking of years untended. But Dominic awoke warm and sheltered, daylight once more benign through Ivoire's intercession. Whatever her presence truly portended as his tattered thoughts knit back together, nothing could erase the truth of her hand in his, tangible and sure. The long gulf was spanned. He knew himself by her side at journey's end. All empty leagues and seasons were done. Rising slowly, Dominic breathed deep the aroma of simmering oats and tea blending with scent of cracked plaster and aging varnish. This sanctuary was real, still humble and solid around him. He had not dreamed her steadfast light illuminating the shadows. They persisted here against the chaos, tenuous perhaps, but holding back the tides all the same. Whatever mysteries still turned beyond these walls, she yet stood fast, their anchor through the long uncounted trials behind. He need not walk alone any longer. He found Ivoire seated on the front step watching mist retreat over matted meadow tufts. She glanced up with easy smile, wordlessly offering a spare bowl. Side by side they broke fast, steam wreathing their faces like half-remembered prayer between them. But the present moment held fragile communion enough. When simple food and drink had supplied all urgent needs, Ivoire showed Dominic through the remainder of the derelict cloisters, chapel, cramped library, crumbling dormitory cells left open to the elements. Plant life forced relentless cracks through every stone boundary. Yet her tender work had carved some order from the slow decline, a humble lantern lit against brutal elements. She had blunted mortality's sharpest scythe strokes, granted a span of grace to wrest meaning from decay's maw. Fourwinds endured still, if only in her spare voice and calloused hands, one luminous soul defying the relentless dimming of the world's great evening rites. So much fragile beauty sheltered still if one knew how to trace unblighted shoots through the tangle. But even as Dominic marveled at Ivoire's tenacious nurturance amidst the ruins, he glimpsed too the impossible odds stacked against her stewardship. She was only one coaxing back life's tender shoots between torrents of blight and indifference. How long until this weathered cornerstone also slowly dissolved back into wild entropy? The warm stone and timbers around them suddenly seemed so weary, eroded by unnumbered seasons and abandonment. Their unlikely refuge was itself impermanent, however earnestly upheld. Mortal hands faltered, hungry chaos prowled ever closer through the forest shadows. No mere walls or will could forestall that frontier's inexorable march over these islands of tamed order. How long could one determined spirit hold against the flood? Sensing the bleak turn of his thoughts, Ivoire touched Dominic's hand lightly. The future is written only moment by moment, my friend. Do not surrender this day to darkness. Her eyes reflected back starfire resolve that had guided them both over so many wretched miles. She would stand fast to the end, he knew without doubt, though every stone and beam and desperate hope crumbled around her. That boundless compassion had lit their way even when no other lamps remained. It blazed brighter than dread of what must come. Bowing his head, Dominic murmured the words nearly forgotten. Forgive my failing faith. Light endures past every shadow. Once more he would trust in her vision however wide the enclosing gloom, follow where she walked undaunted through the ruined battlefield beyond. Their long journey was not yet done if they willed otherwise. Together a few hours more might yet be wrested from annihilation's maw before night and stone engulfed all. Nothing proved inevitable until the last embers chilled to ash. While breath and spirit held, they must press onward. Having pried back despair's talons from his heart, Ivoire faded off to tend the small garden still yielding produce to supplement their sparse forage. Dominic lingered in the doorway fighting lingering ghosts before following her out into the overgrown courtyard. Mortal flesh yet cried out for rest and nourishment even as the soul starved for meaning and sacrament. He would join shortly in the simple nurturing tasks that centered her spirit beyond fear's pale. But first he must wrestle alone a while longer with the specters brooding through Fourwinds' hollowed halls, exorcise what shadows still stalked their tenuous refuge, if cause for hope remained. Even one exquisite breath more was victory. The hours passed largely in solitude and uneasy meditation within the crumbling library walls, Dominic tracing the contours left by missing artifacts ransacked or lost to indifference. So much wisdom had already slipped through mortals' indifferent hands, insider now by rotten beasts. Was there yet light to kindle brand from embers buried under ashes? The ghostly presences of philosopher saints and visionaries long gone offered no clear counsel, only silent heartbreaking lament for a species that despoiled its own most sacred fruits, then wondered at spreading bitterness. Such careful cultivation alongside slow wise stewardship, only to be abandoned to weeds and locusts, could the cycle yet be stalled before all was lost? What tools remained to even slightly realign humanity's careening course when so much had been smashed or already lay buried? It was Ivoire's patient voice that roused Dominic when noon shadows approached. He straightened stiffly from the missal laid open across his lap, realization that she had been watching over him silently a while dawning. But her expression bore no judgment for his vigil among old words and wounds, only calm acceptance that some trials yet wrestled solitary before joining her own truth path. She touched the book lightly. Their spirits won't ever yield the answers. Only within still resides the light you seek. Nodding reluctantly, Dominic closed the peeling parchment pages. She was right, no further keys hid here. Their united soul held all remaining truth if they could read the subtle script. He sighed but rose to follow Ivoire's beckoning light again away from the dusty relics. Whatever reawakening yet awaited, he must seek it above ground beside her. They spent the afternoon hours together hauling water from the mossy well and harvesting what wild fare grew around Fourwinds' perimeter, speaking little but comforted by shared nearness. The menial labor settled Dominic's thoughts even as it eased the ever-present hunger pangs. He found old one rhythms realigning simply working alongside Ivoire, humble chores kindling the profound. She had always illuminated true meanings like no other. Together they accomplished all necessary. But as Dominic watched her move through shadow and light, nurturing what fragile life clung on amidst creeping wilds, bleak reality circled back. However, she transmuted derelict stone and wood into consecrated refuge with her roughened hands. Hard seasons took increasing toll. Her skin betrayed more lines with each high summer's passage, hands stiffer on cold mornings, corrections to eroded eyesight. She was still radiant vessel, but slowly emptying as was mortal way. Time blunted even the most resilient soul, spilled even carefully hoarded storehouses inexorably. One day she too would melt back into earth, her tenuous lantern extinguished forever. The thought was ice picks through Dominic's still heart. Was all their tribulation truly only prelude to more loss? How to endure that eclipse alone? But Ivoire saw his stricken face, and came to take both his hands gently in her work-worn grip. All I could ever hope was to walk this span beside you in harmony, she chided softly. What lies beyond is not ours to know. Her eyes reflected back endless sky. But souls speak subtle to souls. Our conversation continues wherever the compass points, if we but learn its language. Seasons turn and return. Let go simpler fears. Listening to her fearless cadence accept even this, Dominic felt something deep begin slowly unknotting within. Yes, their time in flesh was fleeting mist, but if spirit truly endured, might not uncounted fuller seasons await beyond this cramped domain. Neither birth nor death circumscribed their true shared course. He must stop clinging vainly to mere vessels as though the light itself could ever be fractured. Whatever downward road she soon trod to mystery seem, already now they conversed soul to soul. Her radiance would never truly fade, but brighten further when released to immortality. They continued on through the afternoon's mellowing light, Dominic still acutely aware of each minute's beauty beside this flesh and blood visitant who walked so calm and compassionate over the bones of ruined eternity. Her translucent joy in what thriving shoots yet dared raised around them was intoxicant, awakening his numbed eyes again however briefly. Memory greedily stored up each word and touch against approaching winter and unknowable farewells. But fear crowded less close now. Whatever night loomed ahead, she had already gifted him immeasurable treasury of light to sustain and share when her last season waned. That secret storehouse was refuge enough. When dusk's last burning embers faded on the jagged peaks, they retreated inside Fourwinds' sheltering perimeter. After sharing a simple meal, they sat without haste. Ivoire listened intently as Dominic haltingly tried sharing the journey that had led him back to her hidden oasis from the formless wastes. So many empty years swallowed meaningless and disordered without her slender thread of fellowship to help hallow under silent stars. Only the whispered rumor of Fourwinds persisting had pulled him from utter wilderness, however tortuous and unmarked the path. Her quiet nod acknowledged all he could not yet voice of that black season. But judgment remained unfurled between them. Her clear eyes drew poison from old wounds without flinching. However long they had wandered desolate, redemption yet waited here for the asking. When even that sparse communion eluded grasp, they simply sat thigh to thigh, bearing together the cling of dust and timbers settling around their small pool of candlelight. But the hardy walls yet held back dissolution one span more. Whatever befell on the morrow, this moment unfurled flawless, their tired heads leaning together unbound by past or future. Dawn came soon enough to mourn. Tonight was still theirs to gently rebraid what thin filaments yet remained unsevered by the long bitter interim apart. However gossamer and tentative, connection sparked bright as arcane filaments kind, but when candle and hearth had long burned to cold ash, sleep still lay elusive for Dominic. He gazed restless through the small barred window into moonlit ruin outside Fourwinds' protective ring. However warm these stones and timbers wrapped around their unlikely haven, Just beyond the borders still stalked ravening phantasms no frail walls could forever turn aside. This stricture was only temporary eddy against vast floods slowly swallowing every last island redoubt. Dominic could sense the black tides out there rising inexorable, slavering and patient for their protected ember to finally gutter and seed the long campaign. And much as he despised their hungry waiting malevolence, part of him whispered traitorous potato finally submit than prolong this hopeless farcical dream of sanctuary. Thieves in the temple must be cast out or willingly depart, not elaborately accommodated and ignored until corruption inevitably festered past excising. Either evil's encircling flames must be beaten back and borders resecured, or be breached openly and the last prisoners set free of phantasmal constraints. For better or worse, no more fragile half-life in the ruins. And yet he continued clinging desperately to this brief interlude under Fourwinds' kindled rafters, still unable to relinquish their unlikely reprieve back to black disordered wilds. Dominic's weary thoughts chased endless circles wrestling shades as Ivoire slumbered on undisturbed under a trust still somehow preserved through all they had narrowly survived. He marveled at her resilience keeping beacon bright past so much attrition when his own vigilance had so clearly cracked and failed. But she had ever walked in light while he dwelled too much in shadow. Her clear vision was his sole tether remaining to some slim world and order persisting beyond cynicism and jagged animal crowns. Without that lifeline anchoring him fast when all other moorings gave way, the abyss beckoned hungry and inevitable. Dominic knew with cold certainty the encroaching chaos would not be gentled back by their meager heroics or humble example alone. Either he and this settlement's raw streak of inspiration must stand firm and battle where they made their last retreat, or accept the maelstrom finally rising up through floorboards and throwing wide the gates. Either defiance or surrender. Their reprieve expired regardless. But which path to choose toward shadowy terminus haunted him. Lost in bleak contemplation, Dominic did not realize Ivoire had roused and now watched him wrestle private demons framed against the icy window moon. But her hand light on his shoulder drew him back from cold precipice as surely as beacon fires on distant shores. You cannot withstand this gale alone, she chided softly. Anchor to me, and we endure. How long can you stand between before waves drag us down regardless of desire? Dominic could not mask bitterness that after all they sacrificed, the rabid world yet encroached on their unlikely sanctuary. This vessel is too rudderless in the storm. But she only shook her head, faith undiminished. I'm still here, are I not? Then so too is haven and spirit. Taking his hands between her own, Ivoire met his eyes with quiet certainty. Fourwinds stands while we do. That simple vow's weights wrought pure forces recalibrating Dominic's faltering compass through magnetism of her unshakable devotion. She was right, the peace possible and light worth nurturing yet flickered between their clasped palms, however beleaguered. Whatever weapons of war and retribution his hands itched to grasp again, her way was as ever sowing and sacrifice. To restore purity, evil could not be confronted on its own carnal terms, but renounced through principle no shades could eviscerate or comprehend. Only such unwavering conviction was armor against the myriad temptations of chaos. They must repel the long night with their joined spirits unwavering no though every bone bend and sinew snap maintaining that most arduous creed. Whatever outward walls fell or ceremonies were debased, still their silent untransgressible covenant girded sanctum shut firm against creeping void. This oaken chapel built up slowly between two souls brick by brick would remain untouched by storms leveling all monuments to lesser loyalties. Though they someday must relinquish these very hands anchored together, the truths once illuminated in shared blood and devotion stood forever beckoning them home. Let the worst come and see Rose overthrow, their twinned lighthouse yet defied all dire inevitability. There were covenants still inviolate. With compass restored through Ivoire's bright centrifugal gravitational draw, Dominic turned back toward the room retaining her intimate glow. Whatever tides raged next could break only on their unsundered oath shining within. No further need rest maps or weapons to script their next tight clinging steps together. She was mariner's star and validated shoreline, true azimuth against which all deadly currents shattered inevitably to cold foam. Where her spirit stood fast, so too he was braced unyielding against this night or thousand more. Let violation's dread confederacy hurl their full fury fruitless, for winds answered to commands higher than ravaging fell breath of abyssal scions. Those gales moved transformative through mortal flesh, winnowing chaff but binding fast what endured. Together they had built invisible architecture to withstand siege absolute, cataclysmic upheaval cascading past their small consecrated space cradling one bright warding candle flame. It was paltry light, but proved sufficiently incandescent still to banish all hungry encroaching dark. There was scarce room or provision left to share, but sanctuary needed neither. They were vessels housing the last untainted whisper of mercy, fiercely intent that however few and uncelebrated their diluted gifts seemed against inexorability rising all around, more goodness still remained unmarred and unchained while they drew breath and kept trust. Dominic and Ivoire stood awake that long night in lean communion, buttressing Slim's stronghold against impossible odds and cataclysmic indifference. But they held the last vital pass open, be it for one more hour or century. Fourwinds' kindled truth was now itself pure undying pact, powerful in meekness and compassion still but adamantine defiance. Their rooted souls yet bloomed bright. Invincible. When grey light seeped again over the rim of their fragile world, Dominic bowed weary head in prayer for the first time beyond dead gestures. Those empty rites ossified into hollow fidelity ages past were sloughed away before sincerity distilled and diffracted now through her intercession. He relinquished by increments the barren rituals once shielding his ruined heart. In place of rote forms, living spirit welled up unconstrained through cracked stone vessels, flowing bold and cleansing as river ice thawed after too long shackled. Dominic wept artless for the first time since that lost defining before and after, his own paltry flame rekindled pure against incredible odds by the true sun rising certain beyond this transitory eclipse. Whatever movements yet remained to their mortal dance through shadow, he was lit from within by her inextinguishable rays. They had awakened to redemption. Fourwinds stood sanctified. There was refuge here, for now, for always. Dawn bowed gently to their intertwined hopes. They walked once more in grace.